What is up, Riftbounders? We are live here for the Runes and Rift Open number 19, and this is our very first Riftbound Vendetta tournament, so I am beyond excited. To kick things off with me, it is Night Fighter. How are we feeling about today, Night?
I am feeling great. I'm really excited to see the new Vendetta Legends, because we've been cooking with them for 2-3 weeks now as all the cards have been revealed. And it's time to really see which legends can actually hold up against the good legends from the previous sets.
Right, I've been here a little bit back and forth. Like the old legends are still going to be the most prominent legends. Some little legends like Kennen, Zed, maybe Jace, Aurora into the mix. So I'm excited to see what these guys are playing or bringing to the table rather for our very first event. And as I just remembered, I forgot to do the tweets, Night Fighter. So chat, bear with me for 1 second. Guys, you know, a little bit of a set 4 introduction we have today, and just like that, boom 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 boom. Why do I always do that, Night Fighter? I was so busy doing the feature match. And guys, a little bit of scuffness to start things off, but there we go. Let everyone on Twitter know. But that is gonna be our intro. So now round number 1 is set up, and guys, I try my very best to see if we can get 2 set 4 legends. We have a Zed, we have a Jace. Now, we don't know if it's a Jace Aurora, because I haven't taken a look at the deck list since it is closed deck list, but I'm excited for this matchup nonetheless. Should we just hop into it, Knight?
Yeah, let's hop into it. I mean, with Zed, we have the chance to see that new purple card and see if that really is going to kill Aurora, as some of us are hoping, some of us are fearing.
Yeah, there is that new, I don't remember exactly the name, and guys, you know, you gotta cut us a little bit of slack since the first day of set 4, essentially for Runes of Riv. The names are gonna escape at least me for now, but hopefully Night Fighter can hold it down. But it looks like Zed start these off with Traveling Merchant, but let's backtrack a little bit, Night. Let's break down these legends for the folks at home. What can you tell me about Zed? What is his ability?
So, Zed is really interesting. When I banish a card, empower me, then disempower me to discard 1, draw 1. Most of the time that's going to be used to filter your deck, kind of like Traveling Merchant, and Traveling Merchant has been a staple of the Chaos domain for pretty much the entirety of Riftbound's history. The other thing that Zed has access to is a lot of cards that can be played from the trash or interact with his trash. So it's entirely possible we get either a Jinx setup where you want to have very few cards in hand and use the discard 1, draw 1 to keep drawing more cards, or he's going to be putting a lot of cards in the trash and then he's going to be interacting with them to get a lot of value from it.
Definitely looks like putting cards in the trash. He is double Traveling Merchant triggers on this turn. That way, well, with the Ride the Wind to double conquer, so off to the races as early as that second turn. Not too shabby. And of course, gets 3 discard triggers if he moves it back to base. So Zed's starting off quite ambitiously. I'm wondering if this is a little bit of like the slower to the punch Jace like we're anticipating with Aurora. This could be one way of getting really ahead of your opponent. But I've been hearing talks, we'll talk about Jace a little bit here now, of a turn to Aurora. Is that off the back of something like Promising Future, or is there another way to do it?
So I believe it is off the back of Promising Future, where you play Promising Future and then you hit the Aurora on the top of your deck and you're able to play it out. I mean, it's a lot of runes gone. It's a grand total of 3 runes recycled, but you can get an Aurora down. Jace could potentially get Aurora down this turn with the Promising Future. Here it is.
Here
So
it
we will
is.
see
Each
if he hits
player
that Aurora.
looks at the top 5 of their main deck, chooses one, and recycles the rest. So starting with the next player. So I believe Zed reveals first, right? Or you both pick, but your opponent looks at it or reveals it first, and then you reveal it. Is Aurora off the top? Because I don't think we ever considered a world where Aurora was coming down on turn 2. This is going to be a little bit crazy. I wonder if this crazy head start that Zed kind of started off with is enough, because a turn to Aurora, we've never seen anything like this before in Riftbound.
Yeah, even the fastest ramp of the previous sets cannot stand up to a Promising Future Aurora. It can also be Elder Dragon. Unfortunately, he can't play the Elder Dragon because he doesn't have enough to pay the power cost. If he had
That's the one
4
downside,
orange
huh?
runes, he could play it, but I'm pretty sure this is a
Actually, you don't pay
illegal.
power for Aurora, no? Actually, no. He's promising
You do.
future Elder Dragons, so you have to pay 4 power, actually.
He has to pay 4 power, and it has to be orange power, which he doesn't have. So I'm guessing we're gonna see this be, yeah, taken back. That was an illegal play. If he had 4 orange runes, he could recycle everything and put down the Elder Dragon. At that point, though, you're just really praying that the opponent doesn't have a way to kill it. Okay, I'm guessing the Darius is probably coming down for the Zed, although that will cause him to recycle another rune, which he may not want to do.
Yeah, may not want to do, but in light of your opponent having nothing established already on the board, doesn't feel all that bad, but instead chooses to be a little bit more conservative on that rune economy, puts down a little tide turner just to have additional pressure to push on one of these battlefields the very next turn. But Zed's starting off pretty good, right? You're able to hold to 3. Oh, actually, the Tide Turner to get the ability proc. Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to get an additional discard. You know, Knight, the card Zed, the legend says when you banish a card, right? What cards
Yep.
do you know he's going to be able to kind of utilize to banish certain cards? Is it new cards from set 4? Because I can't remember any cards from the previous sets that say banish outright, like proactively.
So almost everything is going to be from set 4. There's 1 or 2 cards. I mean, something like Smite, you could technically banish your own card, but that's really bad to try and pull off. Instead, you're likely going to be seeing cards with flow, which is a new mechanic. You can play it from the trash for a specific cost based on whatever the flow cost of the card is.
Okay.
But then when you play it from trash, it is banished. So even here, Deathmark, we just saw him put down a Shadow Clone with the death, or did he discard it? I think he discarded, because I'm not seeing a Shadow Clone. And Deathmark has flow, 1 energy, 2 power, so you can play it from the trash for the flow cost and then banish it.
Right, that does make sense. So, Flow, another new mechanic coming into Vendetta, which is a really awesome mechanic because the first time you're able to kind of interact from your trash directly, which is real cool. But something I do want to point out is the new champion, the Z champion unit coming online this very turn. When I conquer, you play a 0 might shadow clone unit. But they say 0 might, but they're actually really strong on the offensive. They gain +4 assault, which of course is nothing to scoff at because +4 assault for a single little free unit is pretty strong. Of course, only offensively versus defensive, but it seems to be the game plan for Zed is attack, offense, huh?
For sure. Now, a quick note there from the chat: Promising Future does not banish the cards that you play, so it will not empower the Zed Legend, I'm afraid. Also, yeah, the Shadow Clone, it can get the +4 assault, but you do have to banish a unit from your trash, so that will also empower the Zed Legend. The
Okay.
other thing that can make the Shadow Clones really frustrating to deal with is this purple Zed. It's 5 energy, no power, 5 might, which is, it's alright, but when it conquers, it plays down a Shadow Clone, which is always nice to get a free unit. And for 1 energy and a purple Chaos power, you can swap positions with your Zed and a Shadow Clone as an action speed. Now, what I thought when I first read that was like once per turn you can swap the Zed back and forth. Okay, it's like the Azir Legend or Azir Champion unit. That's not the case. It does not say once per turn. It does not say once per showdown. You can just repeatedly swap back and forth to keep your Zed safe or to threaten when somebody tries to take a battlefield. If you leave a Shadow Clone on a battlefield, it's 0 might to defend, so an enemy will run up like a 1 might or a 2 might unit, and then you swap in your Zed. The enemy has to play down cards to try and overcome that Zed, and then you swap the Zed back out. It
Wow,
can
so
be
you're kind of
brutal.
baiting your resources. I like this ability because you're totally right. It doesn't say like exhaust me or tap me. It's just using the energy and a power, was it? Or was it just the energy
Yeah,
there?
it's 1 energy and 1 chaos power, so
Chaos.
it is
Okay.
expensive. And we may end up seeing like a chaos seal in the Zed build to try and alleviate some of that pain, but forcing your opponent to drop something like a punch first to take out a Zed that you then pull back, all of a sudden you're not super upset about pulling out that cost, and we do see the Elder Dragon hit the board for the Jace Aurora. He finally got it.
Finally got it. Aurora off the Promising Future number 2. And now, wait, Elder Dragon. I'm getting the proc on my screen, but I'm pretty sure he already resolved Dazzling Aurora. So I'm going to hit the close here. Unless there's another. No, there's not another Aurora. I think this is the one Elder Dragon. I believe he just hasn't hit resolve on that right hand side just yet. But Elder Dragon coming down, I believe he's choosing units here, or choosing targets. So one on the battlefields and then one on the back. I could only imagine. You probably don't want to pay the deflect cost, of course, but man, Vex and Zed are looking like juicy targets nonetheless. But at the minimum, take care of that overzealous fan, since you don't have to worry about too much accelerator pressure, but does decide to pay the deflect. So going down very, very low on runes, which is not something I would imagine a late game build kind of wants, in generally speaking, right?
No, it is pretty hard for the Jace here with so many runes recycled, but he does have out the Aurora, he has out an Elder Dragon, so he's in a decent enough spot. The Zed doesn't have anything that allows him to immediately pressure the Elder Dragon, both in the back line, because a Falling Star will not be enough, or if this Elder Dragon walks up to a battlefield. The other thing that Jace has in the Mind Domain that makes Elder Dragon particularly scary is a card called Bellows Breath, where you can hit 3 units. They can all be at the same location. And so, regardless of what this Elder Dragon does, he's able to get a lot of damage and value from it. But with a Starcross, that's going back into hand, and this is a large problem that Aurora has had for ages now. Starcross
feels like
is
ages.
really strong.
For sure, and a massive problem indeed. Elder Dragon in hand, might as well go to the Shadow Realm as well, because we're never seeing that Elder Dragon, especially taking into consideration that Jace only has 4 runes available to work with. So about 4 or 3 more turns remaining till he's able to get that off. But Dazzling Aurora is still online. Zed threatening lethal on the very next turn. If Jace doesn't hit Elder Dragon off this Dazzling Aurora, it might be as good as over. And he said GG. Was that his only Elder Dragon in the deck? Because you still had one out, right? You still had an Elder Dragon hit off Dazzling.
Yeah, I guess so. Unfortunately, we also don't have this Jace deck list, so I can't even look and see if that was his only Elder Dragon. I have to assume that it was. Otherwise, Elder Dragon hits the board, and then he can ping both of the units on the battlefields and try to stay alive. Razor's pointing out he could have drawn the Elder Dragons. That's very possible.
True.
It's also possible, because these players are in comms, the Jace could have literally just said, hey, you got another Starcross in there? Because if so, I lose the game. And if the opponent said yes, that might have been why they scooped as well.
That does make sense. So maybe it was a little bit extra Starcross, as you mentioned. Maybe he just had all 3 Elders, because I would imagine an Aurora build coming into set 4 most likely going to take full advantage and capitalize on 3 Elder Dragons. Now that we have access to the Mind Domain like Jace has access to here, is there a Mind unit that is kind of on par with Elder Dragon? I'm trying to think back. Is there like a big boy in blue?
Not especially. Blue doesn't have anything super high cost. I am also just reading that they actually did errata Promising Future, and it does banish the cards. I was not aware that this errata existed. So in that case, yes, it would in fact make the Zed Legend Empower.
Nice. So taking advantage there. We probably didn't notice, because I think it has to be set like a little manual buff on Rift Atlas to add in power, but we'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, you're right. Promising Future, technically a little bit of a nombo against Zed, because you do empower him virtually for free since you didn't have to pay anything on the Zed side. So I wonder if that came into play here, but it looks like one of these players quickly having a reset. We'll pay attention on the Feature Match Discord channel to see if there's any kind of disconnects, but it looks like Paper Tree and Zone Warrens might just be the battlefield selection for the next time, for this next game. So in the meantime, let me go ahead and fix that. But what are we expecting for game 2? Is there anything Jace could possibly do to kind of slow down Zed? Because it looked like once he got started, especially that early game ride the win, things just kind of started snowballing from there.
Well, the obvious answer to slowing down the Zed would be an Aspirin's Climb, but I am assuming, as we are now in the Vendetta meta, that Aspirin's Climb has been banned, which means cards that can slow down the game, we can already kind of see their battlefields here. The other one would have been, I believe it's Frozen Fortress, which stops scoring until the third turn. It's not Frozen Fortress, but it is a battlefield that can stop scoring until the third turn. Beyond that, though, it's really hard to slow down the games at the moment.
And chat, give us 1 second. It looks like there was a slight little bug. We are trying a new client today, so let's see. Hopefully, this is smooth sailing going forward. But since they were already in game number 2, hopefully it allows them to sideboard. And then Night Fighter, if you could join this lobby as well. And chat, forgive us for the little slight technical difficulties. Hopefully these guys can join in pretty soon. I'll head over to the casting booth in the meantime. Razor saying Forgotten Monument on the can't score until... Yeah, true, Razor. That's one way of slowing down Zed, because those first 3 turns, he already went up to like 4 or 5 points, right?
Yeah, the Forgotten Monument can slow down the game, but that's kind of your only one that can slow down the game now. That Aspirin's Climb has been banned. I imagine the other thing this Jace can do is going to be just damage cards, things like a Wages of Pain. But it's going to be hard. If the Jace is not able to hit the Aurora fast, and now with the Zed having access to at least 3 gear removals, it's going to be hard for this Jace to keep Aurora on the board.
Yeah, and when you say 3, are we talking about... actually, you said gear removals, right? And we didn't actually see any direct gear removals, but I do know one of the more fantastic options is that new red, the 2 energy, 1 power red that says kill a gear, and then it even
Brittle
has
Steel.
flow to kill gear again, right? Is that one you're talking about?
So Brittle Steel is the new red gear removal, and it's really, really good because it is 2 energy and a power, remove target gear, so kill target gear, and then it can be played from the trash for flow, which in this case will empower the Zed, so I'm sure he's running it at 4 energy and 1 power to kill target gear. So 1 card, 2 gear can be targeted and killed, and in the case that you're playing against a green or a purple deck that's running a counter spell, if the card gets countered initially, it's going to cost you 2 more energy, but you can play it again from trash to really try and kill that gear. Then we have the Raven Bloom Perfect, I believe is the new card that can banish a gear at the cost of banishing itself, and that's a unit, so that can go down preemptively to banish the Aurora early. And then there's something like Acceptable Losses. You can run Detonate, but I highly doubt Zed is running Detonate when Brittle Steel is now available.
Yeah, I feel like Brittle Steel just kind of covers all your bases. And I guess Deadly Flourish kind of covers against that Ravenbloom Perfect you mentioned before, actually being utilized to take down the Rek'Sai. So it's just completely slowing down the tempo of Zed. So this could be a little bit more advantageous. The only caveat being is that you didn't hit that the Catalyst of Aeons, but I guess you don't necessarily need it if you're relying more so on that promising future that we saw earlier in that game number 1. So maybe it's still looking at a potential turn 3 Aurora. And with Zed, without any points, as this is still really early game, of course, but I think this is one way Jace can definitely make sure he can continue to kind of slow things down, as long as his hand isn't as potentially unlucky, having multiple Elder Dragons in hand. This should be good, as long as we hit an Aurora here. Can we see it? You know, funny enough, Knight, this is one of the few times where I actually do want to see an Aurora, just to see if Jace can kind of make a couple plays here and there this game too.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got the body runes this time and a gold, so he could play a Elder Dragon if he hit it on Promising Future. Somebody in the chat is pointing out, yes, you are correct. He did miss one of the recycles on the second turn in the first game. I did notice it. I didn't mention it. Maybe I should have. But yeah, he did miss one of the recycles when he did the Ride the Wind double conquer. But I don't know that that would have changed the outcome of the game in any specific way.
Yeah, usually as spectators, or rather as casters, we don't intervene too much. But if you see like a blatant mess up, then we could kind of intervene. We do have access to just say like, hey, go ahead and recycle an extra one. So it's full. Chat, you feel free to let us know as well, as you guys always tend to do. But speaking of Catalyst Aeons, it does come online right now, so just getting way more room potential than they did in previous game one, which is feeling a whole lot more comfortable than in that initial game, of course. So Jace looking in a completely different position than he did earlier. Let's see if he could keep on and carry this momentum and actually start scoring some points, because I believe in game one he had a grand total of 0 points.
Yeah, now there is a new card in Vendetta that I'm interested to see if this Jace decided to run, because I think it has potential in these Aurora lists, called Plate Worm Egg. It's 3 energy, it's a gear, it enters exhausted. You can empower it for an energy and exhausting the Plate Worm Egg, so you can't do it on turn 1 unless you use something like the Jace Legend to ready it. And then as a reaction, you can exhaust the Plate Worm Egg to add an energy, but if it's empowered, you can add 2. With the Jace Legend, you can make this a exhaust to add 3, as long as you then also exhaust the Jace Legend. So you can get 3 energy each turn once that little setup is created, and potentially even more if you have 2 of them and you empower the Jace Legend. You can get a lot of spare energy from these gears, which means you could just hard play these Elder Dragons.
Yeah, at one point you might as you very well can, right? So I think that deck that gear does feel like it does deserve to be in a Jace. I've seen it where people have been doing a very similar thing that the Lux Loop decks can do, where it's kind of infinite generation of resources in terms of energy. Is that what you see in the past, or just straightforward more use, the more straightforward use case of like having more energy for those potential Elder Dragons raw casting? And maybe have you even seen like the infinite generation? Because I saw like a little video on it online recently.
So I did see that it's possible, but I didn't see anything where people were thinking, oh, this is going to be good and viable, kind of like the Lux Infinite. Even the Lux Infinite was really hard to claim as a really powerful and consistent build in the previous set. And I think it's the same thing. It could be used if you really wanted to make it work to get infinite energy, you can, but I don't think it's going to be very consistent and very good ultimately.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's a little bit more of a runaround take on Jace. I like this more straightforward, doing what Aurora was already doing, but a little bit more efficiently with those cards we mentioned before, like Promise of Future. Has a teeny little bit of early game with this Jace hammer in hand. And look at that night, just as you kind of manifested the egg coming into existence, taps it to get the 1 additional energy for the time being. Or is it?
No, it enters exhausted.
Oh, it enters exhausted and you have to empower it for the 1 energy. Okay.
Well, so you can exhaust the Plate Worm Egg to add a single energy after it has been readied the first time, but it enters exhausted like a unit. So, yeah, we see the Jace exhaust, pay 1 energy to then let the Plate Worm Egg be readied, and then he's paying another energy. He's setting it up for the future turns. Now that this has been set up, he can get 2 energy every time he exhausts it. And we also see on that Zon Warrens, there is a fun little card there called Ravenbloom Perfect, which says, when an opponent plays a gear, you may banish me to banish it. So if Aurora does come down, that Ravenbloom Perfect is going to just delete it before it has the chance to trigger.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly why he kind of forewent killing the egg there. He's saying, I want the more juicier target of that Dazzling Aurora, because I'm not too worried about, even though I feel like you definitely should be a slightly bit concerned about this egg, because now you're talking about an additional 4 potential energy per turn. So Jace is playing with 16 total energy, which is kind of unheard of. Because you tap 2 now that it's empowered. Do you have to disempower it? Actually, let me take a look. No, you don't.
No. So you don't have to disempower it.
Use the Jace Legend. 2 more energy. So 4 additional per turn. Definitely something to take into consideration. So a little bit frightening for sure. I want to see how Jace definitely makes use of it. Because on that same note, he only has about 4 cards remaining in hand.
So it is... it's actually 3 energy, not 4, because the Jace Legend requires an energy to exhaust the Jace to ready a gear.
Oh, the
but it's
net
still going to
gain. I
be
gotcha.
15 energy per turn. And we do see the Raven Bloom being pulled back. I imagine next turn we're going to see a hard cast of Elder Dragon. For the chat, Vendetta is sort of legal. We're in the pre-Rift era where the cards exist, the cards are in our hand. Technically, I don't think the set is officially released until end of month or a couple days from now,
Nah, he definitely
but
means in this
everybody has it.
tournament. So yes, 100% chat. Vendetta is legal for our events, and it's not just a Vendetta only event. It's every legend. So I know someone in chat. Will we feature legends that are not in set 4? Absolutely, Zerk. We're gonna feature every. Well, we're prioritizing the feature match to be more set 4, just because those are the newer legends. But we'll get a little bit taste of what the older legends are bringing in with Vendetta as well. But for the first time in the series, a card you mentioned before, the signature spell from Zed coming down, developing a little sand clone, or not a sand clone, a shadow clone. And what is the additional effect there from that signature spell?
So it does also burn 3 from your deck to your trash, which for Zed is alright because he has the flow and he has cards like Raza who reduce their cost by cards in the trash. So he's going to put a lot of cards in the trash and then he's going to try and put out Razas for cheap. And he's going to try and banish cards to get those Shadow Clones up to 4 Assault. The other thing interesting with the Shadow Clone is it says when I attack, you may banish. But there is no limit on the amount of times you can do that per turn. So with something like Ride the Wind, that Shadow Clone can go up to 8 Might for 8 Assault, which means you can get those Shadow Clones really big with a bit of movement.
Okay, you're saying the assault 4, you can double up on it if you move it twice?
Yeah, so if you attack, you can banish a unit and give the Shadow Clone Assault 4, which means if you attack more than once, even with something like this Flash and some other movement card like a Tide Turner, you'd be able to get Assault 8. Something like Ride the Wind would let you double conquer with Assault 8. So with some movement in hand, you can absolutely one of these Shadow Clones.
Yeah, I could totally see that. We already saw the Ride of Wind coming in pretty clutch. I could definitely see that with a Shadow Clone. A +8 is a crazy amount of number just on a single unit of cores. But this Sabotage, a devastating blow. We just saw a Thermal Beam, but did he actually not take the Thermal Beam there? What did he end up picking?
No,
Did you see?
he did Stack Deck to the bottom. So I'm
Wow,
guessing
okay.
he's not concerned about the Aurora coming down, because I imagine we're going to see an Elder Dragon hard casted to board here with that Plate Worm Egg to add more energy. Someone is mentioning that the view is a bit scuffed. The trash of the upper player has been cut off. I don't know if you're able to fix that in any
It's just zoomed
convenient
in,
way.
chat. That's just how I had it, even for TCGA. It's just to have it even more zoomed in, since the cards can be a little bit small. I mean, let me know if it's really interrupting the viewer experience, but I thought those cards you didn't necessarily have to see. I just have it zoomed in where like the score is like right at the edge of both sides, if you noticed that. So let me know. I could fix it, but I thought this was okay as
Oh
well.
dear. So this is terrifying. The Elder Dragon was hard cast and had enough energy up to then play a repeated Bellows Breath, sniping all 4 units in the back line, completely clearing this Zed's board in a single turn.
Definitely. And man, we thought Ezreal with the Watcher Bellows Breath combo was formidable. Take a look at Jace. Talk about Elder Dragon Bellows Breath. We never thought we'll see this color combination. We never thought we'll see these cards in tandem with each other. But this is awesome to see. Awesome for the Jace player. Not feeling too hot for our Zed player, but trying to mount a bit of a comeback. He is at 4, so just halfway there. Talk about just 4 more points remaining. But those 4 points might be the hardest 4 points ever to gain back. He does have another signature spell, so burns 3 more, as we're seeing here. Gets another Shadow Clone online, and more importantly, you ready the Darius to take care of the Jace, since Jace Legend is completely tapped out. But what are we doing about this Elder Dragon? I'm a little bit worried he doesn't have access to anything like Starcross like he did before.
So, quick note, that signature spell was actually not played from hand, it was played from
The flow,
trash.
right.
Because all 3 of his signature spells had been in the trash at the start of this turn. And yet the Darius is going to be able to go up. It will trade, unfortunately, because the Elder Dragon is still going to make his Jace deal lethal damage. But that Shadow Clone then on the back line will be able to do something next turn. It's going to be hard, though. I'm not seeing any Starcross in the trash. I'm not seeing anything other than just raw might that would allow the Zed to overcome this Elder Dragon. And if the Jace plays a bit cautious, that might not work, including, I don't know what this Jace has in hand, but if he's running Temporal Breach,
Right.
it's going to be even harder, because Temporal Breach, you banish a unit, and then you play it back to the same location. It can be your unit, it can be your opponent's unit. The main thing about that, though, is with Elder Dragon, you can banish it, replay it, do 3 more damage to units, or like 1 damage to a unit at each location, and kill them again. If the enemy tries to Starcross the Elder Dragon, and you have a hidden Temporal Breach, you can reaction speed Temporal Breach to save the Elder Dragon, and then get the trigger effect again. So if the Jace has that in hand, he just walks up to a battlefield, and that Elder Dragon is almost untouchable by anything that this Zed could play.
Absolutely. Honestly, one of the best inclusions coming into mind, especially when you're taking it into consideration with the Elder combo, bringing it one more time, getting the on the play ability, which I don't think Elder Dragon ever has access to, except for the little thing of the Heedless Resurrection. I think was doing something a bit similarly, but I believe Temporal Breach a whole lot more efficient. And being able to hide it, react to it as, open it as reaction speed, as you mentioned, is just a whole can of worms that your opponent definitely doesn't want to open. And I saw in chat someone said GG go next. Zed might be feeling the heat of this game too, because Jason a really, really awesome position so far, despite being slightly behind on points.
Yeah, it depends on how you feel about playing out games you're losing. I know when I was casting with NA45 over the very long weekend last week, he was saying if a game feels completely unwinnable, just move on and save your mental health, don't get tilted, play well for the next game. I like to just play out the game and see if my opponent makes a mistake, or if there's something that I didn't think of that gives me the perfect line to win. So I imagine the Zed could play this out, because it is possible. He only needs 2 turns to win here. He just needs to go up to 6 and then go up to 8. If the Zed has something like a Starcrossed, he has a potential to try and come back, but it is very, very hard to win when Elder Dragon, Dazzling Aurora is on the board, and you've got 2 Shadow Clones to try and contend with.
And it looks like the target there will be the Rengar Trophy Hunter, the new over-number connecting art Rengar at that. But on that same note, Nye, I think you're absolutely right, because especially in a new set, especially when you're versing against a newer legend like the new Vendetta legend and Jace or Zed, you probably don't want to concede too early, just on the simple fact you want to go ahead and have your opponent reveal more information. Like, for example, we didn't know Trophy Hunter was in the deck. Now you know that you probably have to play around Trophy Hunter if your opponent leaves up at least 5 energy. So information is definitely king, but what else can be king is the ultimate gear destruction that I don't know why the Sabotage didn't hit Thermo Beam. A step going for the stack target. Do you think that could be a little bit of a misstep? Because I feel like Thermo Beam is such a powerful spell, especially against a Jace Aurora player.
I definitely would have thought that was the most important thing to remove. I don't remember if the Ravenbloom Perfect was still alive. If she was, the Jace might have been trying to stop the Ravenbloom Perfect from killing the Aurora anyway, and so he wasn't as concerned about the Thermo Beam. But for sure, that Thermo Beam's been sitting in hand for a couple turns now, and the Jace has lost his 3 additional energy per turn. He's lost his Aurora, and he's down at 7 energy. He'll go up to 9 on the next turn, but it's definitely giving the Zed a turn or 2 to try and get back in the game that I don't think this Jace had to.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any outs here. I mean, as we mentioned before, those Shadow Clones can get up to 4. So if they're able to trigger 2 times, they can get up to 8, which is enough to get over the Rengar. At the minimum, 2 units sending in gets over the Rengar. Of course, they both die because of the Elder Dragon lethal damage, but more importantly, how are we dealing with the Elder Dragon is it only Starcross as a potential out? And if he does have the Starcross, are we talking about Zed making a bit of a comeback here in this mid game? Because I don't think it's actually as far as Jace isn't as far ahead as we were making it out to be earlier.
So I can see a couple ways that this Zed could get a unit big enough to contest the Elder Dragon. What makes me concerned is there is a single energy still up for the Jace. That can be a Bellows Breath, it can be a Flurry of Blades, and if that's the case, this Zed doesn't have a lot of options.
Right.
But something like a Ride the Wind, where he moves the unit up to the paper tree, one of these Shadow Clones, gets the Assault 4, rides the wind over, gets Assault 8, and then a Cleave puts him at 11, would be enough to contest the Elder Dragon. If he had an Inferno in hand, that would work in place of the Cleave. Something like a Darius can run in at 7 with one of these Shadow Clones, going up to 11, allowing him to contest the Elder Dragon again. It's definitely possible to get this Elder Dragon off the board with 7 energy and 3 cards in hand, assuming that is not a Flurry of Blades or Bellows Breath that this Jace is holding up.
I believe the Jace is empowered, or has he not spent the energy to do so?
I don't think he spent the energy to do so, but at this point, there's nothing for him to be readying with the 2 gears Jace legend ability, so I can definitely see why he's not bothering to pay it.
Yeah, the only reason I brought it up is because there is that new Jace spell, right? That says if I control something empowered, so it could be your legend, you could just pay a single energy and a power or a blue power to do 4 damage to a unit on the battlefield. Of course, when you have an Elder Dragon, Flurry of Blades just does so much better, but we do also have to take that into account sometimes. I don't know how many Jace Auroras are running that. I think it's Shock Cannon, maybe?
Shock Blast. 3 energy, okay. 1 blue power, action speed. It costs 2 less if you control something that's empowered. Deal 4 to a unit at a battlefield. So it's kind of like a Hextech Ray with some caveats to it. I don't know if Jace Aurora would be running it. There's the Starcross, so that Elder Dragon probably is going back to hand. And now clearing this Rengar is definitely possible with just the double Shadow Clone. It could trade if there is still that Flurry of Blades in hand, but honestly, I don't know that that's much of a concern for the Zed here. Just getting everything gone seems more helpful. We know there's an Overzealous fan in hand for the Zed, which means there's 1 card we don't know, I believe.
Yeah, 1
and I don't know what that will end up being for him. Yep, and double Shadow Clone goes in.
What we are anticipating here, a double potential conquer, bringing you up to 6 point, and as we had it in that initial game, threatening lethal on the very next turn, and with Jace only going up to 11 runes on the very next turn, you can't even raw cast an Elder Dragon. Is this the thing Zed needed with the Starcross? Taking care of the Elder Dragon, is a secondary Dazzling Aurora maybe a potential out? Because if you clear these units, if your opponent doesn't have something like a Ride the Wind / an accelerated unit at that, I don't know if Jace can actually get back into this game, because right there he's just knocking on the door to victory in a 2-0 sweep in our first round today over our first ever Vendetta tournament. With so far so good. I feel like Zed's really showing out what he can possibly do.
So yeah, the Elder Dragon, if the Aurora comes out, I can see also why in the first game we mentioned that the Jace conceded even though the Aurora was in play. If there's a Rengar hit from the Aurora, this Jace is completely screwed. There's nothing he can really do about it. But if an Aurora comes down and then an Elder Dragon comes down, it is possible for this Jace to... I was looking through the trash of this Zed. He's already played, or already put in the trash, I suppose, 3 Rek'Sais, which I assume are going to be his main Accelerate unit. Right. So there's no option of that. It could be a Darius in hand, but otherwise, we're not looking at a lot of Accelerate cards for this Zed if he is not able to keep his foothold on these battlefields this turn. Singularity, hey, if it works, it works. Oh, yeah. Just get rid of both the units.
Might as well. It's not a unit so that you're not able to technically progress your game state too much in terms of scoring points on the very next turn. But at the minimum, you are not dying on the very next turn for Zed. And as you point out, the majority of the accelerated potential from Zed is no longer available in the deck. And speaking of deck, just about 11 cards remaining. Is there a potential of a burnout, especially with Promising Future putting all these into the banish zone after that? This is getting dangerously close to a burnout point. It's not going to win Jace the game, but does kind of inch his way closer to that, of course.
So let me just double read the errata for Promising Future. I believe you're only banishing the one card that you're playing. I don't think you banish
And
all of
recycle
them,
the rest.
luckily.
I'll have to read it as well.
Yeah, so each player looks at the top 5 cards of their main deck, banishes one of them, and then recycle the rest. Starting
And
with the
then you
next player,
play.
each player plays those cards.
Gotcha.
Ignoring their energy cost, you must still pay the power cost. Traveling Merchant, hey, it works because that just gets him a unit on the board to try and, I guess, double conquer if this Jace doesn't have any more removal.
Yeah, one more unit, and if he does have like the Darius, and the singularity goes off, or I guess they're resolving Promising Future first, but where did this Nox's Hopeful come down at? I mean, where did it come down from?
Oh, okay, so... Okay, I'm guessing what happened, he had a Noxus Hopeful on the Promising Future reveal. He wanted to play it down at the Zon Warrens, but then he decided, actually, let me play down the Traveling Merchant to the Zon Warrens, because the Noxus Hopeful has been moved to the bottom of the deck, and then the Traveling Merchant was put at the Zon Warrens, and then Singularity sniped both Traveling Merchant and the Noxus Hopeful, exhausted a Mind Rune, recycled a Mind Rune. I'm guessing that's a Bellows Breath targeting that Shadow Clone.
I mean, you just have to do one little take of damage. So he's tapping more than once, so I would imagine he's doing something else here. But one is still not enough. Zed will be going up to 7 points next turn. But if one of those 2 cards, as we keep going back to, is something like a Darius, Triferian, he might be able to get there and just close things out on the very next turn, because Jay's not developing any units on this turn, so given a whole lot of wiggle room. Can Zed go ahead and close things out? He went up to 7 points. A Fizz for a potential ride the win. I think that might GG.
He doesn't have Ride the Wind, so it is Flash.
Okay.
Still good enough, should be the double conquer unless there's the reaction Blade Flurry in hand, but I don't think there is, because the Jace could have played that last turn to stop the hold point. And yeah, that is a clean 2-0 sweep. Unfortunately, Aurora not getting the best performance, even with the new Jace giving it access to Mind.
Absolutely. You know, it was a little bit close there in that mid game. Once Elder Dragon was online, things were looking a little bit dicey for our Zed player, but let's head back to the casting move. And chat, I believe we still have about 20 minutes left in the round, so let's see if we can catch a little bit of some game 3 action, as this one, as Knight said, only finished in a 2-0 way. So Zed starting off quite hot and looking good. I'm impressed with what I saw. I feel like the burn mechanic makes good use, as what you said before, like being able to play those cards from flow. And then with cards like Fizz as well, you have even greater amount of cards to look through and go ahead and play back those spells. Is there even another unit that kind of takes advantage of more cards in the discard? Maybe like Rasa? Or do you not think like Zeds are playing Rasa?
So definitely Raza. And we did see that Zed was playing Raza. The other card that I saw that Zed was playing at least one of, though I don't think he got it down on either game, was Kennen, the new Chaos Kennen from Vendetta, who is kind of like the replacement for Fizz in the new set. It's 3 energy, 1 Chaos power, so it's the same cost as Fizz. When you play the Kennen, burn 2. When I conquer, give a spell in your trash flow equal to its cost this turn. So it lets you play spells from the trash, same as Fizz, and it's the same cost as Fizz. It's 4 might rather than 3 might of Fizz, so it is an additional might. They're very comparable in what they actually do in your deck list. The big difference being Fizz plays immediately and technically cheaper as it ignores the energy cost. Kennen plays slower, but can play more than one spell in his lifetime without having to be bounced back to hand with Pack of Wonders or Starcrossed.
I could definitely see that. Guys, give me 1 second while I join in already over. Oni, it was a quick 2-0. ¿Qué páginas esa? Largardo is Rift Atlas, exclamation point RA if you guys want to know. And Axie, what's going on? I think that's how you're saying Axe. I'll call you Axe. But chat, give me 1 second. We're trying to find in one more game. Continue in room. And of course, I'm going to paste the room for you tonight. Let me see if I could go ahead and get one game loaded up for us. Let me hit a quick refresh because, guys, bear with us. This is our first time working with Rift Atlas for our tournament. So I'm trying to bounce in from like lobby to lobby, but it looks like the lobbies, they change the code every time they go to a new game. At least that's what it looks like to me. Maybe Axe, if you could help us out on that, because the lobby codes these guys are pasting in the Battlefight chat, they're actually not letting me join in terms of spectate. I'll try one more game. But I'm actually not able to get into any of these games, funny enough.
So while you're trying to find a game, I was looking through the Discord and another caster brought up Twilight Step is a new card that works very well with Zed. It's 2 energy and a chaos power. Move a unit with 3 might or less. That works both because it's able to move an opponent's unit, it can also move your own unit, and the Shadow Clones, even if they have Assault 4 or Assault 8, they still are counted as a 0 might unit unless they are strictly attacking. So you can Twilight Step to move those Shadow Clones around very easily as well. And Twilight Step has flow. It can be played from the trash for 4 energy and a chaos power. So it's another card you can banish. It's another way to move the unit. It can be pretty good.
And I did get a little bit lucky here. It looks like we're hopping to game number 3 tonight. I posted the link right there in the caster chat. So guys, after like 500 tries, you know, the Battlefight chat has a lobby code. I tried to put it in to go ahead and click spectate, but then it says lobby has advanced. Try this code, and I did that like 7 times, and then I finally got a game. So let's go ahead and hop in here. I'll go ahead and change the legends as we kind of talk through what we're seeing here. But it looks like we have a Vine with a little bit of Vendetta cards, and then Kennen making his Runes and Rift debut. I'm excited because I've heard great things about Kennen, and there's multiple ways to build Kennen. What can you tell me about Kennen, Knight?
So Kennen is the first Chaos and Order legend, combining the 2 opposite legends together. He also likes to play cards from the trash with Flow or Burn. He has a new signature spell, which is Stack Deck 2.0. It can look at the top 3, put 1 to hand. The other 2 end up in the trash, but with cards like Flow, that's completely fine. And then Lightning Rush itself also has Flow, so it can also be played from trash. So people are wary of the 9 stacked deck Kennen that exists now. And that also makes cards like Nocturne really potent, as Nocturne, you now have 9 ways to find the Nocturne to play it for cheaper. And somebody is saying this is a control Kennen. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised, though I am seeing a Spectral Matron, so it might not be a control Kennen strictly. We're seeing some recruits, we're seeing the yellow Kennen. I would have thought you'd want the Chaos Kennen for control to play more cards from your trash again.
Yeah, to me, when I saw the control builds, they didn't play too much those units, like you said, Captain Vanguard into the Spectrum Matron strategy. So I don't know if this is a full-on control, because I remember it was a little bit synonymous to the Victor control list that were running around. And if you guys remember, Victor control was running 0 units. Of course, Kennen doesn't have access to the inherent ability of making their own recruits like Victor, so you have to run units. So maybe this is, maybe I misspoke, and we'll see. But I'm excited for Kennen nonetheless. But it looks like not taking advantage of too much Vendetta cards at the moment. But Shed coming in as I see that switcheroo, catching that Shen. 1 switching to, I believe, is that a 3 from Hextech? So 6 to 1?
Yeah, so 6. 6 to 1. That is brutal. I will say, as a Vi player, I'm really happy to see Vi. I was really hoping to see this as our game 1 spectate, so I'm happy we get to see the end of it. We see that there's a Kale in the trash, so he is potentially running Kale for that really big deflect 3. But what I found in playtesting is that getting the Kale up to triple in power, which is a total of 9 energy, is really, really hard. Because as I've found with a lot of cards, if your opponent sees a card and goes, oh, that could be a problem later, they don't let you keep it. They have this thing where they like to kill those cards. And so Kale, not having any baseline deflect, ends up dying very quickly, very painfully.
Right. I could totally see that. You know, one card that I feel like most people were making too much good use of last set, but maybe towards the tail end of set 3, people realize how powerful the card is the other Rengar. We've seen so much of the set 2 Rengar pouncing, and then in set 3, Trophy Hunter kind of took the limelight as the premier Rengar. But one that's kind of still powerful nonetheless is Rengar Unseen, right? As we just saw, got accelerated, attached to gauntlets, and then pushed in for that 6 point. And now just one more double conquer / double hold, and Vi will be victorious here in this round number 1. How are you feeling about, I know you're a Vi fan, do you tend to run this Rengar Unseen in your builds as well?
So, really quick for the chat, this is Rift Atlas. It is a different app for playing online Riftbound. I don't know the back end of why we've switched, but that is what this one is. For Rengar Unseen, it's a bit of a love-hate relationship.
Okay.
It is a very good card, and it is a very good card that is a kind of pairing with another card, which is the Red Jhin. They both have deflect and ganking. They both cost 4 energy and a power. They both have 4 might. The difference is the Jhin gives you an energy and a power when you move. The Rengar has the assault 2 and the accelerate. The problem that this Rengar has that doesn't feel like it should be a problem but ends up being one is the accelerate. If you accelerate out this Rengar, it is 2 power to put it on the board accelerated.
Oh yeah.
If you then have to equip something like a gauntlets to it, that's a 3rd power. If you're running 2 gauntlet, that's 4 power. All of a sudden, you can just delete your entire rune pile to get this Rengar onto a board, and if it gets star-crossed, yeah, it has the deflect 1, but your opponent is laughing all the way to the 8th point as you've just burnt through your entire rune pile. So it's a really good card. It does fit really well into Vi. Its accelerate does come into play and it is very helpful, but you can also get burned really hard by this Rengar Unseen if you're not careful with it.
Right, that's a really good point, because rune efficiency / being conservative with your runes is such a big thing in this game, especially when you have to take into account, especially when you have to make good use of your runes per turn is what I'm trying to get at. But I could totally see what you're saying. Getting rid of 3 runes in a single play, only legends like Aurelia could probably get away with that. So I could see exactly what you're saying. A bit of a love-hate, but he decides to spend the 2 runes anyways. Make that an additional rune to go ahead and attach the Hextech Gauntlet. He is going for game here, attacking him for 6. Is that enough? When you attack and play, you stun, so not when you defend. So this cannon not able to stun the Rengar coming in, and I believe, is that going to be succeeding? He only has a single energy remaining. Is that the final closing point for Vi? Because he did it pretty fast, has a massive hand, but just needed 1 card in hand, and that was the Rengar Unseen we keep talking about.
I don't entirely know what is happening. I'm assuming the Kennen is talking to his opponent and showing him like, hey, I'm playing baited hook Kennen, which is another one of those ways that Kennen has been built in the weeks coming up to Vendetta's release, is this baited hook yellow and purple. You can do something like Raza for a power and then baited hook the Raza to get another card from your deck that is 7 might or less. But I'm assuming that that will be the Vi taking the final point. And yeah, the Rengar Unseen, this is why he ends up being in so many Vi decks. The Accelerate being so helpful, but also he did recycle through 3 of his runes. So if the Kennen was able to somehow stop this Rengar, it would have been a disaster. In this case, it looks like it worked really well, which is nice.
Yeah, and they're saying GG's, so let's head back to the casting move. It looks like there's just about 8 minutes left, so I think we'll go to a short little break in the meantime. But Chad, just to kind of follow up on the question why we switch over Rift Atlas, we're just testing it out. Let us know, because I've heard from a lot of people that visually it looks better. So I thought, to try to optimize the viewer experience for you guys, we'll try to run our tournaments on Rift Atlas. So let us know at home if you guys like what you're seeing, if you like it a little bit better than TCGA, because I believe on the back end of things, it is a little bit better in keeping players from like writing script. Granted, it doesn't happen all the time, but in terms of vulnerability and like accessing the back end of the clients, TCGA is a lot more vulnerable than Rift Atlas. So that's better for us, that you kind of tend to run higher stakes tournament with our $1,000, $2,000 triple box events. Of course, today's a weekly, so we don't have to worry about it too much, but let us know how you guys feel. Riverbun saying looks clean. Marcus saying prefer Rift Atlas. All right, chat. Let me know if the majority of you guys prefer Rift Atlas, at least visually, because I know a lot of our players are big TCGA heads. And I like both platforms, of course, but I'm here for the people. So if you guys enjoy spectating it and it looks a little bit cleaner and it kind of resembles what Riftbound looks like in person a bit more, then I'm all for it. So it looks like the majority of everyone's agreeing. What do you think, Knight?
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, everybody in chat is saying Rift Atlas. I know there are a lot of people that like TCG Arena, but the Rift Atlas, even just the ability to like auto pay for stuff is really convenient and really nice. It auto scores points and holds, so you don't have to worry about missing those. It can be really, really nice. The biggest concern when when Rift Atlas started compared with TCG Arena was Rift Atlas could get shut down, because technically it's like right on the edge of what Riot said was fine. But
Yeah.
it looks like it's here to stay, because those concerns were like 3 months ago. It's still around, so it's here to stay, in which case I think it's a great platform, especially for these tournaments.
For sure. I think both platforms have their merits, of course. And I'm happy some people are saying TCGA in the chat, because you got, Latte saying TCGA, Colin saying TCGA. So at least there's a little back and forth. It's all just not one, just completely one-sided. But for the majority of people, I believe visually it does look a little bit better. I know some people prefer to play, like Valg probably prefers to play, I think, like the OGs of the game, since they started off with TCGA. It's almost like, not emotional or sentimental. It's just like, you play what you're used to. It's kind of like when a new console comes out, you still almost like playing your old one, just because the familiarity aspect of it. So I could kind of see where these guys are coming from. And to your point of being a little bit more automated, I kind of prefer the lack of automation. So personally, when I play Rift Atlas, I just turn off I don't use the auto pay feature, and I don't get the auto points for myself. So there's like the little setting you could put all those points off. That way it even more closely resembles how you play on Riftbound in person, right? Because in person, you're not giving your points. You always have to remember to get your points, which in my opinion is a better way of playing. But chat, that is enough of us for round number 1. We are heading into round number 2. There is no overtime, so we have about 5 minutes remaining, and then we'll start pairing for round number 2. We saw a Jace, we saw a Zed. I'll throw it over to chat, and then I'll ask Knight. Chat, what do you guys want to see from this first ever Vendetta tournament here at Runes of Rift? Knight, what do you want to see legend-wise in this next round?
So I'm seeing a lot of Nasus on the list, and I'm kind of curious what they're cooking with, because someone at my locals was playing Nasus. They were pretty good, and it's kind of made me a bit of a believer. I think Nasus has a couple of a couple matchups that are really, really hard, but the deck list has legs, and I'm excited to see what the people in the tournament have come up with that they were confident enough to bring to a tournament. Right. I'm also seeing Mbessa. If we can get a Nasus versus Mbessa, I think that is the best matchup for
little chef's kiss there. We can get
2.
that. We do have a 3-time champion in the tournament today. New Roth joined the party, and I think he may or may not be on something like Mel. So he told us to tune into his match for this next round. So New Roth, if you have a fun opponent, we might be tuning into you. If not, Nasus is awesome. Cannon is going to be cool, but I like what you're saying. And Mbessa, Nasus, let's try to manifest it. But chat, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back and try to bring you guys the best legends we can for this second round for today's tournament. Be right back, chat.
Ooh, I mean, Black Flame Altar is pretty much the standard, I think, for all Lilia's starts. Very neutral battlefield, at least with them. Obviously gives them a lot of shielding potential. At the start here against a Yasuo, though, Yasuo with some of the heavier movement tech. So for those that don't know about Yasuo, if you haven't been watching all the RQs and everything, and obviously you haven't seen like first place Yasuos, for a 2 and a tap, Yasuo Unforgiven, you can move a friendly unit to or from your base, and if you do it right, with the Yasuo Wind Rider, the third time I move in a turn, you score an extra point. It's one of the few extra movement techs that seemed nice, but obviously in Aurelia did it a little bit better. In the current situation, though, this movement tech is very, very useful when you have something like a Treasure Hunter, where when you move, a gold gear token is played. So heavy adjustments coming out already, and I'm excited to see how much you can gain from these movement tech pieces.
Yeah, Minefield, a really interesting choice of neutral battlefield here. Like, what does this tell me about the Yasuo? Are they playing things like Raza? Trying to fill their battlefield as quick as possible to get those extra cards out. Are they playing Nocturnes with stacked decks? Is this a miracle Yasuo? Like, why would you play Minefield over Zorn Warrens where you can just hand fix? So it's an interesting situation, but I think we might have been answered already. The stack deck looking, and if they peel a Nocturne out of this, we will know for sure. They don't. Not this time. Not this time.
No. It's still on the table, though. Let's be honest. It's still very much on the table if they wish.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, like, again, Yasuo, one of those, like, when I first, like, got into Riftbound and Yasuo, I was like, oh, great. You know, that seems really strong. Moving units, essentially giving everything accelerate for 2 energy is pretty good. Gust being played down, so that's going to deny Lilia any points. But as we mentioned at the start of this orbital, Lilia's really good at making units to get onto battlefields.
And these temporary tokens are some of the most brutal, and I do love it so much, but at the moment you can't really use it. So for those that haven't run into a Lilia either in maybe some of your locals or anything like that, Bashful Bloom is very, very good when you already have temporaries down, because it costs 4 to tap, but every this ability costs one less per temporary unit. So it is a little bit of a twist and go, but it's a lot of setup, which is why I think it never really got off the ground, because you can see how fast we are watching this Yasuo produce, basically pump out gold tokens even faster, and then recycle their cards. So a very dig and rush style. And oh, okay.
Yes, I love when I'm right, Orbo.
I love when you're a psychic as well, and it frustrates me because I can't see it, but I love it.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going for the Harrowing Raza Miracle Yasuo package. Didn't think I'd say that today, but yeah, who knows what this deck can do. And obviously we mentioned the fact that it can accelerate and do all those lovely stuff as well. This is going to be an interesting matchup. So it's aggro versus that Miracle package, and still looking for the stacked decks. Are they going to pull a Nocturne this time? They have to be in there. No. Okay, maybe not.
Dig.
But why else would you want all that gold if you're not going to spend it all that lovely power? And look at the base of Yasuo. There's so much gold in there. He's a treasure hoarder.
This is just Renata Glass get a new skin. Just Renata Glass, that's all it is. Point-wise, we are looking a little bit sparse. We're seeing a very simple setup here. Just a little bit of gold back and Vengeance is like, I can do it too. Not to that level, but I can do it too, and spits out a gold from the Plundering Poro. Extra with the Lilia, as you are going to leave a Sprite behind in base, unreadied though, so a little bit slower on that advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And it's good. Like, I love the Sprite token, the Lilia champion unit. So everyone thought, like, initially it made a ready Sprite because I'd never heard of an unready Sprite.
Yep.
But it definitely does not come in ready from the Lilia generation. But as you mentioned, Orbital, it makes her champion ability just that little bit cheaper. But Lilia is definitely a conquer deck, not a hold deck. So you kind of want to be the aggressor, not the one responding to actions.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, and I think that's why it so fell through the cracks, but at the moment it's not doing too bad. So keeping pace, but just seeing the build-up coming in from Chubby Wog, it'll be kind of fun to see how this does roll over. As you mentioned, this is going to be a little bit spicy once it does hit, if we get to see the Nocturne, if we get to see the silliness really hit the table. And for Vengeance, that's what you're waiting for here. Goes ahead and taps a little bit on that recycle. Let's see what else they do. It's a Yumi! Hey! The cat to
Yay!
play for the defensive end.
Yeah, like again, this card seemed so powerful, and yet it just doesn't really get to see play. Although, have you seen the Yumi cosplayer who collects Yumis? She
Oh my
is
gosh, I saw
amazing.
that.
Is it
I saw that.
Jubes? I think it's Jubes. It might be Jubes. But that cosplay is immense. And if you ever at an RQ and you see her, give her your Yumi. She'll be very appreciative of that.
All the cats. I think they're up to what is it, like a full binder now of Yumis? Is that what they have?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
so funny. It's so funny to see. Still though, it makes sense. Also, I would say this does remind me that we haven't really seen Ivern decks take off either, which is another that I wholly love if we ever get the chance, but obviously we don't see it right now. A little bit of window of space though, as we do get to see a hard chase as the Lats Rights, as you said, Miracle to be played out. But for right now, you don't need a miracle to see the weight of the blow. As in you go to the trash. Ross saying hello and more to play, but it's all about the conquer.
Yeah, it's all about the
Ooh,
conquer and the
okay.
full might. And again, what a card that is. Gives something plus shield and has ambush. So they are going to have to pick and choose. They're going to hold on to this battlefield, not allowing the last rights trigger to go on. And we see those Razas going into the trash as well. So the goal here was essentially get this onto the battlefield. And we do see the +2 coming out. We'll need another buff though, right? Because it's 6 to I'm not going to say it. That other number that goes with 6 nowadays. 7 to 6 in favor of the Lilia right now. And we can see the on guard. Okay, that makes perfect sense. A lot of resources used from the Yasuo to get that conquer, but with 8 units in the trash, we're going to see a Raza being played when that minefield trigger goes on. If it conquers, but the Stupefy says no. Are we gonna defy it? No, we're gonna take the Stupefy. This is a battle of resources right now. Do you just take the trade here? Or do you have something else?
I feel like this was a big play to also just get rid of a lot of cards. So no, you're not okay. It's a ride the wind instead. Maybe not the Defy or anything like that, but it's still a safeguard. So you did play, and now you shift to the other battlefield with more weight, and you just say, "I win this one instead." I love it. Good,
7
good
to
read.
5, and another movement from the traveling merchant. So they should be discarding and drawing, which they are. Plus already, so they can discard and draw again if they really wanted to. But with 10 cards in the trash, and rights triggering. So the ruling is, if I'm not mistaken, when you pull the Raza out, it costs 1 because there's 9 in your trash. If I remember that the very famous Randy game from many moons ago now. So you will have to move that Traveling Merchant back if he does want to play the Raza for free from the... oh, no, he can't, can he? Because it's on the Conquer trigger. So not quite able to take full advantage of the situation, but clearing a battlefield, and I don't think it works like that, but I'm not a judge, so I can't say anything.
Yeah. And we'll see how it goes for right now. If it lets through, it lets through. That's how it kind of goes. Vengeance is going to take a look at that heavy side and just say, well, that's to be expected. We knew it was coming, and now I need an answer. And this is where I think when you look at this Sprite token drop deck, it becomes a little bit of a problem, right? 3 to 4 is really nice depending on how you bring those sprites about. It's beautiful. It's really nice to have. The problem comes about when some of these heavier might units come out and you have to find a way to kind of barrage if you don't have your setup, if you don't have your sprites completely made yet. You just kind of faceplant for a turn or two, and it just kind of hurts.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And like the setup on these aggro decks can be sometimes really painful. Like, you know what you want to do, but you just can't quite get there. And the Sprite verse coming in, what a card in Lilia this is, which means now he's got 3 temporary units on there. That legend ability is 1 for an extra 3 might with Accelerate.
And we're going to push him with a Sprite Fountain instead.
And another Sprite Fountain.
All right, well, bring out another Sprite. Now you have 4.
Like sprites, bro?
I love them, by the way. Just creating a horde. I'm a token fiend, by the way. I play Victor solely for token drop. I have like a 5% win rate with it, but when you land all of the tokens and then you can bum rush an opponent, it feels so freaking good, which is what you're doing here. That is 4 times 3. That is 12. You can do math. And with no runes up, the Yasuo has to eat this one.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything they can do, and they worked so hard and dedicated so many resources to get that Rasa out, and it's just gone. They do have the last rights there, and obviously there's only 3 might on both these battlefields, and Lilia's all but tapped out. An on-guard could change the situation, but they're going to tap out fully here for a charm. That is brutal. Just taking away any possibility of just attaching that for free and running in. But obviously we are dealing with the Yasuo here. So that means they've got a built-in 2 energy push.
Yeah.
Ready whenever they want.
Very, very comfortable in that reign, as well as we have a slight DC. I believe Vengeance just maybe hit the X button by accident, but that is a huge turn for Vengeance, really clearing out the board and overtaking that Rasa, which I was a little bit surprised about when we saw it come down.
Yeah,
That's probably why they weren't worried at all.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that the disconnect is solved, because this game was just about ramping up. Like, both players are low on resources. Like, both are a little bit low on points as well. So it could have been a case where, like, it was just an absolute slugfest going into this middle game, top decking the right answers. This could have been a really exciting game. So I'm really hoping we can recover from this. But right now, I think it's in favor of the Lilia just by tempo. It looks like the disconnect is back on. So we're home, we're dry. It's a turn of the Yasuo. And what are we expecting to see here, Orbital?
We're expecting to see a hold. That's about it. I got no other words for it. I mean, it is a situation where you just kind of hold on, you don't worry about too much, and you play it out from there. It's really dependent on what you see this Yasuo bring out instead. As you mentioned, the build-up is easy if you wish to re-ramp. I mean, you're looking at what could be on now is their turn. 10 runes, you have a lot, but it's the cards in hand that's the problem. It all depends on what the Yasuo brings out and if you have the right answer.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like the answer right now is a traveling merchant. I mean, that's enough to get over one of these battlefields. A double last rights.
Jeez.
Wait, could this be the right answer? We've got 2 Razas in the trash, correct? Like, that's going to be a lot of might deployed for basically no cost. Those golds are going to go on there. But actually, no, when you attach the last rights, you need to channel 2, don't you? So from your trash. So it's going to get pretty costly. But we could have the answer right here.
Answer better come around fairly quickly. So take a moment, attach 1, bring the other if you wish.
Or is that too expensive?
I mean, you don't really have a choice, I feel like, right? Just send it with the Rasa?
I mean, you don't need the second Rasa on this. Because you don't need it. But it's nice. You don't need it, but it's nice. And we've seen what the Lilia can do with like a couple of spells and some sprites. Like,
welcome on back. It is time for round number 2. Things are prepared and we are ready to go into this match. Before we do so, let's go ahead and tell these players, or tell the people at home, who do we got in terms of legends. We were trying our hardest to find 2 set 4 legends battling each other, because they're still like half and half. Half of these players came in with set 4 and the other half still coming in with set 3, but with a little twist with the new Vendetta cards, which we'll see a little bit later. But who do we have for round 2, Knight?
So we were able to find Akali and Mel. Akali is the new hot girl on block. She is replacing Ahri as the new chase legend. And she's also a lot of fun. People have really been enjoying Akali. It's unclear if she quite has the legs to stand up to the tier 1 decks to be the best of the best, but she's definitely close. Right. Mel is a bit more difficult, let's say. They have not found a fantastic way to make Mel work yet, though maybe we'll see it today. The Mel legend is just a little bit hard to play. It kind of loses out to Ezreal and Diana ever so slightly if you're trying to play those styles of gameplay. And I think personally, Mel, you got to find something new. I don't think she's going to be able to overtake the two top dogs for their specific deck lists, but I think she has room for herself.
Definitely. And I feel like if there's anything Mel has going for herself, it's going to be that signature spell Rebuttal. Once it was premiered, everyone's like, wait a second, that signature spell is bananas. But Night Everywhere, let's go ahead and get this. Round number 2 started. Akali versus Mel to kick our round 2. And just like we did in that first round 1, let's go ahead and give a nice little introduction since we are hopping into a brand new Vendetta meta. Let's break down these legends, at least in terms of legend ability real quick. What can you tell me about Akali?
So Akali is Movement the Legend. As an action, you can exhaust Akali. If it's your turn, specifically, that's very important and something players missed when she first was being played. If it is your turn, you can move a friendly unit in a showdown to base, and if the Akali is empowered, you then ready that unit you've moved back to base. The empower is pretty expensive at 3 energy and a power, but what that means is you can move a unit to a battlefield, and then you can pull the unit back to base, and then you can ready it if it's empowered, and move the unit back in again. So you can get 3 move triggers for a single readied unit. Something like a Stellacorn, that's 3 card draw, and once the Akali is empowered, there's no cost to exhausting the Akali legend. So you can get 3 card draw on a Stellacorn for free. On top of that, there's a lot of things that are buffs based on movement. Something like this back alley bar. When you move from here, give the unit +1. When you pull them back with the Akali legend, that's a +1. And Akali, her champion unit that we're seeing for this game, is the red one, which says when I move to a battlefield, deal a damage. When I move from a battlefield, deal a damage. And I don't know if I said 2 or 1, but it is 1 damage. But if she's empowered, the Akali champion unit, it does 2 damage. So Akali champion unit, we have the Jhin who can give energy and power on the move, the Stellacorn who's giving card draw. There is so much movement, so much on-move effects. She can be a bit of a menace.
Yeah, she seems quite powerful in theory, so I'm very excited to see how people kind of make her work and what cards are going to be able to make use. I mean, we're seeing the cards here, the red Jhin, as we said, being able to bring them in, bring them out, and even ready for a potential 3 moves. That's 3 energy, 3 power generated from that single card. Now to throw it over to the other side of the board real quick. What about Mel? Are you impressed with her legend ability, or is she feeling like not the ideal purple-blue legend? Because she seems pretty powerful in terms of like the cards she has access to, but perhaps Diana Ezreal, as you mentioned before, is still kind of the premier Mind Chaos decks. But Mel, maybe people are kind of underestimating her just slightly.
So Mel is suffering from the same issue that Vex had with Unleashed. They gave Mel a very nice champion unit. It's 4 energy and a power, 4 might. Not the best stat line, but when you play her, draw 1. That's always great. Just add a card to your hand. And then you can empower her for 3 energy, no power, just 3 energy to empower. And when she is empowered, your spells and abilities cannot be countered. That is huge for a spell slinger into something like the Calm decks that we are seeing right here, right now. And also, if a spell or ability would reduce a unit's might, it reduces it by an additional 1. Now, I do not know specifically. There is a little bit of a ruling shenanigan here where reducing by an additional 1 might mean that a Thousand Tail Watcher can go down to 0 might, or the Thousand Tail Watcher is -4 down to a minimum of 1 still.
No, I think it has to
I don't know how that's
right? Because
gonna
it
end
says
up ruled.
it says units it chooses. So Watcher doesn't choose if you're talking about that.
Oh, true. I mean, it's the same thing with Stupefy, though. It can go down to either
-3,
-2 to a minimum of 1 or 0. But the champion unit, very nice. It's a large part of why people are playing Mel. And then Rebuttal, obviously, is incredibly powerful. It's 1 energy and a power of either color, reaction speed, choose spell with energy costs no more than 4, and then counter it.
Right,
If
right.
you are talking about Defy, which is a staple 3 of in green, Rebuttal is just better because there is no limit to the power of the spell it can counter, so you can counter a Falling Star,
Oh yeah.
which is really, really good. It also has an entire second effect where you can pay the 1 energy, pay a power, counter a spell, or if you pay an additional power, you can take control of the spell, and
Oh
then you
yeah.
can make new choices for it. So your Falling Star is my Falling Star. And that is also a massive problem if it's something like a Falling Star or a Switcheroo. You can just completely destroy your opponent with a rebuttal. But that then leaves us with the legend. And unfortunately, the legend is not the best. When you empower something else, you empower me. Disempower me, exhaust, give a unit, add a battlefield only, -2 might this turn. The -2 might being restricted to a battlefield is really rough. If it was anywhere you could give -2 might, it would be an extremely powerful legend ability, but I guess to balance out with the champion unit being very good and the signature spell being very good, the legend feels a little bit underwhelming, and
Right.
people have not found a good way to consistently empower the Mel legend and then also get value from the Mel legend, which is why Mel has not necessarily been viewed as the best purple and blue mind and chaos legend. But hopefully we see people figuring it out with
Yeah, for sure. I
today.
mean, we have players like I said before, multi-champion Nurov coming into this tournament with Mel, so he thinks there's definitely some merit to Mel. So we'll see if she kind of makes a bit of a splash here in our very first Vendetta tournament. But as we were discussing before, the Stella Corn Herder has such fantastic synergy with the Akali Legend ability: go in, get out, draw 2, and if you are empowered, a potential draw 3. Another card that looks to have very good synergy is the Mass of Foresight. Every time you swing in, or I'll go ahead and read it verbatim here, every time you attack, if the friendly unit is alone, you get a +1. So you could go in, get a +1, come back for a Akali, go in again and get an additional +1, right?
Yep, meaning you can get a +2 from the Mask of Foresight. If it's the back alley bar, you can get an additional +1. And then Akalis have been running the Pendulum Blade, which is a new equipment from Vendetta. 3 energy to put on the board, 1 Fury power to equip. When I move to a battlefield, give me +2 this turn. It already gives +1 baseline, so you can get up to 5 additional might from that single gear with this Akali legend. And combining that with all of the movement triggers and Akali's own signature spell, Shuriken Flip, which is slow speed, granted, 1 energy, 1 power, deal 2 damage to up to 1 enemy unit at a battlefield. It's a little a tongue twister to say.
Right.
Then move a friendly unit. And it has flow, so it can be even replayed for 3 energy and a power. So there's more movement. There's, for this red Akali, there's more ways to deal spike damage to a unit at a battlefield. I mean, this Akali, if she's empowered, can do 6 damage with a Shuriken Flip to a unit just by walking to the battlefield and then running away, which is pretty brutal. And so there's definitely a lot of movement. There's a lot of ways to generate might. I have seen a lot of people liking the new green Akali, so I am interested to see the red Akali getting played, as I personally like the red Akali. It's really good for that going second, 3 energy, 3 might. But the green Akali being untargetable unless it is in combat can be really brutal, especially for a deck like Mel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I have heard the red one's okay, but I feel like the green one might just be a little bit stronger, despite the fact of having to pay a simple energy or power to go ahead to deploy, of course. But looking at how things are kind of shaping out, it looks like on the side of Mel, she just empowered her chosen champion, which empowered the legend, -2 on the Stellar Corn, and a Shock Blast coming down because you have an empower unit, only costs a single energy and a power to go ahead and take. Actually, the -2 was on the Jin, actually. So having to pay the deflect, but didn't mind doing so because wants to take care of it ASAP. I'm wondering what the Shock Blast is going for. 4 damage can pretty much take care of any single unit you want to go ahead and deal with. Now, thinking about this further, Knight, hidden cards. I'm pretty familiar. Oh, I guess we get our answer here.
Yep, Emperor's Divide.
I was going to say, what can these possibly be? It's reaction speed, Emperor's Divide to keep your unit safe. And I believe you're restricted to just the units on that battlefield, though, correct?
Yes, it's the units on the battlefield that the Emperor's Divide is played at for the hidden, or, I mean, anytime. Rebuttal, there is the Defy, but for Mel, I'm assuming she's not going to take control of it as she doesn't have units of her own, but easily able to counter it unless the Akali has a Defy in hand, because the interesting part with the Rebuttal, it is low enough energy and power that Defy can defy the Rebuttal, and we're going back to playing this tug of war for counter spells. The other options for hidden for the Akali would be something like Azonia's Hourglass.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything else overly played. I mean, there's like Pike Red, but I'm not seeing that played. There's Back Off, but I haven't seen that played a lot. So there are other hidden cards, but my guess is almost always going to be Emperor's Divide or Zonia's Hourglass. The Ravenbloom student walking up this Jhin has the -2 from the Mel Legend, the additional -1 from the Mel Champion unit being empowered. So this Ravenbloom student's going in at 4 might against the Jhin's singular might. And I'm assuming that Jin's gonna die. It does gain 1 might from the Mask of Foresight, but it's still a 2 might difference combined with any cards that this Mel wishes to play. It's gonna be hard for the Akali to out might fight this Ravenbloom.
Definitely, for those wondering, that Akali definitely does have access to things like Defy of her own, but keep in mind the empowered Mel chosen champion right there in the base didn't allow anything like a counter potential to be played on something like the Rebuttal. So just making sure you start that turn on empowering your unit, that way you make 100% certain that all your spells will be resolving, which we're seeing the power here, because I would imagine Akali potentially has some kind of counter potential in hand, but no, Rebuttal does succeed, and that means that goes this Conqueror does go in the favor of Mel, and despite setting up a big, massive defensive front on that Ravenbloom Conservatory, not really playing out exactly how Akali drew it up. Now to try to contest the battlefield on the right, but saying, no, I'll go ahead and try to deal with that the next turn. So Akali does end up going to 5. Now here's the tricky part. You have a good amount of runes to work with. Are we a little bit scared of what Mel can do on defense? Because that's usually where blue-purple thrives, doesn't it?
There's definitely a lot the Mel can do on defense. I mean, even just a simple Starcross is pretty good for the defense. I'm not sure that the Akali's definitely not going to need to worry about the might, because even just running in something like the Stellacorn with the double Mask of Foresight, it can go up to 5 and then up to 7. So in terms of having the might for the battlefield, I don't think the Akali's going to be worried. Something like a Starcross could come out. Something like an Eclipse can come out. A Shock Blast can come out. So it definitely can be a bit of a blowout if the Mel has the cards to defend the Ravenbloom Conservatory. And she's also going to get the potential card draw from the Conservatory trigger, and that's going to happen twice because the Akali is attacking twice, which is definitely
upside
be
of
good.
The double Massive Foresight doubling up, so Stellacorn swinging for an impressive 7 total might, making it that much more impactful. But it doesn't matter how much might you have, as that Starcross did get picked up, so we know that's kind of looming in the hand currently. And chat, thank you for the correction. I believe Mystic is the Mel player, so I'll go ahead and correct that for game number 2. But decides to send in the Lonely Poro, does get the additional 2, so swinging in for 4. I guess he's saying, do your worst. I don't want to go ahead and fall into any kind of combat tricks you have, because even on defense, you can't counter any spells because of the champion there, right?
Yeah, so I imagine... here with the Stupefy, the Lonely Poro will go down to 2, the Ravenbloom will go up to 3 might, and I don't know that this Akali's going to be able to break the battlefield easily. I mean, definitely not easily this turn. She might be able to do it in general, but it's gonna be hard. The only thing with the Mel's board state here, oh, another Stupefy, that's rough, is that the Mel champion unit, you don't want to move that up to a battlefield because it is so key in avoiding the counter spells, gaining the additional reduction of might. I don't know that the Stupefy was getting the might reduction because she played. Oh no, it was one that she played. I guess she was saying it needed to get the -2. I thought she played a second one. So yeah, the Stupefy -2 because of the Mel and power. But that also means you don't want to move that Mel up to a battlefield. The Mel only really has one unit she's happy to be moving around. And the Akali still has an entire battlefield of her own red Akali, a Noxus Hopeful, and a hidden card that is potentially another Emperor's Divide. And this Mel does not have Deflect, it doesn't have Shield, it doesn't have Backline. If it moves onto a battlefield, even just this Deadly Weapon Akali, when it's empowered, can move up, pull back, and it will kill the Mel before the Mel player can react.
Definitely, we'll see if that does come in a little bit later. But the triple Stupefy trying to nullify the increase of might from that discipline earlier from Akali. So back down the Lonely Poro goes, making sure you won't be successful on this Conqueror. Ravenloft Student gain 3 total might increase for playing spells, and then Lonely Poro -3 of his own. So having to rely on that Stellacorn, as you mentioned, that hidden card, most likely something like an Emperor's Divide that we saw earlier. You could Emperor's Divide on offense just to bring things back in a ready state, and then go ahead and push in. Now that Mel only has 2 cards to worry about, you're not feeling too threatened as earlier you were. All Stupefys have been used, right? Starcross is no longer online. Diana doesn't have the additional energy as she would usually have, so feels safe to push in the Stellacorn. And this is a much crazier game in terms of hand size and card advantage as compared to what we saw in round 1, right? Jason Zed, despite Zed kind of having a draw mechanic, Stellacorn and Akali, and then Mel with her draw potential, you can't match that. Both of these players going crazy in that department.
Yeah, to clarify, it was only 2 Stupefys. The Mel put the Stupefy on the chain twice, which is what confused me.
Okay.
But the Akali had the Lonely Poro at 4 might. The Stupefy was played. The Lonely Poro went down to 3 might. And then the Mel put the Stupefy back on the chain. So I'm guessing the player was saying, hey, this Stupefy is supposed to be -2 might. You only did -1 might. And that's why there was like a little bit of confusion with how that looked for us. The Mel, though, playing Smokescreen, that's a lot of might dropped for the Stellacorn. That's -5. So Stellacorn is going to have to be moved back. Interestingly, Emperor's Divide, that's another card draw. The Stellacorn, that is, I believe, 4 cards drawn this single turn with that Stellacorn.
Yeah, ridiculous. But now saying, wait a minute, I have no attacking units, and looking to not want to expand anything like a 3rd Emperor's Divide on that back alley bar. So just retreats back. And this is for the first time in this game where I believe Akali feels a bit like her back is against the wall, despite having a massive hand, a good, proper board state in terms of base, and having those massive foresights as well to push in. But Mel just putting on such a good defensive wall with just a single Raven Bloom, double Stupefy, and a Smokescreen was enough to not let that Conquer go through. So Mel up to 5 points, tying this game up. More importantly, now that Akali's tapped out, do you try to capitalize and take the point tempo for yourself and just try to hold your way to victory? This is going to be very, very interesting turn. I believe, where's the UI that says the cards in hand? I guess we could count 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 cards in hand for Mel. What can they do? And it looks like Fizz is the option number 1. I guess another Smokescreen to bring that Noxus Hopeful down to 1. Oh no, even better, just kill
Shock
it.
Blast, yeah. You can just snipe the Noxus Hopeful, and that plays around the potential 3rd Emperor's Divide. He can then move the Noxus Hopeful back if it was an Emperor's Divide, but that's completely fine. In this case, we actually see it's a back off, so it can stun a unit, which would have been pretty bad if this Mel tried to move in with her own Mel. So really nice with the Shock Blast play, the Fizz reinforcing the Raven Bloom. That means that Ravenbloom student plus Fizz is 5, and it can jump up to a staggering like 10 might with all the spells in hand. The Mel is going to go up and conquer that back alley bar. If the Mel doesn't have a way to pull her champion unit back, that is a very exposed champion unit, and all of a sudden those defies are coming back out.
Which is probably going to be exactly what Akali's gunning for, but trying to mitigate that a little bit. He puts a hidden card there, hidden for blue purple. I'm trying to think back what things like Diana and Ezra used to do. I could only kind of think back to things like Tide Turner. I don't see Tide Turner being too advantageous in the position. What else hidden cards can it be? Because I feel like Consult the Past would be a bit redundant here with such a big hand size. Wages of Pain could be okay-ish, but the Massive Foresight kind of negates that in a sense. So what else can kind of be defensive? Anything that can protect this Mel, in your opinion, Knight?
Not especially for the defense. There's no new hiddens for purple and blue, I would expect. I mean, it could be a Spiderling technically, but that is very unlikely. So my guess would be something like Wages of Pain, Tide Turner. I just don't think there's any other card. I mean, a Temporal Breach would let him potentially take out the Akali, though with the Pendulum Blade on top, that Akali is going to a staggering 8 might on the attack. Yeah, the new Blink card, Temporal Breach, would be good for defending this Mel here, though it's hard to say if that would be enough. Even with a Temporal Breach dropping the gear off of this Akali and removing all of her plus might, the Akali definitely still has ways to play around it. Switcheroo, it could be a switcheroo that would let him swap mites with the Akali Deadly Weapon. The problem here is if he swaps might with the Akali Deadly Weapon, then the Akali just says, okay, I'm out, and pulls back to base.
Right,
which is kind of the part that makes that legend really nice.
And it actually comes in ready and gets the additional +1 from back alley bar. So maybe this is more of a little bit of a bait saying, let's go ahead and see what you have. But the Starcross coming in, you can't legend ability to Starcross, so sends back the Fizz and looking to send back the Akali. And with the Mel chosen champion, who would have thought not being able to counter your spells being such a huge impact in a game like Riftbound? You could only imagine in that hand right now, there's probably like 2 defies waiting to go ahead and be used, but not able to go get value from those defies. Man, I didn't expect this blue Mel to be such a powerful card in terms of just completely not letting your opponent play the way they kind of want to play in a sense. So this is really, really cool. And that Akali back to the hand, and probably doesn't have a way of kind of coming in at accelerator, coming in ready to push in. So everything Stellar is relying on Stellar Corn Herder, but I guess a Fallen Star is one way around it to finally deal with the Mel champion.
So the Ravenbloom is at 3. The Mel has already taken a damage from the Akali moving in. If he just goes 1-1 with the Mel and the Ravenbloom, they're both gonna die this turn, unfortunately. Which would be a bit of a disaster. I don't know if he doubled in on the Mel with the Falling Star. Looks like it. I am not entirely sure why.
Because Mel had 4, you're so right. But wasn't it a cleanup after that? Because combat finished, so the cleanup
true,
happened.
Yeah. It should have been a cleanup. The Mel still had the damage marked on it, but yeah. So that does make sense. Double Falling Star into the Mel. And I mean, this Stellacorn now, with the Pendulum Blade, you can equip it to the Stellacorn, and it's going to go up to 6 might, 8 might on the attack, same as the Akali Deadly Weapon we just saw. And that Ravenbloom's probably not going to be able to defeat that, especially with the empowered Akali to go back in again to get additional +4 might. So it's currently going to go up to 8. It can go up to 12 if it needs to. And this Ravenbloom, it can get a lot of might very easily, but I don't think it's getting 12 might.
Yeah,
with
not
one
with a
energy up.
single energy. We saw the majority of the superfires getting used earlier on, so just relying on a single one has potential of like a retreat if Mel players are running like a retreat. But in this situation, that's going to be a Kali going up to 6 more than likely. And if you're able to go ahead and establish out one more unit on the back line, threatening a hold to 7 and then a conquer push up to 8 on the very next turn, unless Mel has access to, I was almost going to go Singularity, but you're not even going to have the runes to go ahead and play that. Is there anything he can do? Let's go ahead and take a look at the discard at the trash. Wages can get rid of the Stellacorn.
The Stellacorn has the Pendulum Blade, so
Oh,
it's
true.
going
So
to
it
not
can't.
be able to. There was a card that has been recycled with Fizz, which was Shock Blast, which would be enough to clear the Stellacorn, barring any buff spells the Akali has in hand. Speaking of accelerated cards, though, the Akali signature spell does count as an accelerate, or does kind of count as an acceleration, as you can move your unit to a battlefield even if there is no enemy to target for the 2 damage. You can still move a friendly unit. They're separate effects. So 1 energy and a power would let him move any unit on the turn he plays it.
Makes sense. You know, now you kind of reminded me the perfect executioner as well as another way around that to go ahead and ready units. But as you mentioned, Shuriken Flip to get even additional value from the Stellacorn Herder. You know, Knight, I don't think we've ever seen the likes of what we're seeing in this game 2 or in this game 1 or round 2 with Stellacorn drawing such an amount of cards. I mean, there's one Stellacorn in the course of this game 1. It has to be somewhere in the neighborhood of what, like 8, maybe 9 cards? It's crazy.
Yeah. So it can get even crazier. People were experimenting with the green equipment Spellsonger,
True.
which doubles the card text of whatever it is equipped to. And so Stellacorn's then drawing 2 cards every move, and you can get up to like 12 cards in a turn, which at that point,
you
you're
might just deck
genuinely
out.
risking burnout. Yeah. Okay, looks like the Mel did not have the answer in hand to stop the double hold or hold and then conquer, so it will be a game 2.
Not too bad. I love what I saw here in this game 1 of this round number 2. Akali showing us what exactly she can do, especially when you have cards like Stellacorn. I was expecting a little bit more from the Jhin, but of course it did get caught off from that shock blast, was it?
Yep, shock blast.
With that shock
4
blast
damage,
earlier
very nice.
on. So I was impressed with 2 things. On the Akali side, just the pure amount of card advantage you can get from just that single card like Stellacorn. Now on Mel's side, which I thought she was going to end up closing it down, was the Blue Champion. Let me go ahead and get her official name because I have a feeling we're going to be saying it a whole lot in this set. So Mel, Newly Awakened, which I believe is the chase card in the set 4 Nexus Night. So that should be exciting.
Yes, I believe the promo Newly Awakened is the chase card, and it looks really nice.
Yeah, super, super nice. I mean, a little bit better than the Lee Sin. I mean, nothing wrong with Lee Sin, but, you know, I think the Mel one's a little bit cooler, if you ask me.
What do you mean? The Lee Sin card text was centered. It was a play on the name.
Right. You know, if we had to compare him with the kitty cat one from China, then that would be tough to say. But as I say that, we're hopping ourselves into game number 2. I fixed the name, so Zabit is up at top at Akali, and then Mystic is down below with Mel today. So let's go ahead and input these battlefields. But what are we expecting in terms of sideboard? I know it's set 4, and speaking of sideboard, this is the first event we ever had where these players have access to a 10-card sideboard. How much of a difference, in your opinion, does that make, Knight?
I mean, a 10-board sideboard is insane. That is a 25% increase in your sideboard, and you can now swap out 25% of your deck from your sideboard. So it is really, really nice, especially, in my opinion, the amount of gear hate we're going to have to run in this new set with things like Jace Aurora being potentially a problem, Jace gear being potentially a problem, and things like Ezreal with Pack of Wonders. There's so much gear you're going to have to get rid of. So I really like that we have a few more slots to run actual tech cards beyond just gear hate. There is the obvious play on this game of something like a Not So Fast or a Bryn here for the Akali to try and stop the spell slinging of Mel. As for the Mel, it's kind of hard to say what would actually be helpful for her. She had a really strong like turn 4 and 5, but then kind of didn't have the follow through. So something bigger. I would have liked to see a Thousand Tail Watcher
Right.
either in the main board or sideboard, but I don't know if she's running that. Singularity would help remove some of these bigger might units, but the big problem that you run into against an Akali is that all of her units can be big might with how easily she can stack might from these moving to battlefield and attacking and moving effects. So I don't know what the Mel sideboards, if anything, to specifically counter Akali in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I like the cards you brought up. I mean, Watcher, we didn't see too much like we said before, like a Bella's Breath, but that combo always has been quite impressive to say the least. So, of course, we could see something like that, but I don't mind seeing a Singularity. You're able to always guarantee to take down 2 units because most of these cards from Akali's side are always less than 6 might. But here we go, empowered the red Akali swinging in, but getting caught off with the smoke screen to bring her down. Of course, we are contesting the Abandoned Hall, so it's going to be a bit bigger net difference as every spell you play, you will be gaining that +1 and +1 for the Raven Balloon as well. So an additional +2 on this board. Despite having the 2 ticket damage from being empowered, this might be a 1-for-1 trade unless Akali has something to say about this.
The Akali can pull the Deadly Weapon Akali back, deal another 2 damage, and then the Raven Bloom has to have another reaction speed spell in hand if she wants to keep this Raven Bloom alive, meaning the Mel has to spend 2 cards and already 1 power to I don't know. Yeah, the Akali went into the trash. It's 2 cards and already 1 power to keep this Raven Bloom alive. Meanwhile, the Akali just exhausted her legend and unit, which is insane card advantage. And we already see the Stellacorn on the board, readied. It can move up to the Star Spring, get a card, put down a unit, get another card. It's a really strong start for this Akali.
That is an understatement. You know, such a fantastic use of that deadly weapon. You know, I was giving a whole lot of credit to the green champion, but perhaps I wasn't giving enough flowers to the red chosen champion, because right now I completely forgot that it's not just when you move to the battlefield, as you mentioned before, it is from the battlefield. So move in, do 2 damage, and then with the legend ability you do an additional 2 damage, which is exactly what took care of the Ravenloom student on that turn. So you didn't get the conquer per se, but you got rid of the threat that sets up a future conquer turn. So Stellacorn getting set up on the Star Spring to try to activate an additional draw if you play out a unit on this turn. I could only imagine that's kind of what he's prepping for, and that he does. Yep. So Nox is hopeful, pushing the Stellacorn, unless you want to leave it a little bit exposed, which I wouldn't imagine you want to.
Yeah, and that's another card draw for the Stellacorn. Really quick for the chat, can we show the Akali deck list? Nope, it is a closed deck list. We have access to the deck list, but we're not trying to spoil anything because it is closed. Site we're using, it is Rift Atlas, and out comes the blue Mel. So that is the very important card we saw in the last game to stop all those defies, but unfortunately just kind of stuck.
And chat, Knight didn't mean it like, no, you could never see the deck list. Of course, chat. You guys know how we do it on YouTube. We will put the deck list of each game that was played in the video. But if you guys want to have access to all the deck lists from our tournament, they're going to be posted on our Discord after the event is all said and done. So !Discord, if you guys want to check out these deck lists, we will eventually post them. But for during the duration of the tournament, it is closed deck list, as Knight said before, but 1 point up for Mel. Didn't get too much going on her turn except establishing out the blue chosen champion. I'm wondering if you can kind of catch her before she becomes empowered with the card like we saw previously, like Falling Stars. I would imagine that is priority number 1 for Akali, because we saw just how much work it was able to do in that game 1. Do they have it though? I would imagine with that big hand size, they might just have a Falling Star there.
Yeah, they absolutely can have a Falling Star. I like Charm in Akali, at least in the sideboard, because you can get so much might from moving in and out of these battlefields. to then play with that might on your turn, because you end up losing the might at the end of turn. So it's really nice, I think, to have Charm in the deck, but it's not super common, mostly just because Akali's kind of running out of card slots. There's a lot of really good cards, and something has to fall through the cracks, and I think it's Charm most of the time that ends up falling out first.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Charm is such an impactful calm card, but I can see there's just so many good cards in Vendetta. Now with the signature spell, with the card we said before that also readies the perfect execution. I mean, there's just too many good cards to kind of put in a 40 card deck, but Charm might be one you keep as a 1 over a 2 of potentially, but we'll see if they do have it. But no, just throws it back over to the Mel player, so doesn't even want to go ahead and push and leave their unit kind of vulnerable in a sense, because Akali definitely a little bit better attacking than she is defending, because you're not able to go ahead and activate the legend ability on defense, of course. That's the big thing that people do have to take into consideration when you're playing Akali, because I know my brother starting off the set, they're like, oh, you can use her on defense, but nope, it's only on your turn, of course.
Yep. And with all these move triggers being so potent, the Akali is really, really strong on the attack, but really, really for defense. So even here, you don't want to leave the deadly weapon up there. You don't want to leave a Stellacorn on the abandoned hall, especially abandoned hall, because then the might fight is always going to be won by the spell slinger who is on the turn, so they have all the energy up. I imagine we're going to see like another Noxus Hopeful played from hand and just left at the battlefield saying, look, it's a 5 might unit, you're going to have to get over that, but I don't really want to leave my units up there exposed on their own.
You know, a card that a lot of people were discussing when it was first previewed was this Applied Researcher, which kind of works like, what is the name? Oh, the name escapes me. It was the one Aura used to play. It gets it on the battlefield rather than any location. Something Investigator? Do you know which one I'm talking about? Chat would probably let us know. It's a 3-drop. It's a 3-drop, 1 power. Yes, Mr. Plus. Thank you so much. The Eager Apprentice. So similar to that, but now it's a 4/4, and you're able to go ahead and get in the base, so you don't have to kind of leave it exposed at a battlefield. How do you feel necessarily about this card? Does it definitely work in Mel decks, or blue-purple decks, I should say?
It definitely has the potential because it doesn't have to be at a battlefield. The other card that is very similar is the Vex Cheerless, I believe is what it's called, that does a similar effect, but only in combat. So I do like that it doesn't have to be in combat, doesn't have to be at a battlefield. The issue that I've seen with the Applied Researcher and why people were not immediately thinking this card is going to be a must-have in every deck is that it is a grand total of 7 energy. Because yes, it is 4 energy to put on the board, but then it's another 3 to empower. And that's a pretty steep cost. But once it's empowered, everything becomes cheaper. You can save on those power costs. So I definitely think it can be good for these spell slingers, especially with Mel, where you're getting value from empowering something anyways.
You know, you bring up an excellent point, because right now, sometimes in order to take full advantage of these cards with their empowered state or empowered abilities, you almost have to take a bit of a turn off, which we're actually seeing here on Mel's turn. You paid 3 to empower the Researcher. You're paying the extra, I believe, 3 again to empower the Mel Chosen Champion. And now you're just left with 4 energy, so you're not really looking at establishing any further threats. But of course, all your spells are going to be just that much more efficient. So Shock Blast to take down the Kaiser. I would imagine there might just be a secondary Shock Blast to take down the opposing unit. Keep in mind, now with Newly Awakened and Power, nothing can stop these spells from resolving. So you're just kind of playing your own game for your turn this time. Actually, it does end up being for the opponent's turn as well, but all your spells are guaranteed, and that is where Mel wants to be in. We'll see if she can continue to take advantage, because right now, definitely a bit on the back foot, but Akali, maybe, we'll see. I guess this is one way around it, just kind of adding pumps instead of trying to counter these spells.
Yeah, the rune situation is a little bit confusing. You don't have to pay 3 runes to empower the Mel. The Mel just automatically empowers if something else gets empowered.
The legend, yeah.
Yes,
the champion.
Legend. Did he empower the
Yes,
champion
he
this
did
turn?
both for
Okay,
6.
so that is where the other 3 came from.
Mhm.
I was thinking it was the Shock Blast, but the Shock Blast, I guess, hasn't been paid for yet, because that should be 2 energy. It won't be a power, and it is 1 less, although he's got an empowered unit,
Yeah, I
so it
think it's
should
just a
be a
single
minimum
energy,
of
which is why
1.
he tapped a 7 here. But it's a minimum of 1, so you're just paying 1 energy for most of your spells right now.
Yeah.
So
Stupefy
does
coming
go
out because the
down.
Kaisa's at 5.
He did the 4 damage, so just trying to bring her down so that you don't even have to send a unit there. You could just go ahead and not think about anything. But keep in mind, Abandoned Hall is going to be an increase of 3 for each of these spells. On Guard got up 3. Now a Discipline coming up 3 additional ones, saying, you know what? I'm going to make you fight for this Abandoned Hall. Bring in one of your units. I want that Raven Bloom student to trade with my Kaiser. So I like this prep. And keep in mind, the Massive Foresight also does proc, I think when I was first starting off building a little theory behind Akali, I wasn't taking into account such a great card like Massive Foresight, and I'm seeing it is a really good card to put in your deck, especially when you stack them, right? Because they could, if you have 3 on the board, imagine that, an additional +3 every defense and every swing. Only caveat is that it has to be individual units, of course.
Yeah. The Mask of Foresight has gotten a lot more value in specifically the last 2 sets where we've had legends that get a lot of value out of a single unit engaging in combat quickly. So Akali, and then in the last set it was Lilia. This is really painful to see for the Mel, though. He just played out a ton of cards, a Shock Blast, a Stupefy, double empowered, and that Kaisa is still sitting on that board. That's painful, because now it's 6 points to 1. The Akali, she could even just pull back both of her units here.
I think that's the play.
The Mel's going to have to defend, and that's going to be really hard here.
Yeah, there's not too much backline interaction for Mel. Granted, you did have Singularity. You could take down at most 2 of these units, but you have a little bit more than 2 on Akali's board. And it almost ended up working against her. Abandoned Hall is such a fantastic card. As a calm deck in general, we just saw in last set how Aurelia tends to run as the premier battlefield themselves. Akali has access to On Guard and Discipline as well. Doesn't have the crazier one in Defiant Dance, of course, but the other 2 are definitely powerful within themselves as well, but keeps the Noxus Hopeful on the board. That is interesting, because when you're at 6, I'm definitely inclined to just retreat everything back and then go full on the offensive. I guess he's saying attacking for 6 is a little tougher to do. So let's go ahead and see if they can even contest that. I want some more resources. That way you don't have these resources when I go in for my push.
Yeah, he's also not going to get any sort of movement triggers from the Noxus Hopeful. He doesn't have to worry about the Noxus Hopeful being on Abandoned Hall and getting swung over by the Ravenbloom. So it is kind of a fodder unit at this point, but it was a very cheap fodder unit, so I don't think he's super concerned. He could have maybe put the Lonely Poro up at the Abandoned Hall to get the card draw, because again, the Lonely Poro is not going to be the big swing-in might contesting unit for the next turn, but it could help to just get that double conquer without having to sacrifice one of his more important units.
I could see that. I could also see it. What Kali might be thinking is similar to how we have the equipment cascading effect. You kind of cascade your units with the Massive Foresight. You send them in one at a time, getting the additional +2. So he might have that in mind for this next turn, sending the Lonely with 2, Stella, Kaiser. If there is a bit of a good amount of units on that battlefield, of course, but here we go, just trying to dwindle down the Noxus Hopeful. That way he doesn't have too much to worry about. Down to 4, but does go to additional +2 when you swing in, or a minimum 1, down to 1. So goes up to 3, which the Ravenbloom can't contest. But that's just step 1, isn't it, Knight? Step 1 is just getting rid of one of these units. Step 2, which is the massive task of defending from the incoming onslaught of Akali on the very next turn. 4 units in the back line, 2 Massive Foresight set up. And to make matters worse, that is a 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 total cards in hand. I am terrified if I'm Mel currently.
Yeah, I mean, even just having to put the applied researcher on a battlefield is really scary, as that is part of your engine for slinging spells as Mel. And even here, yeah, it's a Kali. She's got the disciplines. She has ways to get this Nox Hopeful up, which means more cards are going to have to come out, which means even more energy is going to be tapped, and that's going to make it harder for this Mel to defend on her turn. But the rebuttal is going to be able to stop the discipline. I don't know. She did exhaust the Chaos Rune, so I'm assuming Mel is going to be taking the discipline,
I would
giving it to
imagine so.
herself, and get the card draw.
Might as well just a simple power to go ahead and get +2 additional might and the card draw, as you said. So yes, a little switcheroo on spells here, a little cheaper Mystic Reversal for you OGs who remember the Origins card, but I think this Noxus Hopeful will be going down. But I don't think Akali cares too much. This card, the whole intention behind leaving it on the battlefield was to bait out more cards from Mel. So baiting out rebuttal, that's already one good step in the right direction. You want a little bit more if you can, but in this position, you got one card. Let's go ahead and see if you can get anything more. And he says he wants more, Knight. Back off to stun. Is there an additional rebuttal or anything that could stop this? Let's see.
Oh, so Back Off is a really underrated card because stunning is so powerful but so underrated. It lets you just say any amount of might you put on. Something like an Irelia bumping up to 30 might. All right, you're stunned. You don't get to use that might. So here, the Nox Hopeful, it's still holding. He's going to have to send another card in to try and attack it, and that's one less card that's going to be able to defend against the Akali coming in, which means there's a good chance this Mel has to go onto a battlefield, and if this Mel gets killed even with just something like the Akali Deadly Weapon going in and then going back out to snipe it for 4 damage, then all of a sudden those Defies are back, and I don't think there is any possibility of Mel defending if the Defies are back on the table.
Yeah, definitely not. So just thinking very carefully, saying, wait a second, I just have 2 units and I have to more than likely defend both these battlefields. At the minimum, just go gun-ho on one of these battlefields. But let's see if I could go ahead and contest and get this Star Spring under my belt, and then let's go from there. Because as you said, that Mel Newly Awakened is not a card you want to go ahead and leave on this battlefield with just 4 might. A simple Lonely Poro with the massive Foresight pumps will be enough to do so, but does finally manage to get her 2nd point of the game. Not feeling all that good, but let's see. They still have a good amount of runes to work with, a couple cards in hand. Is there anything she can do? I mean, a Singularity, pick off the Empowered Akali and the Kaiser, let him work with Stella and Lonely. Or actually, I backtrack. Maybe you want to get rid of Stella Corn. Or perhaps they drew too much already. What's a couple more cards?
Yeah, even a Singularity here, even if he's able to take out 2 of these units, I don't think the Akali needs more than the 2 units, because that's going to tap out the Mel. And the Mask of Foresight with the Stellacorn, that Stellacorn is going to be able to go up to 5, then up to 7 with the Empowered Akali Legend. And none of these Mel units are strong enough to hold against a 7, let alone any cards in hand. And if the Mel's tapped out, then she doesn't have something like a smoke screen to try and lower that Stellacorn's might. So if this Mel taps out, she's gonna probably lose. She needs something that can clear more than just 2 units, and I don't know that Mel has that option right now.
I completely agree. I mean, it's already looking pretty dire for Mel, but she's just trying to find the line. There's still about 12 minutes left in this round, so plenty of time to work with. But now it looks like he passed the turn over to Akali, so doesn't even push in, or maybe he didn't pass just yet. I think he was just tapping runes. Oh, he did pass. So bring your Thunder Song, which was a fantastic sideboard tech coming in and saying all your spell slinging potential. Not today. Let me go ahead and guarantee my final closing push. You still got reaction capabilities, but you have to do them right now. So you reveal your whole hand. You're playing with your hands up right now.
Yep.
So I think Akali that was pretty much the final nail needed to close out this game too.
Yeah, even if he has 2 or even 3 reaction speed spells to get this Raven Bloom up to say 3 might, like plus 3 might, the Akali Deadly Weapon can go in and then go out, and that's 4 damage, and something like a Lonely Poro can then trade. So there's just nothing that the Mel can do once the Bryn here is played, and I'm pretty sure that was the GG called.
Yep, that is GG. Let's go ahead and head back to our commentary booth. So nice, impressive game from Macaulay, showing us what she can do here in Vendetta. Mel, I saw a little glimmer of hope. I know what you guys are saying, that she has some potential, but maybe she does indeed fall short too. How crazy good Diana. I mean, Diana was top 2, maybe top 3 Legends of Unleashed. So she has a bit of catching up to do, but I think there's potential there. I definitely think with that signature spell and just having the pure axes of blue and purple, she does have something going for her. But I love what I saw from Macaulay. Is Macaulay one that you've been trying out yourself, Night Fighter?
I guess so, because I played it at a pre-riff technically, but I haven't been practicing with it with proxies or anything. But it's such a popular legend that I have been playing against it. I've seen other people playing it. So I've seen a lot of it. I know how it works, but I have not played it a lot myself.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully we see a little bit more Akali. And Nurav, we're coming to you, Nurav. I promise. We try to get 2 Vendetta legends, but once we've seen all the Vendetta legends, we'll definitely check out a Nurav game. So coming up soon. Hopefully round 3, round 4, we'll catch you, Nurav. Let's see. I believe there's just about under 10 minutes remaining. I don't know how many players are still going at it, but let's see if we could potentially catch the tail end of another game. Better a game than I always say, throwing you guys over to a waiting soon screen. But I keep getting thrown to different lobbies. Let me check this out. Okay. Naya, I'm going to go ahead and put this in your lobby. And oh, it looks like we have something a little bit spicy, but we're catching it at the very, very end. Let's go ahead and tune in and see how things close out. I don't think we're going to be sticking here too long, so I don't even know if I'm inclined to change the legends. So chat, ignore the legends because this game is going to end pretty soon. Or maybe not. It's 6 to 7.
I mean, 6.7 points. That is last turn for both players. Mask of Foresight Ornn with a pit crew. I love it. I love the big blue Ornn that can just stomp around with his deflect 2 and a 17 might. But oh no.
Right,
we cursed them. We cursed them.
Oh my goodness. All right, here we go again. This is why we don't do too many backup matches. But chat, I mean, I don't want to throw you guys over to a waiting soon screen for a whole 10 minutes. I'll try one more. If we can't get another game, then we'll just go ahead and start doing drops and stuff like that. So chat, bear with us for one more thing. Let's see. There's about 3 players remaining. One of these players' name is DBZ Goku. Let's see what DBZ Goku has for us. All right, so we'll go here. So chat, round 1, we started things off with Jace versus Zed. Round 2, we got Akali versus Mel. We kind of covered at least 50% of the new Vendetta legends. What are we missing, Knight? We got Nasus still left.
Nasus, Renekton, though I don't think I saw a Renekton in the entire list, which is kind of sad. Renekton is... he's struggling out there, but it would have been nice to see. And then Mbessa, yeah, is another one I see on the list we haven't seen yet.
I'm a fan. I'm definitely a big fan of Mbessa. I played her in my pre-riff yesterday, and chat, somehow I didn't drop a single pre-riff. I went 6-0 out of 2 pre-riffs. So I was slightly proud of myself. But okay, we got a bit of our game. Kennen versus Kennen. Blue-purple violence coming at you guys. So let's head on over. And it looks like we're in the mid-game, 4-1. So I'll definitely go ahead and adjust the legends now. It looks like we're in a game 3 situation. And let me go ahead and paste it for Night Fighter. I'll go ahead, see if you're able to get in there, Night.
I was just going to say, the Kennen, we're actually seeing the 2 different kind of main Kennen builds. There is a third one out there floating around, but this is Control Kennen with the Hand Rip, Bewitching Spirits, Pack of Wonders, versus we saw this Kennen at the end of round 1. This is a Baited Hook Kennen. So it's Baited Hook versus Control Kennen. The other one is this like Miracle, Raza, and Last Rites Kennen, which I don't think we'll be able to see in this tournament, but these are two different versions of Kennen that I'm not sure which one's better. I guess we will find out today.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how controlly is the control cannon, because I would imagine one has the potential to score a little bit more, but sometimes they just turn the corner. Once you get to a stabilization point, you completely got the game under your control. With that said, taking a look at the bigger picture here, Kennen down below has a single card and a baited hook, but no units to use the baited hook, so I'm definitely going to be favoring the Kennen. That was a bit on the back foot, but now slowly but surely catching things up, going up to 4, so tying things up, but going in at a very strong advantage, because right now you even have potential. I see why he has 0 cards in hand, because the Pack of Wonder Bewitching Spirit combo is such a nuisance for any deck to deal with, and to make matters worse, their armory coming down. I kind of like what this cannon up top is cooking. I don't think I've seen this build before.
So this Kennen is running Vanguard Armory. They're almost certainly going to be running Runation. This deck list looks very, very similar to a deck list that a streamer was playing. I don't know if I'm allowed to shout out other streamers,
I
but
don't mind.
I'm guessing this is the Grappler Runation Kennen list. And it's a funny story because after Grappler showed this list, Runation well over tripled in price. So people really like the Runation Kennen concept here.
Nice, and I like the sound of that. I did see Ruination did go a little bit crazy, which, funny enough, I have a good amount of Ruinations, and what the heck happened to this name up top? Let me go ahead and try to fix that in the meantime. Actually, I'll leave it alone for a second. We'll tune into the match. I'll fix it in between the rounds. But did manage to finally hit a unit, and a unit at that. Alawi coming down, getting the little technical, or what is the official name? Is it Bridgewater tokens?
It is just a tentacle token, but it
Okay.
is a bilge water tag on it. And that puts the Alawi up to 5 might, which does let him play out the Spectral Matron to get something from the trash, which is going to be a Vanguard Captain. He's already played a card, so the Legion effect is 2 more recruits. The Nocturne was presumably seen from the baited hook, and all of a sudden, the Kennen has units on board again.
All right, who needs cards in hand? All you need is the top deck and a baited hook, and look at that, a massive board established. Nocturne, Spectra, Captain, and 2 recruits at that. That should be enough to contest the current battlefields, but as we say that, Kennen up top going up to 6, so threatening lethal on the very next push if he could decide to defend here. Thinking about how can he go ahead and interact with the back line with blue and yellow. I mean, you have some of the best options, right? Starcross is another potential, but that's just single unit targeting, right? Call of the Week kills another unit by sacrificing your recruits. I don't think there's anything that clears out multiple units in these colors, right?
There happens to be a yellow card that has recently tripled in price called the Ruination.
Yeah, but
that
you don't
would
want to
clear
get rid
out
of
the
your
board.
board state, right?
Sure he does. He's got the Vanguard Armory. Every
Okay,
turn
true,
he's
true,
putting
true.
down 3 more recruits. So if he can just keep the back line completely gone of his opponent, he's all right to sacrifice his own units.
Yeah, I could see that. He probably would have liked to do that before going ahead and playing out the Vanguard Armory this time around,
Yeah.
right? Because he would have Ruination and then Vanguard Armory, but that's exactly what he might have needed to kind of 100% guarantee his position in this game, because they're fighting for this round 2. And let me go ahead and keep an eye on the clock, because I know we didn't have too much time left. And keep in mind, guys, no overtime for the weekly, so a single minute remaining. Can either Kennen close things out? Keep in mind, guys, how we work things on our weekly, since we don't have overtime to keep everything in a timely manner, since we do these quite often, just a single point ahead ends up winning. So old school rules before the 2 points ahead rules came out.
And yeah, it's looking like there was no Ruination hit for the Control Kennen, which means I don't know that this cannon has a way to clear a significant number of units. I mean, a Bellows Breath could clear the recruits and the tentacle, but that's not even playable at this stage because he's not in blue anymore. And purple doesn't have the good AoE clear, neither does yellow. Yellow has lots of kill regardless of might, but the the blue was really the thing that let them clear lots of units.
Yeah, I could totally see that, but let's see. Can either play? I mean, 16 seconds. I believe Kennen maybe up top realizing that time is in his favor, maybe just waiting a couple seconds. I hope they're not playing towards clock, but in this position, even if you throw it over with just about 3 seconds remaining, that should be GG. The non-control unit heavy, maybe Pack of Wonders combo Kennen, however you want to call it, is going to be successful in this round. So Kennen slaughter, but one of them walking away. And I believe he should be 2-0 if I remember right. We'll see. All right, Knight, let's go ahead back to our cast move and chat. I know you guys wanted to finish this game, but keep in mind, if we did overtime every single weekly, that adds like an additional 2, sometimes 3 hour it adds like so much additional time, and we try to keep things in a timely manner. That way it's not exhausting on the casters, on the judges, on the players. So keep in mind, as much as I would like to see that game play out, the Kennen up top does end up taking it. So let's go ahead and throw it to a short break. As I told Knight earlier, we saw about half of the current Vendetta Legends. So we'll try to get a little bit more of the Vendetta Legends for round number 3. It's going to be my last round casting and then Night Fighter's last round. So we'll try to end it for us at a little bit of a bang. Either Nasus and Bessa. I am down for either of those because I believe those are the only ones we have left from Vendetta. Unless we didn't catch technically a full Kennen game, so I might be down for something like Kennen as well. We'll see.
Yeah, right. Kennen or Nasus and Bessa.
Yeah, we'll see, chat. Let us know, or not let us know, but we will be right back with that round number 3 for you guys. So BRB.
Like the amount of they generate. So second last rights going on, which means another 2 things need to come out of that trash, which he is doing. And then we're going to push the Traveling Merchant, refilling the trash slightly. We could generate some extra cards here if we can play the one in hand, but I don't think we've got the right resources.
Well, they're going to try. There's a swing, and it's an easy conquer.
Oh, there's a Baron in hand.
Oh, getting rid of that Baron is nice, though. Raw play. Well, I say that.
Yeah,
within
Baron right
range to gather again, but
yeah. Takes over, chucks 2 in the trash, which means the Razas are free.
I mean, he got the pay.
He done that exactly right.
Okay.
We're all just very tense right now, Orbo. It's a very tense moment.
I mean, it's a big swing back, right? For this Yasuo, it could be a huge opportunity for them to basically take full control of this board. Harrowing being sent off on the side. And yeah, you are going to bring that first Rasa back. Are you able to play both? I think so. And
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Massive setup here with brutalization on the 6s. All right, Vengeance, you knew it was kind of coming again.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the Razas to the battlefield because a single unchecked power just loses you the game. And I think Lilia runs on main board. So I'd prefer them just being a little bit safer in the base, double conquer next turn, and have some fun. You know, keep your runes up, keep your cards in hand, and double conquer next turn and force the Lilia to be able to interact with you. Like, don't get me wrong, like cracking a 18 my battlefield is not easy. And with the Yasuo ability, effectively things have ganking. So I get the play, but an unchecked power just ruins your day here.
It does. Although I wonder if you're really... Well, I guess it would be the raw play here if you have it. I guess the other side is, does Vengeance actually want to plow through? Because then you still need to kind of check out those last rights. And so first, it's the Conquer. Easy movement over. And what do you go from there? Are you going to set up more in your base is my big question. 9 is plenty to work with here. And maybe you can also clear at least one with some of those sprite tokens. Just kind of send them in as armament. That is going to be a tap of 5. Another sprite burst to bring out enough. So you're going to be swinging with yet another 12 for yourself.
Yeah, exactly right.
Oh, is there? Yes. Wait, hold up.
No.
Yeah, that's not how that works, buddy. That's not how that works. I'm so sorry. He did the thing that I do at all my locals because I'm an idiot and can't count.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, it's got less than 2 power. I can defy. Nope, it has to be 4 or less.
Hold up. There are
Wait a
2
minute.
conditions on this card. I am so sorry.
That's okay. Also, I got really excited now. I was like, he's tapping something. Oh, okay, never mind. So we are going to see 12 might here. The Lilia token is for free as well. So it's going to be 15 might, if I've got that correct. 12. Oh, no, sorry. Obviously, free of it isn't available.
Well, if you want to swing in with the Chakram Dancer, it'd add a little bit more, right? That up to maybe 2 more?
15. Plus, it's free might, isn't it?
Yeah, so it would be 15. It's just you're sacrificing one of your perm units.
So basically a discipline here, and that all dies.
Depression.
He's tapping.
No!
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Okay,
Make
so
it
it's
a little bit
it's
easier. I like
it's
it.
a clean trade of sprites for a 18. 18 might battlefield.
Yep. And this is where the benefits and the positives of a Lilia deck come out. You spent a little bit on the tokens, obviously, and all that, but you theoretically didn't lose that much, and you're still board wiping an opponent, which is the fun part, which is what I think everyone when they first saw a Lilia deck was like, I want to do this.
Wait, are you not putting the dancer in there?
No, I suck at trying to get.
Might.
Yeah.
That
what
is
are we
free
looking
might,
at?
right? Yeah. Like, why would you not just trade here? Am I losing my mind? Yeah, but it has free might, so it'd be 15 to 15. So you could have absolutely cleared both of those battlefields and took all the tempo away, rather than leave a Raza that now can zip across the other battlefield. Is there a plan behind this, or am I losing my mind here, or Bill? Or that
it
just
might
seemed
just be
like
a play angle.
What's he doing
I
there?
do wonder if it's just a play angle. Oh, okay, keeping the cat out. I do wonder if he just didn't want to toss out a little extra, and instead wanted to stack on the other side. So Vengeance prioritizing a little bit more.
Oh, okay. No, I done math wrong. I done math
You
wrong.
math wrong?
It's fine.
Why you do? I
It was
trusted you. I trusted you,
17 versus
BMU.
15. No, 17 versus 15. Lily is smarter than I am. I'm sorry, chat.
I trusted you. You were the chosen one.
I'm fairly good at Riftbound. Math is not my forte. I'm very sorry.
I don't know why you're saying Riftbound is yours. It's all bad. I play
No, it's not.
D&D and I say the exact same thing. Have you
it's
ever tried
pretty
doing like
pictures.
arithmetic?
It's pretty pictures smashing into each other. Why do we need math?
I played D&D for a while, and someone's like, how do you not know basic math? I'm like, dude, I crushed math when I was in all my schooling. I can't do 5 plus 3. I am so sorry. Give me like 2 seconds.
Yeah,
It
I
is
know what it
so
was. It was
painful.
the extra sprite token that couldn't be ready that was throwing me off. My bad, chat. Sorry.
I got my one chance to dig at BMU before he absolutely gobsmacks me by an absolute psychic read on what's coming next.
Yeah,
We
I'm
are
good at
here.
hand reading, but basic arithmetic, nah.
That's skipping a few steps, but I love it. Last rights attached once more to the Rasa. Rasa is still alive, and out comes the Yasuo as well. As you mentioned, though, the idea of leaving some of these heavier might unit swings on the table and being able to still utilize these techs will be very, very interesting to watch. Vengeance, though, recognizing that a big play is coming up to 6 points. What you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly right. Like, what do you do? Like, this battlefield is pretty stacked. Obviously, with the Yumi giving tank and some plus might there, it's going to be quite hard to crack. But we do see 14 might in the hand of the Yasuo, and it looks like Lilia is just playing to double conquer next turn, which is an interesting predicament in my eyes. Like, is Lilia the deck that does this? Absolutely. But Yasuo has got all those lovely tricks behind it as well. Looks like we are getting into the turn, and the Aurelia Fervent coming down. What a beast of a card that is. And we're gonna see
All right.
more math problems, I think, coming up, which is not fun for me.
No, and in this scenario as well, it's also a question for Vengeance, because you're taking a look at this extra sprite token. You could theoretically push up into the battlefield and get into your 7, but either way, as you said, it is a double conquer situation. I do wonder if you apply the sprite over to the altar instead, and just have a temporary hold of 8 total, which might not be bad. And then it allows you to kind of full send over on the minefield afterwards. But I mean, these sprites are not long for the world, obviously. One swing of the Rasa would double last rights, and you're like, okay, this sucks, but
Okay, it looks like they meant to play the sprite there, which kind of makes sense. That makes that makes more
it's
sense.
a readied sprite either way, so it's like either you play it in base and then move it or not, right?
Yeah, you may as well cause him, like, you have to now conquer the Rasa on the battlefield, rather than obviously having the choice as well. So he can
fair.
double conquer to 7, and then if he can move that Yasuo, he wins the game.
You'd have to move him twice, correct?
Yes.
So you'd have to have maybe a ride the wind or something, which is very doable.
Yeah, ride the wind wins the game here.
Yeah, if you have it.
Third time I move. Yeah, third time I move, you score an extra point. So he can conquer, move. We know we've got a built-in move trigger with the Yasuo, so he just needs one more way of moving.
Yeah,
that's why we're really so he can win the game. Yeah.
And obviously, there's nothing else in the bank, so that might be it. That actually might be it. There's a conquer number 1. Rasa to start, up to 6. Yasuo coming back with a fight, and for it. Let's see it. Let's see the ride to win. We just really want to see the ride to win, man.
Although, do we cast like the first Yasuo
oh my god
ever, and he wins by the Yasuo trigger, would be absolutely immense. But judging by the fact he's now trying to play a Rasa from his base, I would say he doesn't have the move trigger,
right.
Which is a shame.
It makes me sad. It makes me sad, but that is another threat position, which is kind of fun to think about, right? The idea of if you're able to move tech, out-move tech a Lilia, that is pretty good, in my opinion. So, however, full might stack, shall be chilling.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 14 might in the base of the Lilia player when obviously that Aurelia readies. Anything that can target the Aurelia, especially like a Discipline or an On Guard, could be really, really good here. But right now, it's looking in favor of the Lilia, and he's playing the Rasa back. Interesting. Do you not just try to hold both and go, if you've got it, you've got it? But clearly the Yasuo knows his hand more than we do. We can't see the hand in play Orbital, but this is such a tense turn. Like, we're top decking against the Lilia. We know they can generate another free might from their legend ability, so we've got to factor that in. But what could we possibly want to see in the hand of Yas here? Surely it's just movement at this point, right? And we just win the game, but that doesn't look like it's the situation.
I would want to see movement, but if you're trying to hold factor, I mean, you're looking for, I think, another Discipline or so. You have a little extra in there with some of the safety cards. If you're trying to hold stack, you're really hoping he has some of those combat tricks available. Just to be annoying. I think we only used one Discipline. Granted, the others got recycled to the bottom of the deck, so you're probably not going to see those for a while. I think that's what you're looking at here. Unless you got a draw. If you have a charm that can force... if you have another charm that you can force an opponent out just to get that extra fight down and whittle away a little bit at some of
All right, we are back, and it is time for round number 3 of our Riftbound Weekly Tournament. For the first time, Vendetta cards are available in our event, and we try to give you guys the majority of set 4 legends, and round 3 is no exception. Knight, who do we have in store for round number 3? Because I know one of these legends might just be one of your favorites of all time in Riftbound, right?
So we don't have 2 set 4 legends. We have a set 3 legend that you've probably only seen once or twice. It's Vi, my second favorite deck, so I'm really excited for that. And against the Vi, we have Nasus. Nasus, when we first saw it, we were like, well, this is just Annie's legend, but like kind of weaker. But I've seen some people brewing with Nasus, and it's looked really strong. So it definitely has the legs if people can figure out exactly what they need to run with it.
I'm excited for it. Let's go ahead and dive into this round number 3. I'll give them the go ahead and start as we join these players. So Nasus will be up above. And for anyone wondering, where are the results posted, guys? Exclamation point bracket. Either if you're on YouTube, whether you're on Twitch, that link should be working. That way you can keep track of the players still competing. But as we were saying, and maybe we could backtrack a little bit, you mentioned Nasus is similar to Annie. What is the exact legend ability for Nasus?
So the Nasus legend ability is when you play a unit, gear, or activated ability with an energy cost 7 or more, and as a note for future reference, that is a cost that says it is 7 or more, regardless of how much you've paid for it. There are cards that specifically play around that for Nasus. And when you pay to have a energy cost of 7 or more, you may exhaust the Nasus legend to ready up to 2 runes.
Right.
So it is very similar to the Annie.
Basically, you're getting 7 drops for 5 drops if you just go ahead and exhaust the legend ability. So not too bad. A little bit more efficient way of running things and keeping available your runes either on defense or for additional pressure or units in general. But man, I am liking this new Vendetta inclusion. Down below on Vi's corner, the Kale coming into the mix. How we feel about Kale overall in general here in Vendetta?
So Kale, she has 2 decks that have a potential to play her at the moment. It's Ambessa, and we're seeing her in Vi. Ambessa, you can empower the Kale more than once, up to 3 times total. And with the Ambessa legend playing off of other things being empowered, that can be really nice to have the ability to empower more than once with a single card. For Vi, the thing that makes Kale pretty nice is she can be empowered up to 3 times. She starts at 3 might, but gains +2 for each time she's been empowered. And when she has 3 empowers, she gets Deflect 3. And then ganking, both of which are really, really nice for Vi. The Deflect 3, anytime you're playing a deck that has equipments where you're paying power to attach them, you kind of need the Deflect, otherwise your opponent just says, I'm going to Starcross that back to your hand, and you've lost all of your power to equip them. Kale having Deflect 3, really nice. Ganking works really well with the Vi Legend ability, so I do like the Kale in this deck, but it is very expensive. It's 12 energy total to get up to that Empower 3, which makes me concerned that the Kale might be too slow.
Yeah, a tad bit too slow, but if you're able to get it off, it is going to do wonders for this Vi. But, you know, on top of being able to have the gank and deflect, as you mentioned, it does synergize well with the legend ability because you do have to do excess damage. And if you are able to empower a couple times here, as we're seeing the first empower of this game 1, you're almost guaranteed to do that additional excess damage to go ahead and ready it. And as you mentioned, gank onto the other battlefield with the already massive might you're swinging in with. So looking good. And so far, so good. Rather, 3 points up for the Vi. And Nasus, though, as we were kind of explaining before, a little bit more of a late game build. Funny enough, we're seeing Steel Paws, which is kind of a pseudo late game because you have to pay a lot of energy and to empower it, right? I believe it's a total of 6. So let me go ahead and look at it. 7,
so
actually.
It's 1 energy to put on the board, and it has 0 might with Deflect. It's pretty as a unit, but the fact that it's only 1 energy is very nice. It can slot in on a lot of turns. The 7 energy to empower then does trigger the Nasus legend ability to ready 2 runes again, and also just being a 7 might deflect unit, that ends up being really annoying to deal with, because 7 might is a lot to get around. A falling star is not enough to kill it, and with the deflect, you can't justify doing something like a star crossed when it's gonna then be a 1 energy to put the unit back on the board. They'll have to pay to get it powered again, but to put it on the board, it's really cheap.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of just like a way of getting a bit of an early game that has the potential of an end game, but the hidden blade getting revealed from that hidden zone. But it looks like a simple defy will be taking care of it. So the Tasty Fate folks should be enough to go ahead and get the Conquer. So first point on the board for our Nasus player. Double Conquer at that. So nice little 1-2 punch. But now these units are a bit exposed on these battlefields, because now can this KO with the Vi Legend ability capitalize and get a 1-2 combo of their own? Because you also have that Blighted Battle Axe to add even additional 4 might. So getting excess of 3 isn't all that crazy right now, especially against the kitty cat, right? That's the easy one. But against, you have to just have 9 total might against Fey folk. I think it's doable. I see a potential double conquer in Vi's future this turn.
For sure, a double conquer is not just on the table, it's pretty easy to do with this Kale, just on the Kale alone. I was assuming the Nasus was going to hold up some runes to try and defend one of these battlefields, but I guess he's just saying, you know what, take the 2 battlefields, that's fine, because then the Nasus is going to swing in, and he's going to presumably get 2 points for the conquer. When he empowers, he scores an additional point.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a really good chance that this Nasus goes up to 4 regardless of which battlefield this Kale ends up holding. The only issue that Nasus runs into in the Vi matchup is that Nasus has a lot of might, but Vi is okay dealing with a lot of might. Nasus has Deflect too, which can be a really big problem for Spellslinger decks, but Vi is not super concerned about spell slinging.
Yeah, definitely doing a little bit more of the brunt force with these units alone. But we might have to backtrack a little bit. I completely forgot that the ganking ability only comes online when you are empowered by 3, or when you have 3 empowered, I should say. So has the 1, did the excess damage, but even if you readied it, all that would be good for was kind of keep her safe in the back line, which honestly wouldn't be all that bad, because he did the excess damage, right? Is he not doing the legend ability?
So he did do the excess damage. It doesn't look like he's triggering the legend ability. One of the things with Forge of the Fluff, and the reason why it's decent with Vi, is you can tap your legend to equip something like the Blighted Battle Axe. So it's possible that's what he's holding the Vi exhaust effect for, is to get that Battle Axe onto the Kale. And that'll really come down to what's in his hand. He is only empowered 1 on the Kale currently, but he has 6 energy up, so he could empower 2 more times to give her ganking, and then move her up to 9 might. And even without the gear equipped, at 9 might, she can take out this Fey folk.
There we go. So he was getting slightly ahead of himself. Either he was trying to make use of the Forge of the Fluff, or he just kind of not messed up, but just completely forgot about the legend ability, but does go ahead and get the ability to ready the Kale, looking to potentially empower her 1 more time. And of course, if you get 1 more empowered off, it's expensive, as we keep going back to a total of 9 total might. Actually, wait a second. Is Kale really 3? Yeah, it is 3. It's only 2 might additional, but 3 power to get that additional 2 might. So, I mean, you're already too... Okay. Doesn't want to go ahead and spend all your energy just on that single unit, which makes sense. But leaves 4 open, actually, or 5 open, actually.
So, leaving 5 open, we obviously can see in the champion unit zone, he's got the Vi Peacekeeper. I imagine he is playing around a charm. If the Nasus walks up to a battlefield and then charms in the Kale, that could be devastating for the Vi to lose her only unit, especially if it's triple empowered and it's the unit that this Vi has invested 12 energy into. And with the charm potential, then Vi Peacekeeper can swing in, stun, and potentially even conquer whatever battlefield the Nasus tried to charm into. So I'm guessing that's what the play around is here. Otherwise, I don't know what the Kale would be holding her 5 energy for.
That makes perfect sense to me, right? The Vi Peacemaker, just in case the Nasus does have a trickery up his sleeve, like the charm you mentioned before. But is this an empowered Nasus coming in? That way, the next time you conquer, but no, never mind. A Tasty Faithful number 2. That's going to be a whole lot of rune generation. Once these Tasty Faithful meet their maker and go down, that's going to be 4 additional runes channeled on top of drawing 2. I mean, Tasty Faithful, is definitely a good card for Nasus that I wasn't really taking into account in these builds I've seen previously, but it makes sense since you are a late game build. I'm wondering what is the full on tail end of this deck, because I've seen the newer card in Vendetta. What was it? Heron? I believe Piltover Archive
Astral
revealed
Heron,
that card. Is that kind of your end game, or what is the end game? Is it already on the board with the Nasus Green Champ?
So the Nasus Green Champ is definitely the I'm going to score points to end the game. I will note with the Scuttle Crab getting the Conquer last turn, he wouldn't have been able to get the 2 points from Nasus if he had empowered it. The Tasty Feyfolk being 7 energy is perfect for exhausting the legend to get 2 back. But without the Astral Heron, I don't entirely know what the end game is. Things like Watcher are really, really strong because it's exactly that 7 energy. You get 2 back, and it is a really good card on its own. So most of the time it kind of comes down to high value, high energy units. I'm not sure which ones the Nasus is specifically running. Vilemaw is one that gets played a lot.
Okay. Oh, I could totally see that. An ambushable unit and an additional draw when you hold. So I definitely could see Nasuses of the world running things like Volmon, but the Scuttle Crab revealing the hand, Rainguard Unseen, Tactical Retreat, just in case you have a little backup plan, Vengeance to kill any unit, double safety net, and then a little Noxus Hopeful for an efficient play. But now that you conquered and you did 9 excess damage on the little Scuttle Crab, it is time. Can you do enough damage? Or do you have to go ahead and attach the Battle Axe, because it's 12 might defending, so you need a little bit more, don't you?
Yeah, so the Kale can get the Battle Axe and go up to 13, move over, and it would be 13 to 12. But this is a green deck, and it's also a blue deck. The chances of a Stupefy or a Discipline is really, really high, and the Kale could very easily fall under the might of these double Fey folk.
Going for
But
it.
he's
I was
going
just about
for
to
it.
say, maybe you want to go ahead and Vengeance since it is slow speed. You can't reaction or action speed it during the showdown, but goes for it anyways. And as you said, Knight does have access to Vengeance, but is it Vi? It has to be Vi.
Peacekeeper, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dropping the Peacekeeper, it stuns one of the units, will definitely let him clear both units off the battlefield at almost no risk to himself. One of the Fey folks can take out the Vi Peacekeeper, which is unfortunate, but that Kale is going to be sitting at 13 might on that Ripper's Bay, and even that Nasus is going to struggle to get over that Kale on his own, because you would need triple Stupefy and like 2 disciplines to be able to get over top of that Kale, and that's a lot to ask for this Nasus's hand.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, all information is available for Nasus, so if he has the cards in hand, he might be able to make do. I mean, the cat alone, I mean, it's just so expensive. You go 7, you go 8 already just from the swinging, so that's technically enough to get rid of Kale. Tactical Retreat, was that a 1 energy play or a 2 energy play? Let me look it up.
It'll be 2. It's
Okay.
the same as Azonia's at reaction speed for a single unit, so the Tactical Retreat isn't possible here. And yeah, with the cat potentially going up to 7, he could conquer the battlefield. But Watcher
Ooh.
will do a similar effect, comes in accelerated, so then we have Watcher at 7, Nasus at 8. One of those 2 units will presumably die, but that Kale will go down, and with no units in the back line, Vi will have to try and get something accelerated like the Rengar Unseen to even just get back to contesting these battlefields.
Right, and luckily for Vi, the Nasus goes down, as obviously you want to pick that as your target, because if not, they would have gained the additional point. Actually, it wasn't even in power, so you didn't have to worry about that, but just like that, Nasus does end up tying things up. We did see the Rengar Unseen that does have the potential to come accelerated. As we were discussing in that opening round, it is quite expensive. It's 1 power just to play, 1 power for accelerate, and then if you want to attach the blinded battle axe, there's gonna be additional power, but it is the end game. We're talking about the final turns to be had. I think you have to go ahead and do something and pray your opponent doesn't have any combat tricks in hand, because right now Kitty Cat is easy to get the ready from the Vi, And then it also has ganking, so a very similar play to what we just saw the Kale do earlier. Can he go ahead, the closing 1-2 punch on this turn, or is there something we're missing here, Knight?
So there is a way that the Nasus can stop the ganking, which would be something like an Emperor's Divide
Okay.
to move the cat off the battlefield. Because if there is no defending unit, then you do not assign any combat damage, and if you don't assign any combat damage, you don't assign excess combat damage. So the Vi Legend cannot trigger if there is no defending unit, even if it is a combat showdown. So the Nasus can definitely strand this Rengar at the Forge of the Fluff if the Rengar goes in, but it's kind of a do they have it moment. If the Nasus just kind of has a bricked hand with only like a discipline, he's not going to be able to stop the Rengar ganking over.
Yeah, keep in mind he also has a vengeance with double power, so you can't simply defy it. Well, all he has left is something like a not so fast, because you don't, even if you didn't have the might, which in this situation we know you have the might with just the Rengar alone, you can just go ahead and simply pick off the unit on the other battlefield. So things are kind of getting painted out exactly how we were discussing before. So it gets the additional 10 excess damage. Vi Legend ability, ready the Rengar as you're going up to 7 total points and 1 more conquer away. So Rengar readies up. Do you even deploy the vengeance here? I think you just do anyways.
Yeah. So if he doesn't play the vengeance, there is the possibility of some might swing from blue and green. They are very good at swinging might with cards from hand, so it is possible the Rengar could get beaten by the Thousand Tail Watcher. For safety, you just play out the vengeance, get rid of the Watcher. There's like a not so fast if the Nasus had it in hand, which could save the Watcher, but otherwise there's nothing the Nasus can do. Notify, no amount of might gain is gonna save it.
I like what I
And you just
saw. You
gank.
know, Vi was already looking decently strong, but come Vendetta with the impact of KO. And what other set 4 card did we see there? I think it was only KO, wasn't it?
So there's Kale and there's Kennen, were the two that we saw in this
True,
specific
true.
match. The other card that I was looking at with Vendetta is the Solari Sunhawk, which is similar to Kale. It's slightly cheaper, but only deflect 2. So it's still useful. I like the Kale. I like the Solari Sunhawk because I like the deflect on my units. We didn't see it in that game. I imagine it's somewhere floating around the Vise deck, though.
I agree. I mean, I love that card. I played it both times in my pre-rips, and it's such an impactful card, right? 0 power to play off. You get the additional +1 when you empower it, and deflect 2. Not any unit, especially cheap units, have deflect 2, so just so cumbersome to take care of. So I'm a big fan of that card. We'll see if they do have it, because honestly, there's just so many good units, and we're only 4 sets in. It's going to get increasingly difficult, you know, come set 5, come set 6, to really figure out 40 cards. What are the best 40 cards to squeeze in? So this is a tough thing to do, but these guys are doing their best. Now, Nasus has to do his best to make sure he doesn't lose this series in a 2-0 fashion. But Vi coming and swinging. I was definitely impressed with what she had.
Yeah, I really like this version of the Vi list. It's kind of what I wanted to play myself, so I might be taking some pointers from it. For the chat really fast, and I will say this slightly differently than last time, the deck list is not currently available. It will be by the end of the tournament, but all deck lists are currently closed for the duration of the tournament.
Thank you, Knight. And hey, Rift Labs, good to see you. Hope you guys are doing well. But it looks like double Kitty Cat, double Steel Pulse to start things off with NASA. So that means a double Conqueror doesn't have the capabilities to empower just yet, as you're a little bit low on runes. If you had 5, you technically could because of the Legend ability. Does he just have a nice little 4-drop to curve out even nicer? But Retreat, just to get the rune and the draw. Actually, it's just a rune, actually. I don't know where the draw came from, but just to get the rune, and then you just play the Kitty Cat. I see the value of Steel Paws and Nasus.
I'm assuming the draw was from the Seat of Power, given he was controlling the paper tree. And then, yeah, he can throw down the Steel Paw again because it's super cheap. He can throw down a Scuttle Crab. There are a lot of low energy units in the comm domain now that get a lot of value for kind of nothing. Steel Paw It's got the deflect. It's able to conquer despite not having might. Scuttle Crab, it gives you the draw. It lets you see the enemy hand. There's a lot you can play as just these early game cards that give you a lot more might than you would expect.
Right, and it looks like a little paper tree trigger. Both opponents or both players going to be channeling additional rune, which in this situation does benefit the one that tried to make bigger units to make use of. Funny enough, as you point out, there's still a bit of an early game, so he doesn't feel like he has nothing to do, because a lot of these late game builds, at least traditionally, they kind of forego the early game. So I like the Steel Paw, I like the Scuttle Crabs. That way you kind of apply pressure, as we're seeing 4-0. We thought Vi would be the most aggressor of the two, but looks like NASA is no slouch himself. He's doing some work here. Can he go ahead and play some bigger threats? Because these cats aren't going to be sticking around too much longer unless you empower this turn, but I feel like a development of a unit might feel a little bit better. No, empower it is, Knight.
Empowering one of them, yeah. He does pull it back from the paper tree, so he is trying to keep it safe. That's fair enough. The Hextech Gauntlets onto either of the backline units is enough to trade, and that is assuming the Vi does not have anything in hand to give an additional might. So pulling it back, keeping it safe, and saying, I will go back in for the Conquer. Drop down the Lonely Poro using the 2 readied runes from the Curator of the Sands. And, I mean, the Nasus, he's already at 4 points. He's in a really good spot for a deck that is supposed to stall out the game for a couple turns and then play out these big 7 energy cards.
Right, taking a little bit of a page from the Ornn aggro builds of the past. So I like what I'm seeing so far. A little bit different than that initial game one, but Vi finally putting some points on the board. First little conquer from Rek'Sai, potential secondary conquer on the Seat of Power to get an additional draw. Maybe even 2 additional draws if you go ahead and apply or attach the Hextech Gauntlet onto it, because that's a draw, right, with excess damage? Let me read.
Yes.
Yeah, when you do excess additional draw. So is able to double draw, which is kind of a little bit low in that hand department, so wouldn't be too bad to do so. So it looks like he is attaching the gauntlets, the signature equipment from Vi, and he's sending it double draw in the near future, coming soon, and that it is. But now Scuttle Crab goes first, right?
I believe so. It's a little bit of a gray area. I believe the Conquer effects happen after the Death Knell, so we will see the 4, but not the next 2 that are drawn. And, I mean, that's a pretty good hand for the Vi, a Vengeance to remove something big.
Oh, he kept it revealed on the draw too.
A Blinded
Judges
Battle
in
Axe.
chat, let us know if that was correct. Are you supposed to reveal the next 2? I think that might have been an accident.
Well, I know Death Knells trigger after the combat cleanup, so it might be after the Conquer. It would be whether or not the Conquer effects are part of the combat cleanup, and I would have to go read the rules again to be 100% sure on that.
Yeah, I believe scoring would be after the Death Knell triggers, which scoring is the conquering. So I believe you don't see the additional 2 cards. Conquer happens afterwards. That's what I'm thinking as well, some crumb. So thank you for that. So it's okay. I mean, it, it is kind of critical here, but there's not too much we could really backtrack. It was just 2 additional cards, but it is all good. We'll just continue on from here. First 2 points for the Vi player. Has a good amount of runes to work with going forward. And we know what she has in hand. It was a couple Kaisas. There was a new Vendetta card too, which I'm a big fan of. Key Control. Prevent the next 7 damage. That's exactly what Steel Paws is going to be applying. 7 damage. So almost a direct counter to one of these Steel Paws.
So first of all, the name is Key Barrier. But yes, Key Barrier prevents 7 damage. It's really nice as a defensive spell. And defensive spells are exactly what Vi needs, because red and yellow, the Fury and Order domain, aren't that good at defending. So having a bit more to keep your units alive when you put them on the battlefield is really nice for Vi. Triple recycle to Vengeance onto a Steel Paw, having to pay that deflect. That is a lot of runes gone.
You could say that again, but it was the empower one, so forcing Nasus to go ahead and empower one more time. Granted, has enough runes to do so. It's just gonna be a net total of 5 runes, so 5 leftover runes to make use of on this turn. Is it worthwhile? Because I'm trying to think back. So we did note there is the key barrier in hand. So that prevents just the steel pulse from incoming. So he has that to keep in mind. Lonely Poro doesn't directly kill any of these units. Of course, it's going to take a little bit more resources from hand to do so. And he is empowering? No. I think this is a unit here.
Yeah, it's a readied watcher. That's gonna be a problem for this Vi, because now the Lonely Poro can take on the Rek'Sai, and the Rek'Sai, unless you key barrier, it's gonna be wiped out, and the Thousand Tail Watcher can run up to the Hopeful. The Hopeful's only at 4 might now. And it could be a very clean double conquer. One of the two is going to be key barriered, presumably. It's just which one does the Vi want to keep alive here?
Yeah, keep in mind we did see the Kaiser Survivor, the pretty Crystal Rose Kaiser Survivor at that, but that does have the potential to come and accelerate, attach to Hextech Gauntlets, but that is NASA's going up to 5, of course, threatening out the 6, but does have the key barrier. I mean, we knew he has the key barrier, but a Defy to catch that one. So yeah, no defending from that damage, even if it was on the steel pulse, gets the additional draw, and NASA's just on the cusp of closing out this game number 2. We were saying, can he bring us to game number 3? It's looking pretty likely. I mean, let's go back to what we were discussing. Kaiser Survivor comes in accelerated. That's all your runes. Attach a gauntlet. You tapped out. No, I don't see it. I don't see it any other way. I think NASA has this one.
He can run in. He can get the double card draw from the Kaisa, assuming there's no disciplines or anything. But even then, the Kaisa is at 7 might, which means that Steel Paw and a Stupefy is enough to clear it. And after the Vengeance of last turn, and now 2 more runes to get this Kaisa onto a battlefield, Vi has 3 runes, all of which are tapped, and on the next turn, he'll have 5 at best. It's hard.
Yeah, things are not looking too good, and make it super straightforward. A nice little time warp. You know, I don't know if I would have revealed a time warp. If I'm NASA's here, I would have been more inclined to kind of keep that as a bit of secret information for game number 3, because you had the potential at least to see what the hidden card could be. Maybe it was a cannon to stun the steel paws coming in. He said, no, you know what? I'm having none of that. Let's just go ahead and end the game right here, right now. And it is game 3 time night. Let's go ahead and reset the scoreboard 1-1. Who's going to be taking it home in this round number 3? Interesting battlefields, 2 that we just don't see quite often. Nexus of Power, or rather Power Nexus, does make good sense. And NASA's that's able to kind of sacrifice some of those additional runes they generate from Tasty Faithful, from Retreat. Now, Grand Plaza, what is that one about? When you have 7 units, I don't know if any of these guys are going that wide. This is crazy.
So, just a quick note, the Grand Plaza is a battlefield for neither of these decks. It shouldn't be on the board unless one of the deck lists is not fully updated. But, yeah. I imagine with, like, Steel Paw, he could get some value out of that, but I'm not sure if that is actually the correct battlefield for him.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing them type here. They're not typing about any battlefields, but we'll take a look at the deck list after this round, just to make sure everything's in line, because it is the locked deck list. We don't want any of these players changing up their deck list, trying to get the slight upper hand against their opponent, of course. But Vi saying they're missing a couple 2-drop/3 drops early game. So Scuttle Crab doing the early game work for NASA's as he get the nice little upper hand despite being on the draw this game number 3. It looks like doing a simple play we saw. Just the simple retreat for the channeling. And then you just play out the unit you played, since it's kind of a relatively cheap unit. You can even go Steel Paul's Scuttle Crab here just to kind of optimize your full runes.
Yeah, and he gets another draw from the Scuttle Crab being played. It's like an Emperor's Dais with an energy rather than the Sand Soldier token. And also, interesting to note here, the Vi chose to go second, I believe.
Oh, okay. Maybe not running too many 2-drops. They didn't feel too confident. Similar play we've seen the likes of Annie do, a reaction speed onto the base, so Shen coming down. Let me read the official name of Shen, because I have a feeling we're going to see this card a bit more. Okay, Shen Kinku. Okay, there was a meme, right? I think all the Shen say Kinku this, Kinku that. I think it's ahead of the Kinkus or something like that, right? So, okay, so Shen Kinku is the name.
The Kinku is the ninja division, ninja agency, ninja group in Ionia. So
okay.
He is Shen, and then the ninja group is the Kinku.
Makes sense to me. Now let's see, can Vi start developing a little bit more? I mean, Shen is not too bad. Shield 2 when you defend, so Scuttle Crab is going to need a whole lot more card invested just to get over the Shen. So it does manage to get up to that 1 point. Now can you kind of develop a little bit more? I think this is about right. I think a Kaiser Survivor is the best you can do with the 4 energy. So not in a really terrible position despite not having a nice little early game. But it does get a slight upper hand in terms of point tempo over to Nasus. But I don't think that's going to be staying around too much longer. Let's see what they can do with the whole grip of runes. And it is a tasty Feyfolk. I almost thought for some reason the champion was a 7 cost, but it is an 8 I see now.
Yep, so Feyfolk comes out. 2 runes are readied from the Nasus legend. So something else is going to be played.
And Woodstock, he played it on defense. He played it as reaction, so it just has reaction. So you could just play it in reaction to something. So he didn't play it on his turn, which is what the confusion is. He played Shen on Nasus's turn.
No, they are actually correct. There is not enough runes to have played the Shen.
Oh yeah, how did he have 3? No, I thought Hextech was the initial play.
So if the Vi went second, so turn 1 he plays down the gauntlet, but then at that same turn he has another 3 runes ready for the Shen, and I'm looking through the chat log and there isn't a exhaust for the gauntlet to be played.
Interesting.
But I actually don't even see the gauntlet hitting the board. No, it does hit turn 1.
We'll have to look back. Chat, feel free to rewind it back and let us know. We'll try to revisit here, but it is one too many turns past the fact, so we'll be a little bit more attentive, but I swear the gauntlet was the turn beforehand, but you could be right. I know you're looking at the log, but let's go ahead and keep things at the matter at hand. Survivor pushing into the Scuttle Crab, so it does get up to 3 points as well as getting the additional draw. Oh, and draws reveals the hand. Actually, this is the same situation we encountered before, right? You draw afterwards, but I think he just drew beforehand. Or he might have not drawn yet, actually.
I don't believe so. I believe the draw was for the Nasus, for the Tasty Feyfolk being killed. And so we do just see the 3 that the Vi in hand. And that was Rengar, Kale, and I believe a Tactical Retreat. So with those 2 runes up, he can keep that Shen Kinku alive potentially. Rengar lets him bring a unit out accelerated. The Kale, it's going to be hard to get the Kale going this game, because it's already so late in the game. I mean, it's only like turn 4 or 5 for each player, but it's already late to be investing 12 energy into a Kale to get it up and big. So I have a feeling at best we're going to see it maybe empowered once this game. I don't think we're going to see the same 9 might Kale bouncing around the battlefields.
Definitely not this game, of course. Definitely a little bit different. We are getting confirmation, so thank you, Riftbound. It looks like there was a little bit, I wouldn't say intentional finessing, but maybe just something went down. But it is on to both players to maintain proper board state. I think we just passed too many turns. If this was a higher stake event, I think I'll go ahead and get the judge involved. But since this is a weekly, a little bit more introduction to Vendetta weekly, casual / competitive event, we'll let it be. We'll let it ride for now. But let's try to keep our eyes open for any future plays like that for sure.
Okay, and it is Nasus moving the Lonely Poro up to the Grand Plaza. There's 11 runes available, so the Nasus is definitely going to be able to get a lot of value from putting down a 7 energy unit and then having 6 energy left to play with, whether that's on the defense with disciplines, or it could even be the champion unit coming out. That was 8 and 2, so that's probably a Watcher, yeah, which will let him run up and take that power nexus.
There we go. Nice little double conquer from Nasus. Let's see, despite having a little bit of crazier rune advantage early on for Vi in terms of that free Shen, can Nasus still get the job done? I know everyone in chat would be like, wait a second, if Vi wins, he kind of pulled a fast one on us. So not that I'm rooting for either of these players right now, but we'll see. Let's see how things play out, of course. But Watcher does come down, but it looks like 2 energy for a nice little tactical retreat, which Shen seems to be one of the more ideal targets that we did see has the potential to come down at reaction speed, but saying, wait a second. Oh, no, never mind. I thought it was a reaction to tactical, but instead it's just going to be killing. Wait, where's the Shen? Oh, it's just a Zhonya's. For some reason, I thought it was literally like retreat back in hand. It's just a Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yep, moves back to the base, and then the Hextech Gauntlet gets killed by the Disarming Rake. Fair enough. Gear Hate is very powerful into Vi. And I mean, the Vi's tapped out, but the Nasus, he's on the board. He's got the 2 held pretty comfortably. I'm not sure if he even needs to spend the 2 runes or if he just holds them up for a discipline. Without a gear on the board, it's gonna be hard for this Vi to comfortably conquer and hold any of these battlefields.
Right, the only thing Vi does have going for her will be the Vi's Peacekeeper still in the chosen champion zone, so you're able to guarantee, actually able to double conquer on this turn, unless, as you pointed out, the discipline could make things quite difficult because you're trying to conquer over the Lonely Poor with one of these units with a nice little simple conquer, low investment, but a discipline could get the upper hand, and then Vi Peacemaker to go ahead and get the other unit, Thousand Tail Watcher, off the board. So let's see how they go ahead and sequence things out, because I would imagine we haven't seen any disciplines in this game 3. There has to be at least one in that 5-card hand.
Yeah, and it's gonna make it hard. It depends kind of on what the Vi has drawn. We've seen one of the cards in hand was the Rengar Unseen, but that's then 3 held up, and we don't know what they are. It's difficult to think of a card that would be 1 energy to let him comfortably double conquer here. I don't think he's going to be running Cleave. It's a card that's not super popular in Vi.
Yeah, I wouldn't say in Vi, since you're kind of more reliant on those gears like Battle Axe and the Gauntlets, but sends in the Watcher, says, let's get the Peacemaker out first, just in case he wants to use these runes here. But Watcher won't be taking out anything, as he will be stunned from the Peacemaker, so that will be a conquer. And wait a second, retreat, which means the only thing available to him would be an On Guard. And On Guard is actually a card we haven't seen all series long. I'm almost willing to bet that he just doesn't run On Guard, so I feel like this is a good indication that it's a really straightforward conquer. I think this was good by him to try to get information first on this conquer.
Yeah, this is really nice for the Vi to know for a fact that the Lonely Poro is exposed. It does mean that no excess damage was done. So the Vi can't ready and pull back, so she is kind of leaving those units on board. But the Nasus doesn't have any... What? Didn't have anything accelerated. I don't know why those 2 units are dead now.
Maybe a preemptive singularity coming down was the only thing I can anticipate. He was like, wait, you probably have a singularity. Let's put these to the trash. But no, probably misclick. We are working with a new platform here, so a lot of these players that usually we play on TCGA from the very, very beginning, we are testing a little bit different to see if you guys at home prefer this over the other, visually speaking, because I know a lot of these players have been playing TCGA for a very long time, so they kind of stick with their guns and what they've known before. But visually, I like the battlefields, how they do a layout here, but Watcher coming down, and that's going to be good enough to clear the entire battlefield. So you held up to 5, conquering up to 6. So one more final double conquer / double score, and you're getting there. Does he have maybe the 3rd Watcher in hand? Because that definitely does the job next turn.
I mean, a 3rd Watcher, a 3rd Retreat. Although, actually, he's only played the 1 Watcher.
Oh, yeah,
that is the
retreated Watcher.
So, a 2nd Watcher, a 3rd Retreat. Honestly, though, even if he loses both boards on the next turn, if he drops the Nasus, it's really scary to have to hold both battlefields against specifically the Nasus, or he can double conquer. So you can't stack one battlefield. You have to defend both fairly uniformly, and they both have to be over 8 might plus whatever the Nasus can boost to.
Okay. Yeah, very tough predicament that Vice find themselves in. A whole lot more effective at attacking as we've seen before, but with a little bit of gear hate, not having the same tools in her toolbox as she's used to in these previous matches. So trying to make do with what she can, just a lonely Shen on the battlefield. And the only known card I can remember is the one Rain Guard that, yes, it can come accelerated, but you're only at 4. I don't think you're going to be too worried about, even if you lose your Watcher. Something's telling me, keep in mind, there's other accelerated threats in the Nasus deck as well. We saw Tasty Faithful has the potential to come in accelerated too. So I think this one might be all but locked up, but let's see a whole breadth of runes to work with. Can Vi defend from the notorious double scoring closing turn that Nasus is kind of prepping for next turn?
I mean, we can also just see a repeat of the second game with a Time Warp to end
True.
out. So the Vi has to be on both battlefields, has to be able to defend both battlefields, and I don't know that the Vi is gonna be able to do that with her current board state.
And it does come online, the accelerated Rain Guard Unseen, swinging in for, I believe it's Assault 2, is it not? Let me double read.
Yep.
Yeah, Assault 2, so does swing in for 2, does add the longsword, so throwing everything he has available just to deal with the single unit. So I think you're onto something, Knight. Something like just a single conquer into a Time Warp. He's going to finally hit the energy to do so on the very next turn, and Vi's tapped out. I mean, even if you had something, there's nothing stopping Time Warp in red-yellow.
Yeah. And unfortunately here, he had to move the Shen up because a Discipline would have put the Watcher over the might of this Rengar, even with the longsword. And it's pretty unlikely that Vi can win from here. Potentially the Rengar can gank over, but nope, there's the Time Warp. That will almost certainly be the game.
You love to see it. Time Warp for the dub. I know Night Fighter feeling a little bit sad that his legend Vi lost, but it was still a heck of a game. I mean, I like what I saw. You know, Nasus has the ability to kind of cover all his bases. He has a bit of potential with the early game with the Steel Paws, Lonely, and Scuttle. And then he has these late game bombs like Time Warp, the Chosen Champion, and then the Thousand Tail Watcher that we saw come into play many, many times in the best of 3. So maybe I wasn't giving enough flowers to Nasus because he's coming in. He's coming in to play this set 4. I don't know how he's going to be contending to the best of the best. But I thought he was just kind of like a for fun legend, but maybe he has some legs to it. We'll see.
Yeah, Nasus, he's got a really, really powerful mid-range. The big thing that I think Nasus is going to struggle with is going to be a Lilia that can run him down before he can get his rune count up, or something like an Aurora that is totally fine to let the game go long and just eventually outvalue you.
True.
I don't know how Nasus deals with those, but otherwise, Nasus mid-range is really, really good. Surprisingly so.
Yeah, it seems to be so. I thought it was strictly going to be like all endgame, but I like what you brought it up, like a mid-rangey type Nasus. All right, chat, it looks like we're still about 17 minutes left in round 3. Can we catch at least one more game potentially? Because that was a good one. It's going to be tough to beat that one, but let's see. And I like what Rift Atlas does. So the code I get on the Battlefight chat, it changes code per game, which I wasn't prepared for. I'm gonna see. Okay, so I guess I know exactly what game they're in, because if it gives me 2 codes, that means they're in game 3. All right, Night Fighter, I'm gonna put this code in the chat, and it looks like we're catching the very end of an Mbessa versus Rain Guard. So hopefully it doesn't end too quickly here, and we get a little bit of Riftbound action.
Alrighty. So Mbessa, she is one of the other new legends. She's got a pretty simple effect, but it's a pretty powerful effect. When you empower something else, empower me, disempower me, pay 1 power, exhaust me, and ready a unit. So it's a bit of a word jumble, but ultimately it comes down to having a similar effect to Irelia, allowing you to ready your units for a power. And I mean, that's pretty good. It's a simple effect, but we've seen with Irelia how strong just being able to easily ready units can be.
Yeah, I definitely think it's one of the stronger legends in this set, and it looks like a couple nice Vendetta edition. Or, I mean, it is a Vendetta card, so obviously making use of these Vendettas. The card you mentioned before, the Solari Falcon, what is it again? Sunhawk. Okay. And then, of course, their Chosen Champion, which I believe Best is one of the rare occasions where both Chosen Champions are very playable, honestly.
Yeah, so both of the Chosen Champions are really nice. The orange one, the body one, I think is gonna be the preferred for the champion unit zone, as it is 4 energy, no power. It has the same as something like the Master Yi from last set, where you can just play it on turn 2, and then on turn 3 for Ambessa you can empower it if you need to, but otherwise it's just a really good tempo play. The order of Ambessa is 5 energy, 5 might, which is still fine, but it is a bit slower and less consistent for that turn 2 play.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something I imagine we're going to see as like a 1 or 2 of in the main board, but not in the champion unit zone.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see what people kind of lean towards. I'm kind of leaning toward, I mean, like I said, they're both pretty playable, so I could definitely respect the decision for either of these legends, or either of these champions to kind of, I wouldn't blame players to play kind of both and then swap whether you want to be, because one is 5 energy, one is 4, right?
Yep, and no power for either of them on the base play.
Yeah, so one's more like on the play versus on the draw. You can still play it turn 2. I feel like that's probably what they might have in mind. But let's go ahead and look out a little bit. So 6-6, a Ferris Forerunner defending a newer battlefield. I'll go ahead and hover for the folks at home. It looks like Sand Swept Tomb. Each spell that chooses one or more unit here, units here that are friendly, it costs 1 power less. So I guess that goes for like cleaves and stuff, but that looks like it's in Bess's battlefield, right? So what do they have?
Yeah, so it's a tongue twister, but something like, say, challenge. You can play challenge, target a unit that is yours at that battlefield and an enemy unit, and then it costs 1 power less. So
I gotcha.
With the new set, we have Rampage, which is challenge 2.0. It's 3 energy, no base power cost, but you can pay a power as an additional cost. A friendly unit and an enemy unit deal their damage to each other, but if you pay the additional cost of a power, your friendly unit gets +2 might this turn. And then there's something like Public Execution, which is Ambessa's signature spell, which is challenge 3.0, that you choose a friendly unit, and again on the Sandswept Tomb, that's going to reduce the signature spell's power cost, and then kill an enemy unit with less might than it.
Yeah, that's actually one of the more powerful signature spells I can remember coming out in Vendetta. So I love Public Execution, and it's a really cool artwork, honestly. So trying to take care of the Thundersong in the back line, saying, I don't want any kind of push. Keep in mind, though, a Chosen Champion Trophy Hunter is still available. So as long as you have units on that battlefield, you're always able to kind of come down. But you still don't have technically enough might, so having to rely on additional resources like a Punch first. But honestly, it might actually tie, because 7 plus the 4 will bring you all the way up to 11, and that's where Punch first is taking you. Actually, the Rain Guard legend ability might actually be the difference maker.
Yeah, though it's currently the Ambessa's turn. I'm assuming Star Spring has not been triggered. It's possible this Ambessa is going to try and go up to the Sand Swept, leaving Ash either alone or pulling it back to base, and going to try and go to 7 and hold. I'm not sure if that's going to be a better play for her. But Thrill of the Hunt,
the combo that we discussed a very long time ago when Set 3 came out. Thrill of the Hunt with Bring Your Thundersong in disabling any kind of spells coming in from Ambessa. She doesn't have too many reaction speed spells, so this is it. 5-7, so you just take the Ash, but I feel like that's okay. I wonder if that was a worthwhile thrill. It feels like it was a little lackluster, but more so was to stop any future plays. No?
Yeah, so the Thrill of the Hunt there, what it ended up doing was it said that the Ambessa wasn't going to be able to move her Ambessa off the battlefield with another unit, Shrine Double Conquer. And that then leaves this turn where the Rengar holds up to 7, because he also put the +1 on the Ferris from the Bryn here being played with Thrill to just really confirm that this Ambessa was not going to be trying to get across to the Ferris. And now he can drop the Rengar onto the Ambessa. Something like a Punch First will then allow him to get over it. Even just like an Inferna in hand would allow him to get over it. And as you said, the Ambessa, not a ton of defensive spells to play here. So this can just be game if this Rengar gets up to the 8th point.
Ooh, a 7-7, so takes the trade, but Ambessa has no units to work with on this next turn. All this Ferris Forerunner has to do is just hold one more turn and forget about holding a secondary Thrill the Hunt to rendezvous over to the Star Spring. And just like that, Rengar taking it down versus Ambessa, one of the better legends I feel like coming out of Vendetta. Let's take a look at the trash. Was there any Vendetta cards on Rengards, or were he just taking full advantage? Okay, I'm seeing no Vendetta cards. Going with the tried and true previous sets.
Yeah. I mean, Rengar was already good, and he didn't really need any buffs from Vendetta, so looks like it's just the baseline Unleashed set.
Right. So let's head back over to the casting booth. And chat, I still think we have 10 minutes. If we have some players playing, we'll try to tune in. If not, we'll throw it over to a short break. I'm trying to do my best to save Nurov for a full game. It looks like he's still playing, because we'll probably get a Nurov game here in round 4. Mystic. Who was Mystic again, Knight? I think Mystic was our Mel player as well.
Yeah, we have a Mel versus Kennen.
Okay, let's go. Who was DBZ? DBZ Goku was also Kennen. Let me take a look.
Yeah, it's a Mel Kennen versus Akali and Kennen.
Okay, is that okay? We've seen both of these players, I believe, briefly, but one of these guys did not post in the battle fight chat. Guys, I literally tell these guys all the time, please post it in the battle fight chat so that we're able to tune in. All right, you know what? Let's get a little glimpse. Let's get a little preview of, these guys didn't post it in the battle fight chat too. Guys, I should write it in the rules that you get DQ'd, because it makes it so much harder to get these backup feature matches if I don't have the code to join these backup features. So, all right, it looks like literally only one game we're actually able to tune in. So, is it almost done? Okay, they are in a game 3. And Knight, I'm going to go ahead and post this on your side too.
All right.
And okay, we're literally catching it at the very, very end. So this is going to be the last game, chat, and then we'll throw it over to a break before our round 4. It looks like Kennen just going a little bit too fast for Mel to deal with. And this was the Mel we saw earlier. And look at that board. I mean, he's playing like the good old Victor, but now having access with purple. Kennen is definitely one of the better legends coming into set 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's 5 recruits on the Trifarian War Camp, so that's 10 might just in the little recruit tokens. He's got 8 from the Vanguard Captain and another 5 from the Spectral Matron, 23 and a hidden card. That might have been an instant scoop as soon as we joined.
Right, and I'm over here switching the legends in case we got a little bit more action. But Chad, that's going to be everything for for round number 3 rather. So let's throw it back to the booth. But man, what a way to start off our tournament. Three rounds of brand new legends, and they were all having their own little tricks and treats to them, right? I believe in round 1, you know, I can't even remember now. Now you might have to refresh my memory. What did we have for round 1? It was
Zed and was it Kennen?
Jace,
right? The Aurora.
Right.
Yeah,
So we finally got our first look at the infamous turn to Aurora, and a little bit of an insight of what Zed is bringing to the table as well. So that was a good round. I think my favorite though had to be the Akali versus Mel. Was it? I think it was. Yeah, that one was a good one. Just the way Akali was piloting the deck was just going in and out, drawing 10 total cards in a single game. It is craziness. So I'm curious to see if an Akali is going to be doing well, or maybe top 4 is going to be some of the older legends just kind of peppering in a couple Vendetta cards. So we'll see. What about you? Any highlights from these first 3 games or rounds?
Well, I love to see the Vi, even though she did lose, which is sad. But I think the Akali is probably the most fun to watch. And from how popular she is, it seems like she's probably also the most fun to play. So I like the Akali. I liked the Mel game. I kind of wish we had seen a little bit more from the Mel, because it kind of fell flat in that game. It had an idea, but it didn't quite reach the conclusion that it needed. And I would like to see, I don't know if that is the deck list needs to be tightened a little bit, or if it was just a set of unlucky games, or the Akali goes too fast, but I would like to see something else from the Mel to potentially bring it into like a top 4, or just as a deck in general to see it do a little bit better going forward.
Right, and you make a good point, right? I mean, this is 1 week out from official release, so I don't believe we have the most optimized deck list. I mean, these players have been tuning their deck list for maybe a week or 2 max right now, but as the meta continues to develop, we'll see like the real deal list as these guys prepare for the first set 4 regional come Barcelona, which is going to be a blast. I believe actually, when is Barcelona, guys? Knight, do you remember? I think it's September.
I don't
5th?
know.
I'll look it up, but I think it's somewhere in September. I don't think it's August. I'm pretty sure we have a whole month to prepare, but that's going to be exciting. So these guys are going to be cooking and brewing their best builds. And yeah, Frobe, I think in 1 month, middle August. I mean, I could technically look since we have 10 minutes chat. Give me 1 second. We have a little event schedule on our Discord, and it says it. August 22nd to 23rd. So we're about literally a month away. So thank you, chat, and thank you, Discord. All right, guys. So that's gonna be everything for round number 3. That's my last round casting. I'm gonna be hitting the back end, putting up the cards for you, and then putting up the names and stuff. So I'll go ahead and handle that on my end. But Night Fighter, that was a pleasure to commentate these first opening 3 rounds.
Yeah.
If you want to leave us with any little things, how they can find you online, or just anything you want to leave us, bless us a little good luck pre-riff action, let us know.
Well, good luck on all your pre-riffs, everybody. I know I have another one tomorrow. If you want to see more of me, you can follow me on Twitter, though I don't particularly use it. You can follow me on Twitch, but I don't particularly use it. So the place you'll most likely find me is here, casting, or in the chat for whatever the next event ends up being, whether that is Barcelona, the next weekly. I'm sure I will be back.
Yeah, we would love to have you back whenever you are up for it. The next event is literally a week away. We got the Triple Box Vendetta Tournament, chat. If anyone wants to compete in that, we are giving away, not literally giving away, but top 8 will be splitting 3 boxes of Vendetta. So that should be an exciting event. I'm definitely looking forward to it. So 1 more week of optimizing these deck lists. But coming up, I believe we've seen most of the set 4 legends competing in today's tournament. So we'll try to give you guys the undefeated players. So players that are 3-0 going into round number 4. I don't think we're going to have too many, maybe a total of 5 players. So we'll pick the best legends from that. But chat, we will be right back to bring you guys round number 4. It might be a teeny bit longer break because I believe total there's still some time on the timer, but hopefully these guys just finish quicker before the timer runs out, and then we could come online quicker. But guys, when we return, Alguito Swiftly and NA45 will be joining the cast, so stay tuned for that. Be right back, guys.
Those at some of those other units on the battlefield, maybe that's what you're aiming for as well.
Yeah, I love Plus looking at the trash there. Was there a Tide Turner? Because a Tide Turner would have won the game as well if he could play it from trash. So,
we wish. We do wish.
Oh, do you know what? Every time I see Yasuo, this is exactly how I want to see a Yasuo win, which is, just do that. They could have conquered the minefield first and opened up the options of the trash. Like if there was a Tide Turner in there, they could have done that and played it from the last rights and stuff like that. But they're moving the Yasuo. Gonna chuck 2 in trash. What we're gonna see? Do they have a Fizz in hand?
Imagine he draws
a Fizz right to win.
He draws it.
There's the right to win. Has he got a Fizz? Has he got a Fizz?
Oh my
if
god!
He's got a Fizz in hand. He wins.
Oh wait, he just moved. How did he?
Because he moved with the Yasuo ability.
Got it. Yep. Just shifting over. Nothing crazy. He didn't. He leaves it up. It's all on Vengeance now. That full stack. What is that? How much might is that? 10. That is 20 might, I believe.
Yeah, if my math is correct, which is known not to be.
Don't worry, I double-checked your work this time. We got this.
Oh, the Heart of Ice. Wow, that is a top deck. That's going to push the Aurelia to 9 might, which is definitely enough to get over this battlefield. Is it enough to conquer both? I think it might be. I can't do that much math in my head. I've already spent the adding up to 20. Orbital, is it enough? I think it might be.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just looking to conquer one side, either way, you've wiped out a majority share on the other. But of course, you do need the ability to converge a little bit on one of the sides of the battlefield. You are going to ready up. Good punch forward. 8 plus 3, that's 11. Well, hold on. Now I got math brain. Okay, you're going to push in. Yeah, you got extra with the Lilia. 3. As you can push and then have an extra sprite token in the back line. Yep, Yumi 1. Because it gives +3 as well, so you can just choose one to go for. Yeah, this is enough to cover, plus a sprite and base. Unless you're worried about a combat trick on the outside from Chubby, which I think you should prepare for on your own. At the same time, there's nothing to prepare. Like, you're fresh out of cards, so I would push everything, buddy. I would push everything.
Yeah, so this is 21 to 20. Does the Yasuo have
please say you got something
form of combat trick? If he has anything right now, other than an on-guard's only one. I'm guessing if they just did that. Yeah. No, that's a shame. Nearly got there from Yasuo, but what a great game one. Both of these decks showcasing exactly what they like to do. We saw the army of sprites absolutely wipe the board clean multiple times, and the Yasuo literally, I think, one card away from being able to run around that board and score the extra point. This is what I love about these early rounds of these tournaments. Like, anything can happen.
And really kind of banking on the Rosas was maybe a rough choice, but we also know that the Barons were in play, so you were kind of facing off against heavy units versus heavy units, right? So I do wonder in this game number 2 if we're swapping out some of those heavier units for the recognition that Vengeance has good answers for it, as we do have the ever so incredible Zon Warrens versus the Duskrow Slab.
Yeah, Duskrow Slab, great battlefield for Lilia. If anyone's not aware, basically at the start of your beginning phase, you can pop a unit for an extra card. And obviously Lilia, the units pop anyway. So you may as well use that to draw the extra cards. So all of a sudden those sprites become 3 might accelerated, but also draw 1, which is an extremely powerful combination. We do see the Traveling Merchant moving in and scoring that first point into the Zorn Warrens. So again, Yasuo fully taking advantage of just dumping as much into the trash as they can possibly muster. And we've already seen a Raza go in, so that would tell me, although there's probably a Last Rites in hand, or he's expecting to see one very, very soon.
Either that, or he is dumping the high cost because he also drew 2 Barons. That is the other side of the equation here. Granted, I think the Barons would be the better choice, so I do agree. Maybe we go ahead and see the Last Rites and get it playing very, very quickly for itself. For Vengeance, though, it's all about that setup on your own. Chubby just chilling with those cards. And what did you choose to select? I didn't see which others they placed, so that'll be a mystery to us and a half. 2-tap, bringing out the Yasuo and Legend, I should say, and bringing the Traveling Merchant back, tossing away the Treasure Hunter. Interesting.
Yeah, you just don't need those like 1 might unit right now. Like, unless you can get it turn 1, it's kind of never going to really pay itself value for you. You'd rather just dump it, draw, fix your hand, get more into the trash, and play to that long-term game plan. But as we see, the Lilia going into the Duskrow Lab, fairly strong here, but it might be a gust coming out, and it definitely is a gust. So Lilia going to go back to hand, just slowing down that point tempo. And do you know what? I'm really enjoying this Yas deck. I really love the game plan. Like, stop your opponent scoring points, dump as much into your trash as possible, hand fix as much as possible, and go for that big middle and end game, that miracle package that we're so familiar with.
It's a fun way to play, and it's one that we got to watch for. And especially for Vengeance, you recognize it's going to happen one way or another. Another sprite to come on out, quick conquer in, and forcing a little bit of an extra battle. Again, without that extra piece in hand or being forced back with the Lilia. Got to raw play it again later, but keeping up in the point game. And welcome to the gun show once more. The traveling merchant says, I got another merchant planned on the Zon Warrens. I'll go ahead and give myself 2.
Yeah, he did see the chucking of the Baron yet again. So the Baron remained in the deck after the sideboard, so it's still part of the long-term game plan. But obviously, just for the amount of energy and power that costs, you're not going to play it until very much later. But the Vex Apathetic is the best sideboard card against the Lilia. If you can't aggro me, if you can't accelerate things into me, it becomes a lot more difficult to play this matchup. We do see the Dust Rose Lab popping the Sprite token, getting that extra card. 9 cards in hand for the Lilia, but it hasn't got any accelerate. As long as that Vex stays at that battlefield, this is such a hard matchup to play.
Why does Vengeance feel like he's playing an Ezreal deck right there? Just 9 cards in hand, everything in the book, and you're playing against purple as well. As you said, it is a very, very tough call right now. And for Vengeance, this is one of those moments where you're like, dang, okay, you had the right answer. You can only really bring out the Lilia one more time. So, yeah, that's your setup. Bring the cat as well. It's there, but is it going to really be enough? I don't think so. So, huge play coming in from Chubby, who is going to start really pumping those points up.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful because obviously, you know, there's 7 might sitting in the back their line, so the Vex isn't going to be as safe as it once was when there's no units on board. That does mean, of course, if we decide to move the Traveler Merchant in again, dumping more and more into the trash, chucking a Seal of Discord there, that would tell me that the other cards in his hand are extremely valuable to this matchup. A lot of runes being tapped, and we're going to see, I would imagine, another Vex Apathetic. Yo, Orbital, I heard you like apathy. Let's have 2 of them.
I just want to lounge all day. I don't want to do anything, bro.
Just chill. Yeah, I'm just going to chill on this battlefield. Like, come at me, bro. Like, a couple of runes up for some combat tricks. And we'll see what the Lilia can do. But the Lilia, to accelerate anything right now, has to clear both of these battlefields, and that's going to be an impossibility. We could see a Watcher come down just for the -3. That might present some problems, but for now, it looks like Yas is very much dominant in this matchup.
And in a weird turn as well, we saw some of the hold patterns back in game number 1, where we saw the Yasuo really chill out with that ability of, I got you, don't worry, I'm going to go ahead and, play super heavyweight with the Rasas and all. This makes a lot of sense with that trade out. I mentioned before that I did want to see what was traded out on the sideboard if you were going to shift things around. This makes a lot of sense, and now Vengeance is like, dude, I am slightly cut off. If I don't have an answer for these 2, I am completely messed up. Starting with the Stupefy, this is the way to do it. Slowly cut them out, but it's on the Traveling Merchant, just trying to cleave away at some of that might power on the battlefields.
Yeah, exactly right. And with the Stupefy coming down, looks like the Lilia didn't quite have the answers in hand.
No.
Obviously, I'm not sure what the answer in hand is to 2 Vexes on either battlefield. Probably the Watcher, as I suggested earlier, like giving everything -3 would certainly cause some nice issues. But the Yuumi and the Lilia going in. So Lilia is going to be pumped up to 6 might. So 7 presenting versus 5 at the moment. Does Yasuo have some sort of combat trick to save the Vex? A Ride the Wind might be quite nice here, just letting the merchant die. But I don't think he minds the trade. And what do we see? We see the Discipline. So that's going to be 7-7. But obviously Lilia has plenty of cards in hand for another combat trick.
But you have the right combat trick.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah,
so.
you
With
got
that
it. You got
many,
it. You got it.
yeah.
I don't know why I ever
enough.
doubted a Lilia.
No, Lilia, like 7 cards in hand, probably has the right sort of momentum in there. So it's going to be 7-8 on the side of the Lilia, in favor of the Lilia right now. There's nothing much else the Yasuo can do. So imagine he's probably going to want to trade with the Lilia, but the Yuumi does present quite a nice option just to get rid of. I know it's not the ideal situation, but
Right.
killing that Yumi, being able to give stuff +3, especially with Aurelias that we've seen, might be the answer. But no, he does decide to go with the Lilia.
All right. Go ahead, finish it off, leave. And I think with regards to the movement, it makes sense. Again, just that Lilia causes a lot of problems. It does leave the sprite, so I get where they're coming from, at least. And it's not...
Hello and welcome everyone to the first Vendetta Runes and Rift tournament, and here I am joined by my friend Agito Swiftly. How are you doing, Agito?
Doing good. I'm ready to watch some Set 4 Legends. At least one of them in this round, at least.
But don't worry, chat. Don't worry, chat. It is not what you think. We have a cool Sivir build. This is mid-range. There's no Aurora. I say that. Just could
It's
randomly
also not
gonna be
Irelia.
Aurora.
It wasn't
It's
Irelia,
not
so it's
Aurelia
okay.
either.
Different purple card.
Yeah, but anyways, so we have Sivir, a mid-range Sivir against Ambessa. Have you spent any time with Ambessa at all? Any impressions? I am pretty blank slate on this legend so far.
So Mbessa is kind of the deck that I might be leaning towards as the deck for Set 4 for myself. It's quite a good front forwards deck that essentially doesn't really just lose to itself, which I think a lot of sort of mid-range decks have been in the past besides Yi. But it's got all the good things that Orange has. It's got the challenge. It's got the rampages that we see in the last round. And Bessa obviously has the when I'm empowered, ignore your opponent, just punch them in the face. They can't do anything back to you. Really good unless you're in battle. And it's just essentially all the good Orange stuff with the new yellow cards coming in really from this set. You got the Kale, which is apparently was the biggest stumper of all previous this weekend so far. It's the only empower card you can do multiple times, everyone.
Have they fixed the ruling on that? Because as far as I'm aware, it is currently ruled you can only empower at one time, which is ridiculous, right?
According to Riftbound Report, and
Okay.
I even tagged Mr. Grafton, as he is our well-known level 3 judge, that no, you can keep empowering Kale because she's the only one who doesn't say you can only do it once.
Okay, well, it does sound like our players are ready, so we're going to jump right in.
So, are you looking forward to seeing this smash down from top lane, or are you looking more of the ADC coming up and taking them down early game?
I do like control decks, and I mean, mid-range Sivir generally does play a little bit more on the control. It was back in the Miracle days, it was you would play Sabotage and Fizz as many times as you could, and your opponent would want to die. So we'll have to see if something like that happens, but there we go. We do get to see the Legion Marauder come down. I actually like this card a lot. I've been playing this in Yi in my testing for LA that I will not be going to, but I do like this card a lot. A pseudo 3-drop, pretty rune efficient, good card.
It's pretty good. So that's, as you said, it's a case of if you're going second, if you wanted to, you can empower it. So you got your 3 for free. If you're going first, you do have your 2 and 0. But because you empowered it, you can then convert that into the lovely Ambessa's lovely skill, which is when something is empowered, you also give me a free bonus of empowerment too. And if you spend the power, you can then ready something. So turn 1, get going.
Yeah, it's really cool how you just get to hold on to the Ambessa Empower ability. And it's not like Aurelia, right, where you have to use it right then. You can just hold on to it and set up these checkmate scenarios where your opponent just really doesn't have an answer. Because you just have that free move. But I do want to call out the battlefield in case anybody is unaware. New battlefield, and it is being, I imagine this is Ambessa playing it. It is called Risen Altar. And the empower cost of your units cost 1 less. It's got to be, well, 1 less or 1 power less. It's got to be pretty nice.
Just quickly checking the deck list, it does seem to be that it is Ambessa's Risen Altar. But we also have the Sigil of the Storm on the side of Sivir, which is more of a standard card that you've been seeing, is that when you conquer a circle one of your runes. But it's no thing but a chicken wing in this deck. It's not so bad.
Yep. And one of the best ramp cards in Sivir is the Treasure Trove. Is you get your energy back, or sorry, you get your rune back, but you also get a gold. little bonus for the Sivir. So you
Get
have to see
extra
it. 3 cost for Ambessa. And let's see what this is. Maybe another Legion Marauder and just shortcutting that power. Or there's the Kale that you're talking about. I'm interested to see. Oh, okay, never mind. We took it right back.
No, there's no Kale in my hands. What are you on about?
Yeah.
No. Rampage. There you go.
Okay. This card's really good.
It really
It's
is.
really good. For anybody unaware, this is a side grade of challenge. So you lose the action speed, but you cost 1 more energy, but you cost no power. But you have the option to pay the power to give your guy +2. A little buff. I like that card a lot. That card's really solid.
I think it's grown on me, to be fair, because I looked at it like, I don't really need this. You've already got the Ambessa ultimate ability, which is, get over here and let me beat the life out of you. And you've also got challenges, they're pretty good. But want to get a third one in there, just throw it in.
Mm-hmm. So
'Cause
opting to not
So
use
you'll
the
commit.
gold, so you get a gold. Yeah. That's like compounding investment, right?
So we're just using the Ezreal here, digging a little bit deeper. It's not so bad, right? It's pretty good. Trisha, I think here, what is the plan? Essentially, is it a case of we just have to dig deeper? Like you said, it's that kind of annoying Sivir that's just going to be like, okay, I've got no hand. Or if you do have more of a unit heavy hand, it's not so bad if you are just trying to do the sabotage stuff. But hand knowledge is always very potent in any deck. That's a big ass hand from Sivir, to be fair.
Okay, so back to what we were talking about before the thing. I read in the judges chat that you are not allowed to empower the Kale through itself. You can empower it through other things, was that fixed in the rule update?
Yeah. So
okay, excellent.
I don't know if it's been fixed for the ruling update. I know it was mentioned by a lot of people because how does it work? Because every empowerment it's specifically just once on yourself. Kale is the exception to that because it's meant to work like an ultimate. So at level 6 you get this empowerment, at level 11 you get the empowerment, and then level 16 you get the empowerment. And the best way they could do it is just pay free. Apparently, is the same as getting level 6. So tell that to Master Yi experience version, and he'll scoff at you.
You know what this card reminds me of? Like
Which one?
Infinitely better Master Yi, the 12.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Oh,
it's
okay.
Yeah. Hand knowledge is great. It's pick your poison. I mean, I guess the Nidalee a bit annoying, but
retreat. I feel like I've never seen this card actually played. Okay, interesting.
Funny enough, the only deck I play it in is in the Vi, and we saw it in the Vi in the last game playing it. So it's an okay card. It has plus, yes, that's plus to say in the last game. It is essentially just a retreat that goes back to base.
It's still just so funny to me that Master Yi's Proving Ground signature spell is just a worse version of this, straight worse version. There is no upside to it that this card does not have.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So, although I love Alpha Strike, I think Alpha Strike's a really good card.
Yeah, that card's really good. I'm a big fan. Okay, so Kale moving up. Ooh, this is going to be cool. There's no once per turn on this Risen Altar, is there?
Nope, and how many cards do you have? 7 runes to use this turn.
Yeah, so you could triple empower it, right?
This is the perfect time to do it because the issue with empowerment is so the thing that a lot of people forgot was you can't just go on spending 9 to empower it 3 times. You have to do it incrementally, so you have to go 3, 6, 9. In this situation, obviously, it's 2, 4, 6.
3, 6, nah. Okay, anyway, sorry.
But because they're tapped out as well, it's not like, oh no, I'm going to get star-crossed at this point, or star-boiled over here. So it's like, yeah, I'm just going to max out myself, and I'm going to be this absolute demented Kale coming in to upset everyone. Or are we not? Are we? No, we're not, apparently. We're just going to go up 2.
Rampage.
Oh, yeah. Now we are. No.
Pretty nice here.
Only empowered twice, though.
Yeah, you get the Ambessa to pull her back safely, though, which is pretty nice. To be honest, I guess, yeah, you probably do want to actually pull her back. and save it for the next turn, as we did see the Mind Splitter, and Sivir is in the color that does have like the punch firsts, so you definitely do have ways to get over it, and it would suck to lose your KO after investing so much to it. So
yeah, so I was probably hoping to be more like we're just going to make this be the level 16 KO right here, right now. But I think I'm actually more okay with it being like nearly there, but taking out that Mind Flayer instead. Just because it does have that issue of like it is a big beastie. It's going to trade you at the worst situation, like you said. It could have a punch first. Your big boss monster is now dead. That poor empowered turn 1 play is not really going to do much for yourself. There you go. He gets rampaged himself. See you, friend.
Look at this. We got like the whole. Oh my gosh, we got all the bears. It's like we got Volley Bear in here, except wrong color. And yeah, Sivir double rampages. Is that the 4th rampage this game? I think that is.
3rd rampage this game.
Is it?
It's the 3rd.
I thought hasn't been
Oh no, it was, yes. 2.
Yeah.
2 from yes, it was 4th one. Right, can we see the 6th?
Well, I mean, Sivir is purple. There are fizzes in the deck. We could see infinite rampages. It's like went to a Waffle House and got really, really mad. They did not cook my burger to perfection. So
You flipped the table.
gonna go on a
Through a chair.
rampage. Yeah.
Right, so we're going to empower this lovely bird here for 1 less. We're going to have a 4 deflect 2 bird. That's right. Throw spells at me. See what you can do.
I will say Sivir is one of the legends that probably doesn't care that much. You do get to generate a lot of gold. Does look like she's digging for an answer though, because you do need to out this. That is on the 7 points.
That's it. We are going here with the Bewitching Spirit, everyone's favourite hand rip card. And a Starcrossed.
There we go.
There we go. You got to pay it though, so an extra 2 cost. Do you really want to lose 2 right now? Well, you might as well.
Yep, it's going to be an expensive one. Whew. But it's Sivir.
Yeah.
You get the gold. And, ooh, there's the Nidalee coming out in reaction speed.
It's cat time.
Is there an answer? A Fizz would do it.
People do it too.
Oh, wow. Okay, I feel like I've not seen this card in a while, but yeah, that will do it. Though I will say, a little bit scary because you invested so many runes, and Mbessa can just do the same exact play.
Yeah. Like, okay, I'll just do the same thing again. I'll move this out there and bring Nidalee out if you try and get rid of me.
Yeah, empower, move it up, and now it still has enough up for. Oh, okay. Yeah, still has enough up for Nidalee. What are you gonna do? Deal with it again?
Do it. Shoot you, coward. Okay, go through. This is actually why I like the Hall of Legends with Mbessa, because if you are able to go empower, you can just go, okay, unsuspender. Raise something else.
Yeah. Does not sound bad at all.
No. I'm sure I'll try it. It'll be terrible with me as a pro player that I am. But I'm sure like a real pro player, like someone like, I don't know, Colin maybe, he could be really good with it.
Oh, I just realized that that's kind of a cool interaction that you can use a rampage off of Fizz, and then Fizz is just throwing hands. Like, turns Fizz into
no bell.
just turns like, I'm not a spell slinger, I'm a Fizz slinger. I just throw my Fizz at people. What are they gonna do about it?
Throw the shark. The shark is Fizz.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. When are we gonna get the Fizz legend? I'm looking forward to that.
Like there was a rumor that it was going to be in set 5, but I think people got it confused with Ziggs. So it's either going to be in set 5 or it's going to be at some point in the future. We'll get a Bilgewater set maybe, and that'll work.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Fizz. I mean, his champion unit is probably one of my favorite cards in the game. So being able to access that from the champ zone, that sounds kind of nice. That sounds kind of nice.
Hey, what's that Fizz doing? None of your business. Don't look at my Fizz.
I wonder if they're going to give us something like Runeterra where you can get floating energy just for spells. I think it was called Flow. I don't quite remember. Or was it? But I like.
We can't do Flow now. Flow is the
true
trash. So that's be something else. Maybe like a mana
we
bubble.
have to give it legally distinct flow.
Yes. Everything is kicker.
Yes. I will say, I think the flow mechanic, when I originally read it, I was not super sold on it. A lot of the cards seemed just too expensive. And then I played against a Kennen deck that milled the entire deck in 5 turns. And I was playing my super little cool Ezreal deck, and I was like, all right, I get to rip his hand with all the Bewitching Spirits, and I'm super happy. And then it just didn't matter because he just played like 3 cards from his trash every turn. And I was like, oh, okay, this is really fun. My bad.
So what's the how's this deck work? Oh, just give me 5 turns, I'll show you.
Yeah. Well, there's the control cannon that's pretty cool, though I think it's probably too slow to actually see play.
Yes. So
Right?
yeah.
First
I don't know if control would. I think it just depends on the meta. But as you can see here, going in early, getting that early point in there, we did pay for the gold, and then we did bring it back with the first mate. He's a good lad. He's pulling people back with that hook. And then we're just going out there with the Tiffer.
Set 1 really showing that it was the best set still.
Set 1 coming out there with like set 17 power levels.
Yeah, I'm saying it's actually crazy, and it's probably a good thing because it made sure there was like a baseline power level of interesting card. I don't know a good way of saying that, because it felt like cards for some reason kind of simplified past set 1. Like we had a bunch of weird stuff like Aurora in the first set. And then after set 2 and 3, things got like simpler. Like cards did like one thing for the most part, but except for Fizz. Fizz is awesome. We all love Fizz.
Yeah, like for me, set 1 was like, it's a very powerful first set. Here's something fun. We want you guys to have fun. It's not like everything's vanilla. We want to try and give you an actual thing to play that, combos of other things or makes you think about things. Set 2 came out to try to improve upon it. No, Fizz! Stop looking at the stacked decks, Fizz! No!
See? Yeah. Look at our fishy friend. Fish
Fishing
are
up.
friends, not food.
Our friends, not food. Go fish.
Ooh, and then we got the pack right next to him, so that Fizz right back if we want him. I don't know if we do want to do that, though, as it seems like Mbessa has contested the board pretty aggressively, and you do actually need to remove stuff.
So you said, though, either later on using a Rampage, because, got those Fizz with the hands. Starcross are also going to be pretty useful. You get to Starcross, put him back to hand, use that same Starcross, or Rampage into Rampage. Whichever way you want to deal with your opponent is the best way to deal with your opponents.
Yes, Fizz on his Waffle House Rampage. Oh, speaking of which, did you see the World Cup video? I saw like some tweets from people saying, they're like, I'm looking forward to going to a Waffle House so I can see fights. I'm like,
yes.
Is this the culture we have in the States? Like,
I think that Waffle House culture is the closest you get to sort of like pub culture in the UK, where there's like 3 kind of pubs. There's a Witherspoons, which is just the run of the mill. You go for a cheap meal with your family, you have a drink. There's the sports pub, which kick out is going to be kicking off, and then there's like the nightclub kind of pub where you go for a drink, and hopefully you live in a nice enough area where that's also not a kick-off pub. But Waffle House does seem to be the place at 3 a.m. where someone's getting a chair for another.
Right, so does he realize he can ready that gold token? Hey, I guess.
No. Gold's not to be spent. Oh, never mind.
Oh, there we go. Nice. Very cool.
We're not spending it.
Not that it will be relevant likely, unless there's like maybe a punch first in the hand, but it seems super likely. How is Silver going to deal with this?
Right.
That
so
Mbessa card is very scary.
It is. I think the scary lady on the purple side should walk in and beat up the purple lady that's not scary on the yellow side. And then I think Fish should start throwing hands.
I would be down with seeing the Fish throw some hands.
Let me pretend we're actually casting this like professional people, because I forget sometimes that this isn't just a friendly weekly chat we have. It's not empowered, which means the Bessa can still be dealt damage outside of combat. If Fizz was to throw down with that big old Rampage, he's a coming for her. Because right now she's weakened by the wolf.
Yeah, this Mbessa card looks really annoying for control decks to deal with. This and the new Gangplank as well. Feels like I'm playing against Yi, and he just like turned into a camel farmer or something, and now they're just like
I
9 camels in his deck.
I just love when they make cards actually thematic with the game, whereas
Mhm.
that Gangplank isn't super cool until you realize that ability is just him eating his orange. He's just going, vitamin C, can't take me.
Yes, I will not have scurvy. You will have the scurvy.
What's scurvy? Apparently -1 might is scurvy.
Yes.
Or going back to hand is scurvy. Everything is scurvy.
Quite. How does Sivir deal with this Tempest? I guess you probably want to deal with it before it gets empowered here.
I was going to say,
Is
I'm
it?
presuming at this point it's going to be you just double the spirit, take 2 cards out of
Oh,
hand.
sure.
Hopefully one of those cards is a punch first, or no, I mean those 2 cards weren't super impactful, but if we just drew either the ultimate or a challenge and we empower the
Mhm.
Embesser, we just throw some goddamn big fists around right now.
I just have not really seen a lot of cards in the Sivir deck that deal with Mbessa well. Like the Rampages, for instance, just won't do anything once it's empowered.
That's it. You had that one turn ready to go. I need to deal with that card in the back because she's the big thing, and you just went like, "Well,
Mhm.
how about I remove 2 cards from your hand?" It's like, baby, this girl's going to come in and slap you around in a second. There's no coming back from this now.
I guess you can Starcross. That's probably as everyone loves the hate the Starcross card.
Yeah.
And bounce that.
Or just empower this. Did you, no, I mean +2 is still pretty good. I was gonna say, did you want to empower it as well? So give a +4.
Depends on what's in the hand, right? Holding
Mhm.
5 up could be like a Rengar. I don't know if they play it, but Rengar we saw in Italy.
Do you want to know if they play Rengar, or we just we're just
Um,
spitballing here?
leave a mystery for the viewers. Yeah, we'll see.
The answer
Ooh,
to the question is they are playing orange.
the Mecha Fist battle.
Yes. Where is my 3 fists of Lonely Poro?
Okay, I have to say I was playing Yi last weekend with Sasuke. Actually, he wanted to test his Zed deck, right?
Mhm.
Sasuke, one of our lovely other casters, and I had there was a point in the game where I was at 7 points. I'd conquered the other battlefield. And all I had in my base was a little scuddler. That scuddler drew 2 mecha arms and punched the daylights out of his head. It was one of the greatest moments of my career.
I was just like, what's music just come from?
Yeah, it was just like my junglers in solo queue. The jungle Zed losing the scuttle crab.
I feel like someone's watching me. I'm not too sure what it is. Yes.
All right, first mate coming down and pulling safely back. Only at 4 points, so not quite as fast as last game. Last game felt like it went very quickly.
It felt like last game, Sivir didn't really have much of an early 2 or 3 turns, and then just had to kind of throw down the Sivir and go, I'll have to deal with what I've got. Whereas, as we saw from the Embesser, they had a lot of pushing forwards. They're able to empower things. They're able to sort of like play their game, kind of play the new mechanics. Whereas on this one, it's more like, no, actually, you're gonna have to play by control rules this time. Give it a second. Maybe we'll see if control rules still work, or if we're just gonna have an Embesser slamming a fist down on this poor young lady's face.
I will say Ambissa does have a couple empower, like unused empower units, so you do still have the opportunity to buff up your legend twice. And then there's still obviously Ambessa in the champ zone as well. It hasn't been used. Kind of cool to see both the Ambessas played. I wonder when you do decide to swap them out. But ooh, there's the challenge coming down. But it's not Fizz throwing hands. It's gonna be Sivir probably.
Sivir, yeah.
Wow. So playing challenge and Rampage, they just really want to throw hands.
4-4. It's kind of where you want to be right now. Just trying to think. You could empower the equipment, give the bestest friend here, Mr. First Mate, I mean, it doesn't matter now. You take it off the board. But yeah, you could have just given them 7 to go walk into that battlefield and go, all right, we're fighting then.
Yeah, you do have enough runes to double conquer here, right? You could. It's like play first mate, play Mbessa, empower your gear, move, ready Mbessa, conquer. If you do want to put your opponent on actually, win the game or actually deal with your board instead of say have another fun little spirit. But I guess it depends on what's in his hand.
So, your opinion is fine. This isn't kind of like a me and you kind of thing.
You could just call it wrong.
No,
It's
no.
okay.
I much prefer the orange as my chosen champion, and I like having the yellow one in my deck because I feel like it's more of a I want to kind of scare you from my hand rather than hey, you're sitting there watching me. Just because, as I think if you saw from the last round, it's a turn 2 play. You can get it out quite early. The following turn, you can empower it if your opponent can't really deal with it, and then you can just start throwing spells from the back, just haymakers left and right. Do you like respected and feared Ambessa, or are you more of the wolf Ambessa yourself?
I mean, personally, I think that we saw how powerful no power forecasts are, right? And the question for me is how good is a no power 5 cost, which we really have not seen from a champion zone yet. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong. I can't think of a champion that had that, but so I don't really have good context on how good that is because we don't have the Aurelia. Yeah, okay. Well,
she's a 4-mite technically.
Yeah, but okay. I just meant more like the no power cost. So I am just really dumb. So we're just gonna pretend I did not say that.
Well, to be fair, Aurelia is like the horse girl. She's a horse girl essentially. She's crazy. You can't deal with her. You can't talk to her. She'll do her own thing. Why is there now a cat on my sun disc? What's going on here?
Unfortunate that the tactical retreat was drawn though, because now you do have to deal with game and base, and you only have 4 runes up, right?
That's it. So how do we stop this first mate dealing with us? And when that Ambessa walks in, she's just gonna kill the poor Rengar.
Yeah, that Rengar is. I
Not
can't say
long
that.
Okay. One of those 9 lives is going. There you go. Split that way.
Yeah.
Do you think how this Ambessa is worded, it's more of a fair card? Or do you think it should have been more my might and less?
I think it's fine, to be honest. It's very powerful, don't get me wrong. But I do think outside of like the Ambessa legend, it does feel like Empower is a little bit undertuned in general.
Yes, I agree.
So I think having some powerful Empower cards is fine.
I say she's no worse than Yasuo or Yone or Purple Kha'Zix. They all do something very similar. In like I walk in, I just do damage kind of thing. Sorry, Orange Kha'Zix is the one that walks in. She's a bit of orange cards, but apparently we had it in green. We had it in orange for 2 cards. Then we got it in 1 in yellow. So overall, we do seem to have this thing about just walking units in and go like, that guy's dead now.
Yeah, I will say that okay, we're pushing that guy up on the field. And I lost my train of thought. Perfect. But Ambissa's still empowered, so you can throw that first mate over for 7 might. Is there a punch first drawn for turn?
Oh. I mean, what do you need right now? Rengar 6, Fizz is 3, they're 2. So that's 11. Yeah? 12 will do it.
Yeah.
They do have one up themselves, so that could be the issue. Is it risky for the biscuit?
Question.
It is a question.
Why is the Ambessa still empowered?
Yes.
I see. Okay. Well, hopefully the players remember that because that actually does matter quite a bit.
It does matter.
This is the problem with.
Or was it empowered from the Ambassador before?
Yeah,
what
but he
it's
just
empowered.
used it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the problem with these colors is can't run out of cards.
We don't draw in these colors.
Yeah. It's like Rengar is probably just gonna die. Yep. Bye bye, Rengar. And
Free?
Kale?
Nidalee. No.
Nidalee. Okay.
Yeah, no time.
Alright, well, Ambessa is still empowered for some reason. Am I reading this card wrong? Doesn't it say disempower?
She has become disempowered now, don't worry.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
So it should say disempower on the card. It's no, they're doing it now. Would it be worth? I'm going to say this as a stupid person. Would it be worth throwing in that Nidalee and just cleaning the battlefield up so that way your opponent's then having to deal with you, or not? Because right now they are still technically ahead. You are on top deck game anyway.
Yeah, and the Nidalee potentially does draw a card depending on how Sivir plays it. It seems pretty unlikely, but there is a possibility. And is there any card for Ambessa that actually does win the game?
Not anymore.
I don't think so, yeah. And now, we do some rampaging. Okay, does top deck Kale do it? Because that is a, 9 might?
Fully empowered Kale is gone.
No.
Yeah, 9 might with ganking and
Yeah.
deflect free. So yeah, it's a case like I'm going to walk in, do some terrible things, do some more terrible things, gank across, set somebody. You know, the good stuff. But there we go.
Yeah.
Into game 3 now. We've seen the mid-range Sivir the way that she should have always been. I do wonder if it's more the fact that they've gone for a mid-range build because they know that Gear Hate, this format's going to be even more on the cusp than it was before.
Yeah. I actually played the mid-range Sivir a little bit on release and was very disappointed by it, so I stopped playing it, but maybe I'll have to give it another go now that we've got Fizz going on rampages. Seems kind of cool. It's interesting though, because it does look like this version of the deck is playing like a blue-purple deck, except you've replaced the blue damage spells with orange punch cards.
Yeah, instead of reducing might, you're getting stronger. Yeah, it's like, okay, I won't give you -2 might, but I may punch you for 5 extra.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we have a deal?
There's like the challenges and the rampages. I will say this does seem like it would have a lot of trouble against the wide decks like Victor, or from what I've seen, Zed sometimes will function as a wide deck, and Kennen can function as a wide deck as well. It does seem like this version of the deck would have a lot of trouble with these, but definitely cool into the matchups like Ambessa with these orange decks that are just playing a few units, right?
Yeah, I think for this deck, I think that's the idea of why you do the spirits, because you're just trying to reduce their hand size so they can't go super wide over turn. Whereas, yeah, I don't think they have like a legitimate way to deal with a wide board other than just taking those cards out of the hand of your opponents. We haven't seen any sabotages, have we, this game so far?
No, I imagine they're in the deck, but yeah, you're right. Though it very well could be something that does get sideboarded down or out, as this is a matchup I can't imagine you're going to get a ton of value out of it with a lot of the deck being just units, right? You haven't seen the Ambessa signature either, right?
No, I mean, I love the Ambessa signature. I think it's a pretty, I wouldn't say the best card in the deck, but I'd say it's definitely a very good card in the deck.
Yeah.
And they do play it. They do play a playset of it, so it's not like they can't do it. And it also has flow as well, so we can do it again. Yeah, choose a friendly unit, kill an enemy unit with less might than me. I just love slapping people around.
Yeah.
And Bessa, not me. No, I love people.
And Bessa going very low in cards here already. And there is a Spirit and a Pack on the board, but the 3 points already, though. So it is a fast start, but maybe a bit of a fragile start to see if Sivir does commit to saying, hey, you will have 0 cards, you will play with your top deck, which, I mean, there's a Kale on the board that's empowered once.
So that's kind of thing, though, right?
What was that?
It's not so bad now when you've got the Kale that's empowered, because the Kale that's empowered now just goes, all right, I'm walking around. You can't stop me. And if you do try and stop me, you're losing half your runes.
Yeah. Also still is holding on to that empowered Ambessa legend, so has a move as they would like. And there's also still has the champ. I mean, it's a little bit more than it looks like, right? It's not quite as dead as it looks.
It's a barren playing field over here.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do right here as the Sivir player? Would you play Sivir, Accelerator out, try and clear a battlefield early on? Would you try and go 2 for 2, knowing that Chaos essentially will be walking around next turn? Or would you just try and just have like a free turn, build up something in the back? Okay, that works too.
Yeah. One thing that you do need to be careful of
it's there.
Ooh, there we go. Do you even want to discard that? Because that is I guess maybe you have to. I don't know, because your Mind Splitter is just gonna die.
Yeah, I mean he's probably gonna die as well when the cow stops walking around.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but can you do? I was gonna say it's a little bit spooky walking into the Sand Swept though, because well, I guess it's not. Never mind. I thought it said 1 energy left, but no, it's only 1 power less. So you cannot play a 0 energy punch first, as funny as that would be.
That would be quite interesting, but no, unfortunately, a 1-on-1 punch first is still pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite broken. And there is a paper tree trigger here. See if the players do remember.
Everyone gets a rune.
Okay, neither player remembers. Fair enough.
Good. No one wants a rune.
It is on hold, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. When you hold, each player gets a channeled rune.
I would hope the Sivir remembers because they're battlefield, but
no, not today. I don't want that Bessa getting free stuff from me. No.
True. Though I think I would absolutely be okay with my opponent getting 1 rune if the control deck, get more rune. All right, does Ambessa decide to power up the Kale to level 3 here, though, is the question.
I would personally, just because I feel like you want to have that big body on the field that's now, if you want to deal with me that isn't a body, you're going to spend half your runes.
Yeah,
I mean,
and at
I'm happy with this.
points.
I say I'm happy with this. Yeah, bring everything back. Kind of lure your opponent to have to play the game, because if they don't, you're going to go 7 anyway. Or you go to a 6 and hold a battlefield together, and then Kel just floats across.
There's a lot of deflect on that board. This is one of my worst nightmares when I'm playing control.
I have to say, like, what video is it? Is it Mel? It might be the Mel video that comes out on Monday. I have like a good 6-minute rant that I hate the fact that purple just has all the removal. It's all the fun cards. It's all the annoying cards. It's all the pain in the butt cards. But now that everything has deflect too, it's fine.
See, I hate deflect. They should.
If you want to play
I'm
free and
very
free,
unbiased here.
Dark Rustweed, that's cool. You can do that.
I do think that the game needs, and maybe it's a little bit too early in the power creep, and we just saw like the little sneak of it in set 1, because like we said, or like you said, set 1 was like 7 sets ahead, but with unchecked power, some non-targeting removal, I think would be kind of nice. But yeah, maybe we're a little bit too early for that.
Maybe. Although I think they said they were 4 sets ahead when set 1 came out, so they kind of knew what was coming out in the near future. So hopefully, as of now, they kind of know what's coming out in set 7 or 8. Yeah, not the meme. So hopefully, they're kind of setting up stuff for the rotation and go like, well, that's rotated out. it either worked or it didn't, or we thought it'd be really fun and it wasn't. So now we're going to try this new kicker word, and maybe it will work or not. It's like, I don't like burn, but I like empower.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like there needs to be more things that fall from out of the deck and go like, oh, because you did this, you get a gold.
I do hope that they, and it seems like a bit of a long shot, but I do hope that they support Empower beyond this set, because it feels half finished.
If XPE can't get more support the following set, no one else is getting support in any of the following sets.
Yeah, clearly.
Cal fluttering by, going to see. Now here you go. Do you just become a very mean person and just sit on 6 and go, yeah, you got to deal with me next turn? Or do you just kill something? I mean, that works too, right?
Yeah, how do you get out of this? Because it seems pretty rough. You can shove the bird up and just say, hey, I'm on 7 points. I have infinite deflect. My thing's at 9 might. Oh, this seems very difficult. Like maybe accelerated Sivir punch first, ride the wind. Like I don't know.
Ride the lightning, bitch. Yeah, I mean, you become a 6-might unit, right? So at least you can take out the bird, and we ride the wind and punch first. You can then take out the Gale. You're still only going to be at 3 points though, so you're still 3 turns from winning. It's not looking so good.
Ooh. Yeah, and the problem with that as well is it's like a 4-card combo. Probably don't have that. You could rebuke, but that is a 4 power cost rebuke. Not a very fun thing to pay.
It's either 2 and 5 or 2 and 4. You pick your poison.
True. This is true.
All those floating energies. And just remember, the great nation of America came up with the idea of floating ruins.
It's true.
So it was not a Chinese thing, apparently. And then we brought it over there. And they're like, I guess it's kind of cool. I guess we can do it.
Yeah, we're genius. What can I say?
I don't even know if we're allowed to do it. I think we just did it. It was like, this is really fun. Can we put it in the game? They're like, if you think it's fun, sure.
I imagine it because it was like already a thing in Magic, right? I don't play Magic, but I knew that you could float.
Yeah, you can float magic. Yeah, you can float mana.
So I just assumed it was kind of the same thing, and maybe the designers said, okay, yeah, we like that, so you can have it. Also, the way that the runes actually are worded, it does make sense, right? Because you're just adding.
And you can't respond to a energy or power-based action.
Yes.
So
Yes,
let me
yes.
just tap my things in the Jace deck and go like, whee, 20 extra energy.
Yes. What are you going to do about it? You
Yeah.
can't do nothing.
We can do with that energy nothing, but I could do it, and you can't respond to it.
All right, what is the plan here?
We got a gold. We got a Sivir. We got
Okay. That
2
is not a
packs of
good
treasure.
sign.
Oh, this is... We're digging.
That is not a
digging.
good sign.
Is there
Right?
I'm just having a quick nose at the deck list. Is there anything really they can do against this? Oh, I mean, not really.
You can throw
What about-
Rengar into the paper tree, maybe, and then
Violently so. I'd say
yeah. I feel like the
Whatever
answer is
you
just
choose.
Rengar punch first or something, but
yeah, whatever
pretty
you
clearly
choose is
does not.
technically the wrong answer, I think.
yeah. Onslaught.
This is a
Ooh.
sideboard card.
That is game? No, because you can just spend the 2 energy and then or the 2 power, right?
Punch first, yes, I know.
Wait, how do you ready her again here? And what am I missing? Oh, and it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I think it was just a case of I'm just going to go out punching you down. And they went, no, thank
Yes. In a blaze of glory.
you. The blaze of fists of fury.
Right, and it does look like Ambessa does take it as the infinite deflect no jutsu does tend to be pretty good against the control deck. Or mid-range deck, I guess.
So, here's the
Honestly,
thing.
watching it, it played a little bit more like a control deck than like a mid-range deck to me. So
It did. But for me, it's a case of, like, I like the idea they were playing something different. Obviously, we've always seen, traditionally, like, 90% of the time we see Aurora.
mhm.
I don't think the Aurora version would have had a better time, just because Elder Dragon's target. So sure, you can target me, but that first turn Elder Dragon that you got off your Aurora just ruined all your runes.
Yeah, I definitely don't know. It seems like Mbessa can go pretty fast there with the legend ability, getting all the free moves that she does choose to do so, and does have access to just direct kill spells, which tend to help a lot against the Elder Dragon, right? Because they put down that Elder Dragon and you just say, die, dragon, die.
Yeah. No! I don't want to hear that name ever again.
It looks like we do have a backup match for you guys, Aurelia versus Rengar. And Rengar, 5 points to Aurelia's 0. Looking like a good fast start for the Rengar player.
I can't believe it's been all these years and we're still seeing Aurelia. What do you mean it's only been 6 months?
Why does he have 3 runes? Well, what on earth happened here? Oh, okay. They're just fixing rune colors probably. So
You know the name. Don't ask questions. You'll get no lies.
yes, this is a good point. We never ask
Don't ask questions.
forever.
We just turn up. We just nod our head. And we go, thank you.
It's like Aurelia chosen champion has either died or been star-crossed at some point. And all we have is Little Scuddler and the Tide Turner for established on the board.
I can't believe you'd think that someone would target Aurelia and spend an extra ruin to get rid of her. How could you?
I'm saying, who would do that? Not
Who
me.
would do that? No,
Not me. Never.
never.
And Aurelia very ramped up here, 10 runes. If she did end up star-crossing her Aurelia, could just play her out.
I'd say, to be fair, she's pretty far behind.
This is true. But
She's now going to play. She's now going to get 3 more turns of double scoring battlefields while also surviving the following turn. As you said, those still got quite a lot of the runes up, so it's a good chance that they've got Defies or a Fizz somewhere, or some chance of a guard or discipline, or somehow friendship. It's not going to work in this deck, but somehow friendship.
You know what I've realized that
So damn crap every time.
I love drawing cards. Give me more cards. But points are just like a frame of mind. I'm chilling. 0 points, I'm cool. My opponent can have 8 points. I don't care. Because I'm on aspirant, speaking I'm cheating. But they don't know that.
I mean, I'd agree with you if the Rengar still wasn't sat in the champion zone and there wasn't an Accelerate Inferno. And rather, what did you say? It'd be a shame if there was a Rengar just going to jump on your face.
Yeah, I was going to say, they know there's a Rengar here, right? I guess maybe there's a Defiant Dance in hand?
Maybe. Pass focus. See what happens. Because there could always be a punch first in hand, too.
This is true. This is true.
You've got 1 rune up. I've got 7 runes up. Could be anything. Could be a Rengar.
I see Rengar. All right, do we have the Defiant Dance? Yep,
We do.
there it is. And now, do we have the punch first?
6 into 6. So, I mean, technically, it's just clashes.
Or the Inferno?
Oh.
Or is
Challenging,
this
maybe?
a challenge?
Ooh, okay.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
That'll do it. And Aurelia is tapped out, so this should be game, right?
Yeah. Is now. Ding dong. If there's obviously +2 as well, so she's a free might. So yeah. Who dies? Pinky Poison.
All right, yeah. So Rengar does take it and is going to move on the top cut. Not move into the last round, I think that guarantees top cut. Does it?
Should do.
If you're undefeated going into the last
Yeah,
round?
if you're 4-0
Yeah.
going into round 5, you should be
Yeah.
getting top 4.
But yeah, Rengar going undefeated into round 5, still putting up a strong performance. And I've been told that Rengar gets nothing except they look at the challenges in their deck and say, we're going on a rampage instead. That's what I've been told. I cannot confirm or
I
deny.
mean, you can look at the new cards and you can go, Renekton looks good. Or you can go, Rampage looks good. Or you can go, the orange Renekton looks like he's got something wrong with him. He's not so good. But otherwise, yeah, I think Rengar stays virtually the same. It doesn't really get any more. I think there's actually a new ambush card in red or orange that he might look at that one and go, we'll just change it
is there?
instead of having Inferno. I think there's one.
Okay, I believe
I've
you.
now set myself. I'm going to have to go look at it.
You would not lie to me. I believe everything
I would not
you say.
intentionally lie to you. I'm going to have a nosy. I think there is one new ambush card. No matter, it would be like purple.
Oh, you can probably play the...
It is in yellow, so I was wrong, and I did lie. Oh, no, there's the red one. The red new one is Morgana. So I was wrong.
Okay. Oh, yeah. And
Yeah,
that one
you
just
wouldn't
doesn't
play-
work.
You wouldn't play Morgana, no. So the one I was
Yeah.
thinking of originally was actually the Soul Spinner, which is the 3 for 3.
Mm-hmm. But all right. Well, it does sound like the round has just finished up, and Plus does want us to go to a break, so we're gonna throw it right to a break, and we will be back shortly with round 5.
Don't go anywhere, or do go somewhere and have a quick wee-wee. Your choice.
Yes.
Obviously, it's not a terrible choice either way. Quick little bits of the ice from before, but an earlier setup with a brutalizer. Okay. This is also the other side, by the way. I have seen this before. The idea of you have an automatic boost to every sprite, and you just get a swing at them with a brutalizer, and it's a free attachment almost later. I wouldn't say free, but it is a very funny tactic that I do enjoy from Lilia players.
Yeah, I absolutely love the gear cascade with the brutalizer, the Heart of Dark Ice, just meaning that some of these units just have overwhelming might out of nowhere. But Orbital, as we mentioned, as long as that Vex stays on the battlefield, Lilia can't do these kind of shenanigans.
You can pray. Ride the Wind's movement. That's that card that we wanted to see last time. That's that card we wanted to see last time. We did not get it.
It was. So he goes up to 6 points here. He can go to 7 when he drops back and moves with the Yasuo. I think that's what he's going to plan to do here. And then he puts all the might on one battlefield, saying, you can't accelerate. You've got no tempo. I've got 8 might. Come at me, bro. Or bro-ish. Lilia? I don't know. Does she get referred to as bro? I don't know. But we're about to see what can Lilia do here. Broski? Broly? I don't know. Singularity! That's going to cost you quite a few runes, but it saves you the game for sure. Brilliant cards. I imagine this was probably one of those sideboard cards, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, you recognize that most likely they're going to bring out an apathetic. You need a way to just cut through these opponents. Oh my god, what a show. All right.
Yeah.
That's one way to say it to him. That's one way to say gut punch you in the face. I love it. Do you have enough, though, is the question for Vengeance, because this is a very long leap forward.
Yeah, and obviously with the Yasuo built-in movement, he's going to be able to get something on the battlefield. But now Lilia has the ability to, once again, accelerate units, and that's what she's really good at. Digging for some answers. So we've got a draw, a discard, a draw, and then a draw because we're on 7 points. Can he find the Ride the Wind? 2 runes being tapped, and it is the Ride the Wind for the victory. And Yasuo pulling an amazing top deck there, I imagine, to go into game 3.
And bring to the table to try and turn it around.
Yeah, the thing is, like, most of these sideboards probably are like just generic sideboards, but look at the battlefield setup we have here, Orbital.
Oh my
We've got
gosh.
the you get 1 point, and then we play for 1 more point. So it's actually neutral ground once again. Yasuo obviously favoring those longer games, Lilia favoring those shorter games, but because of this battlefield setup, it's exactly the same. As long as Yasuo doesn't miss his arena's greatest trigger, of course.
Dude.
Judge.
That should have been called with the Rosses earlier. I don't know what you're talking about, man. That
exactly.
we would have had a judge at the table like 3 hours ago, man.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Okay.
nice, so nice.
No, Lilia, rule shark this guy. Rule shark him. You missed your trigger, bruv. Like, it's over.
I
These
respect
players
it
are
either way
amazing
on that.
sportsmen. Yeah, these
Yeah.
amazing sportsmanship. Personally, I'm brutal. I'm taking that $1,000.
We already
I'm giving you
know
a
that, BMU. We already heard what you do to someone. We already knew that one. Man's over
Look,
here
the
trying to
amount of-
sound like he's not an absolute card shark taking every win.
Yeah. The amount of times I let people take moves back when I was playing Yi with a +2 is uncountable. And but for this kind of money, I'm rule sharking. The rules are the rules, bro. That's what they are.
Are you the person like in a chess game where you're like, hey, you took your finger up, you can't take the move back?
Hey, look, if it's for $1,000, probably.
All right, you know what? Fair. I agree with that. Looking here, though, it's another. The setup is already complete. And the question for Vengeance is, you're staring down the barrel of game 2 all over again. Do you have a better response this time around?
Yeah, the Vex coming down, like, what a card to have in your deck versus Lilia. I've said about this card, like, it just shuts down so many decks. Like, those aggro Rengar decks with the ambush, the Lilia decks with the rush. Anything that wants to accelerate out for that extra power, Vex is just almost a exact counter for. Like, it's unbelievably powerful card. And to see it in both games this early, the Yas has got to feel good about that as well.
Okay, another dig here. Maybe trying to set up all those last rights that we saw before, but no heavy toss away. So obviously the setup will be coming a couple turns later.
Yeah, set up a couple of
bit
times
more.
later. Yeah, I think right now Lilia has to just play very carefully. If Yas has quite a few runes up, just play cautiously. But it looks like the Yas is going for the more aggressive style, trying to get as many points on the board as possible. And I suppose when you have the Vex, like, that is the right thing to do. But it just feels bizarre not to leave like runes up, like force your opponent to play badly, force your opponent to make mistakes. Don't make it that easy. When you leave 2 runes up, there's only a few options that can be there. And especially with this Raven Bloom, like a Stupefy, like just turns so much tides. A Discipline is really good. And the Heart of Dark Ice is probably the exact answer that this Lilia player needs to boost over that might. We see 8 might on the Arena's Greatest right now for the Yasuo, and the 7 might currently presenting itself on the side of Lilia.
A nice little setup on either end. But for the Lilia, it's always that extra little sprite as well if you wish to play. So how hard do you wish to fight? Well, obviously you can't with the sprite because of the Vex, but maybe you have something in hand. Maybe you are saving up. But you got another gold token for yourself. That's to turn and build now. As you're amping up this Raven Bloom student. What else can you go with it?
You haven't played a spell, right? Yeah, 5 mites. Okay,
No,
I've seen the number 6, and I was like, that's a little weird. But yeah, so you can run in and potentially like trade with the Vex, and then obviously generate the sprite to move in and clear the battlefield. So you can take a lot of tempo away from the Yas. But you've got to just make sure that obviously if they do play a Discipline, it's going to be pretty nasty. But do you see a Discipline on the side of Lilia? That's going to push that Raven Bloom up to 8, meaning it's an 8-8 trade. But we see 2 runes being tapped for a Defy.
Nice.
That's a great use of the Defy there. But 3 cards in hand, 3 runes still available.
Do it
Is there a
again. Do it
possibility
again.
here?
Do it again. I want to see it again. Heavy invest. Screw it. He's out. You know he's out. Do it again. Do you have it?
If you've got it, now's the time to use it.
Yeah, I know. It's like also double discipline at the top. I've only seen it a few times in matches where you're able to draw in the top 10. Oh my god, you have it. Let's go. Vengeance
Also,
having the
he tapped 2
second
for the
discipline.
Defy. I'm not sure why he tapped 2 for the Defy, but either way.
Hey, listen. It's $1,000 on the line. We're real sharking this dude, and he missed it. That's on him. That is Vengeance swinging for 8. It is going to be a full board clear on that side, and you've gotten rid of 1 of the Vexes.
Yeah, we know he runs at least 2 free cards in hand, 8 runes to the Yasuo. Obviously, everything can be pretty much accelerated out from the side of the Yasuo. We know he's got some big, scary units in his deck. He's also got the Yasuo on the side in the champion zone. 5 runes being tapped for the Yasuo. As we mentioned, he can push it into the Aspirant's Climb, but without that Vex, it means Lilia can accelerate what is a 6 might unit every time with that Heart of Dark Ice. Looks like the shovel is coming down, but can he play any units from his trash right now? Absolutely not.
It's a rough spot, but you gotta fight it for what it is. This is looking like Vengeance clearing a massive hurdle for the time, because you also take a look on the other side, and the card draw, even if Chubby has everything in the world, the card draw is not in your favor. Vengeance holding a narrow side victory in the hand. Count 4 cards in hand. You are able to fight back, and you're also up 2 points. Gonna tap nearly everything to drop down a massive swing, a singularity, just outright. And it's kneecap versus kneecap as Vengeance is swinging for absolute blood.
Yeah, is that the second singularity we saw this game, or is it the one from previous? I can't remember.
I think that was the previous
singularity there, just taking absolutely all the tempo away from the Yasuo. Lilia with the sideboard, I imagine singularities, and Yasuo just passes the turn. There's nothing he can play. And he might be sort of banging his head against the desk, thinking he might have had that clutched up. But Lilia being able to go to 7 points this turn, I imagine the gust. Okay, stops a little bit of tempo from the leader's side, and maybe he's not quite out yet. We did see the rune being tapped. Is that going to be a Defy? Is he going to buffer with the Defy?
Please
Surely
Defy
not.
it. No. It'd be funny. It'd be funny.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Welcome to Yasuo Top Deck, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Yasuo Top Deck. Let's see if you can do anything here. If you can't.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Runes and Rift enjoyers. We're here today for round 5, here by Bestest Pal, NA45. I do have a weird question for you before we start this round. What does the NA45 stand for?
This is the most ridiculous thing that you'll hear, but it is a gun in Call of Duty, and I chose this probably over 10 years ago. It was from Advanced Warfare. There's a gun called the NA45. That's cool, and it like doesn't sound too. No one will know what it is. So
when I was a teenager, this is the coolest thing I've ever heard of. I am now NA45.
And what about you, Agito Swiftly? What is this?
Do you want the clean version or the dirty version?
Both.
So the clean version is. Do you remember Final Fantasy 0?
No, I've only played a few of them.
So Final Fantasy 0 is like, again, it's meant to be sort of like before everything else. It has like its own like weird little multiverse, but its code name was Agito. So I was like, oh, Agito's really cool. What does it mean? It means to put into motion. I was like, it's a really cool thing. So that'll be my mantra. To put into motion. And then swiftly, sorry, put into motion swiftly. The other thing is, I use my left hand for male things, and I put it into motion quickly.
Okay.
As my left arm has the mantra on. I don't know if you can see the extra camera. So we've been told from the man behind the curtain, stop this and start talking about Riftbound. So Riftbound now, we're going to go in now. We're playing against 2 of the best Spirit Forged legends. We've got Old Man Ornn, grumpy as ever, versus the Queen of the Sands, Miss Rek'Sai herself, with a couple new cards from the latest set, which is good to see. But as we were just discussing behind the curtains ourselves, not an innuendo, I remember when Ornn was a Voltron deck, and now it's some kind of ultra-fast aggro deck. I don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah, Sprite Fountain is a crazy card, and Ornn being able to offset the power cost on the first turn it's hard to beat that. Hard to beat that, to be honest. But we do get our favorite friend, Mr. Scuddler, to draw a card.
Bandit would say, Mr. Seymour Butts over here.
But no powered up gear arms for for Mr. Scuttle in this matchup. He is going to have to hit hard the normal way and maybe equipped like a brutalizer, swing a club at him.
Man, that's still pretty scary. That's a big crap. So going in, do we get ourselves the cheaper equipment? Do we get to have that one cost fountain come down maybe?
Be a one cost fountain. Be a free Poro snacks. Drawn cards is nice.
Maybe a shielding item, maybe a Duran shield, which I think they have now. What they might still use these days. Maybe the crown, so you start ganking with the crab.
Ooh, there's one.
You'll ready the crab and gank across.
There's one. Hey, okay. Let's go. Nice call. Here comes our sprite from Narnia. Swing into that candle lit and get our little peek at the top.
Poor Rexar right now is like, that's my battlefield. I want to see what cards are available to me before I activate my legend and still be very excited about it.
Rek'Sai has that very convenient assault one. We will be able to go right over that sprite, assuming that Ornn does not have any sneaky tricks up his sleeve.
If they tap out, that's fine. Oh,
there's a sneaky trick. How dare you?
It's not necessarily sneaky, but it's definitely a trick. It's like a sprite wearing a mask. It is.
Yeah, but what if like he just like doesn't realize it's a sprite now? I mean, he's got a mask on.
Yeah.
Superhero movies are anything to go by. If you put a mask on, it's a different person.
It is. It's no longer Sprite. It's now Casper, the friendly ghost.
This is true. Very friendly he is at 4 might, but instead choosing to attack our poor little friend, Mr. Scuttler. And we get a peek at that hand, and I see a battering ram.
Ooh.
Okay.
Been flashed to me. I don't know if you would play any of these cards. Maybe the physical body, you might want to play that because it's still a pretty good card to have on a following turn to use. What I would say, though, is does Rexo play much gear nowadays? Because occasionally you see them play either the Battle Axe, maybe you see them play a Longsword. Do they get much benefit out of the Ornn's Forge, or is it more of a case of I just have to start fighting things and taking things off the deck?
I would generally say it's more of a blank battlefield. A bit unfortunate for them, as the Phoenix builds that were oh so cool are very much out of favor now. I don't think I've seen one of those in a long time.
Back in my day, when Phoenixes were everywhere and dragons were rare.
Yes. And poor little sprite is now dead, and his friend has risen from the ashes and says, I will avenge.
By walking into that Rexo, walking into that Rexo and punching him in the face.
Yes, you are a queen, and I am a underground superhero in a mask. What are you going to do about it? But it does take that out, and now is going to get that free energy for a gear. What do we get this time? And we get another Scuttler. Okay.
Would you like to name your superhero?
I'm going to name him Bluey. He's very blue.
Bluey, okay.
Yes.
I feel like that might be a children's favorited cartoon show already, but that's fine.
Wait, what? What is this? I've never heard. Wait, I'm looking this up. What do you Bluey? Give me one. Blue.
I can't take it serious enough. Oh, fair enough. I thought they were that popular that you might just know about them just by being alive. To be fair, because it was like the biggest thing.
Being alive. Well, you're making some assumptions about my state of existence here. That
you are. I know I am. That's my bad. I shouldn't be presuming you're alive or conscious at any point in the last 5 years. That's my bad.
This is true. And we have the double mask, so if your secret identity has been discovered, you just put another mask on top of your mask, and
this is the X-Force Bluey. Gonna give it to you. The 5 might sprite.
Okay, well, maybe Bluey is not the word, since you seem to be correct. Casper. How about Casper?
Could be Casper, yeah, sure. X Casper. There you go. Extreme Casper.
Let's go. Right, so 5 might defending on both of the sprites. Rek'Sai opting to build up the base, as those are some very unfriendly ghosts.
Yeah, you have to run out of sprites eventually, right?
Mm-hmm. Surely. But again, rising from the ashes is Casper V4, I want to say.
That would be the
Casper
fourth
the
Casper.
fourth.
Is he like a Robin? Like they just keep dying and just keep bringing them back, these poor kids?
Oh yeah. I've got his little gravestone in my pocket. Just keeps coming back. I don't know why. Really weird.
he?
I asked him to not. Yeah.
On the wrong battlefield, or do you move the thing in afterwards straight away? I just got confused. No, he put
It's a
the,
good
he put the sprite in.
question.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I saw the
okay,
crab
there
go
we
in, and then all I saw was just the candle. It was like, wait a minute, that's all right.
It's always so crazy to me seeing that the Ornn deck is currently on 6 points, and we have a 1 point Rek'Sai deck. So
6
Yeah.
points on turn 4.
you know, so it
Okay,
does
fine.
look like Rek'Sai is going to be able to set up a pretty free conquer here, though. And with the conquer being set up, it might, with the current board state, not going to be the easiest for Ornn to walk in for free.
No, he's 6 might on his own. When he walks in on his own, he'd also be an 8 might on a battlefield. So he's not for nothing. This turn is
Ooh.
9 might now.
There's the free
Again,
four with
not for
Max.
nothing. Let's see, it just cost you a hug, maybe a thought, maybe a lonely pirate it cost you.
He heard you, and he's like, "My Ornn will not be 8 might. He'll be 9 might." That's what she
You'll be
thought.
You'll now be 10 might.
You'll be
God damn.
10 might. Okay. That
How
is
do you feel about
a
this card?
cool
I
card.
like this card.
I actually like it when this kind of design space gets explored, where you have stuff that's it does a bunch of things, and in this case, it does nothing with its card text, but it does things with its card types. I think it's pretty cool.
I can't wait to play this, and then someone just thermo beams me and goes like, "God, that's my only unit."
At least the thermal beam card is probably never to be seen again, seeing as red does have more efficient gear removal.
Yes, you're correct. But currently 2 into 3, throwing down.
no.
Oh no, cloth
The
armor.
free cloth armor. Okay. Not too shabby. Wait. Oh, this. Wow. Okay. I see you, Scuttler. I see you.
Yeah, he's 4 into 3. Unfortunately, that's how maths works. Don't tell anyone.
Dude, math is hard. Let's be real. I graduated as an engineer. I don't know how math works.
That's not how engineers work.
Yeah. I just
Not how engineers work at all.
I just press the buttons on the calculator and it just tells me things.
What are you doing, boobies? Oh.
It's like my little. You know how fortune tellers have a crystal ball? That's what the calculator is for me.
Just rub it and just go, look what it does. What does it do? Oh.
Right,
So,
Scuttler, big defense. Ooh, baby. Getting a double trigger of the mask. You love to see it. Defending for 6. Oh my gosh. See, we talked about the Scuttler not having the mecha arms, but we got something even better. We got the double mask Scuttler who's wearing a vest. What are you going to do about that?
You'll love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
What was he 6?
He got the mask trigger from the first attack. 2 mask triggers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, hold on a minute. No, you are correct. It is just give me a +1. I don't know why I thought it was a static rather than a multiplicative, but no, that's pretty cool. Void Rush, can we find us something interesting? The answer is no.
Yeah, this is pretty tough here for Rek'Sai because you do need to set up enough that you are able to stop and just says, nope. I'm out of here.
Like, it's like, I really need that top deck ×2, and the Lord said no, so ASOL would go into game 2.
Yeah, I think you need to find double cull or something ridiculous because the Ornn plus the mecha bot is a lot. Yeah.
I'm trying to think what would be the best thing there. I was thinking maybe you find the Undertale, maybe get the +2 extra so you can just kind of empty your hand and go like, okay, you can only really go to 7 next turn because I just have this builder board that says no thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair. That's fair.
I can't believe that the man behind the mirror, the Myth, the Legend Plus, is currently poop talking in the comments, in the chat. How dare you, sir? How dare you take away Red's only thing that is aggro and give it to the defensive deck style?
Yeah, Ornn does go fast, and when you find the multiple
Does it?
sprite fountains in the first couple turns, you feel pretty good. Feel absolutely pretty good. Did get to go first on the forge as well.
Yeah. So Ornn said, "Do you want to see a magic trick?" And then, "Do you want to see it again?"
Ooh.
The Rixo was not impressed.
Yeah, the Forbidding Waste is going to be good for the Rek'Sai here, though, as Ornn does not have a ton of units, though they do get fatty with the masks on, and we get to see our favorite little boy come out. Well, maybe not the favorite. He's like the second favorite son.
He's like the cousin from down the street. He's fine. He's okay.
Yeah, like he's like he exists. We'll put it that way.
He's cool in Jace because he could be going second turn one play, score a point.
Yeah,
and he's good, I suppose, in this deck because obviously you do still have gear. So it's like, yeah, I get a free draw, I guess. Hey, it's another one of those carrying dredges and a salvage. Sod it, salvage him, do it. Watch him cry. Break his mech. And then draw a card. Oh. Why don't we just make the mech cry?
Right, and a little bashful Poro does end up going into the Rockfall Path. That first score of the game, and do we see? Ooh, okay. Now he's putting on the mask. You wouldn't like me without the mask. So, and the mask comes down.
So this is now a robot with a mask. Do we give this a horrible name? Like M-Bot?
He's like, I don't know. He's like a nice guy. I don't know if I want to label him. I'm not about labeling. Yeah, I call it like I see it, but like, what would the poor dude do? I'm curious, what is in the Ornn's hand that he just like left 3 up, right?
It's all spells, baby. It's all spells.
He is green. Could be defies, could be disciplines, it could be that's like kind of about it, right? Oh, cloth armor, true. Okay, so do we just call this build of Ornn the superhero build? Because I mean,
got masks, got shirts.
Yeah.
No
put
pants,
on the
though.
costume.
No underwear.
All right, Poro does hold to 2 here. We're gonna play out now another one. It's better than one Poro 2.
So you get a free draw now, so it's not so bad. And a cat.
Ooh, okay.
Now
okay.
you said that you like the cat. I quite like the cat too. I think this is a very interesting. Either it's one of the very few cards that I like that has something early game and very good late game too.
Yeah, I like this. I like the cat a lot. His card text may be Steel Paws, but I call him Mr. Paws.
Mr. Kittens. Mr. Mittens, there you go.
It's Mr. Mittens, and you know, it's unfortunate that he is in Ornn, because if he is in Yi, then you do get to turn his little mini mecha mittens into mini mecha fists, which is
not
glorious.
Really mini anymore though; they're just mecha fists.
This is true. Probably the
so
same
for
size.
Those who don't
as
know,
him.
just for those out there who aren't really sort of up to date with everything going on, Mr. Steel Claws here, Mr. Steel Paws for 1 and 0 has deflect, so he's still doing something even with his lack of strength. A power for 7, and then when I'm empowered, +7, he just essentially says meow, and then he just turns into Rengar.
Yes, exactly. He is a beast, and we love him. All right, Stupefy, saying, I'm smarter than you, Rek'Sai. What are you going to do about it? And yes, I am not only more smart. See, it really is the hero, as he
We've got a guard now as well.
He says, I'm smarter than you, and I'm more disciplined than you. What are you going to do about it? So going up to 6 might into 3. Yeah. It says, I'm going to double trade. Too shabby.
See, I can count to 10. Anything after 10, that's where you have problems.
Oh my gosh. There's the one game on the China stream where there was like 30 might on the battlefield on each side. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm sure the judges have it correct because I can't do this math.
You know what? I don't have to know this. I'm just here to chat stuff. They have to know the numbers. It's fine.
Yeah,
Ooh,
they can figure it
look at
out.
this.
They got eyes, right?
They got eyes. They can count.
So our brilliant little Mr. Mittens on the bench can turn into a 7-might unit on the next turn if he does choose to do so.
He can, and then he can walk in there, bully somebody, and then once he's in there, he can then equip the nice cotton cloth armor, and then he's a 9 on your opponent's turn, plus the mask. So for 10, he's a 10 cat. Damn. All coming up Millhouse.
And when he does get to walk up, people will finally care about him once he puts on the mask. So he will hopefully clear it out and then be quite big on the defense. As Rek'Sai unfortunately does have a lot of kill spells though. I will not care too much. See if you imagine you're keeping your little Mr. Bittens here. Unless, yeah, there we go.
Who would be so silly as to get rid of their Mr. Mittens? Well, joke's on you. Here's another one.
That would be rude. We wouldn't do that.
We just turned 2. You might do that. No, it was just an old man.
I didn't
Is that a new old man? It is a new old man.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is one I believe you spoke to me about earlier. I'm sure I was paying attention. So for 2, he gets 2 might, and then you can empower for 1 and a power. So for 3 and 1, on being beaten to death, you can play 2 recruits in my honor. It's pretty nice.
It's not too shabby, and we do like cards that give extra value when they die. You know, they leave a little inheritance. Mr. Minton's slaughter of them was not in vain. See,
You know what? I'm going to be the person to start a thing right now because why not? It's Saturday night and I can't drink, so I got work tomorrow. Why is there so many Noxian cards in yellow when they're not necessarily an orderly bunch?
Are there? Wait, okay, so let me see. Noxian Emissary. No, isn't Noxus? I think Noxus is orderly, right? Are they not? Like, they're just like
they have rules, but it's
very
much
military though, right?
Yeah, I say it's not really order by decree. It's more like order by we'll look after you if you've got a strong body.
Okay, I see.
Anyone can become the Hand of Noxus with enough.
Anybody can become the hero.
I wouldn't necessarily say Noxus was the heroes. I wouldn't put it that far.
This is true. They are kind of depicted as villains, aren't they? Generally.
Yeah. I also wouldn't say the Demostians are heroes because they're kind of mean to mages. So.
Yeah, well.
No one's really the hero in Runeterra. Everyone's just kind of a little bit evil.
Okay, but you can't be telling me that Echo in Arcane is not like the GOAT. Like, I don't know. I loved Echo in Arcane. He was pretty cool.
He is. Although his original lore story is also pretty good too.
Yeah. I just was the one scene, I forget the name of the song, but the one scene with him and Jinx on the bridge, when I watched that, I was like, holy crap, I can't believe this is an actual that they're doing something like this. And all right, salvaging the poor mask. Our friend Kitten will not be able to put on the mask this time. Instead is going to have to go in head first. There's a whole army built up for the Rek'Sai as well, which is a little bit scary considering that he is on 6 points here.
This is the turn where a little bit of control and a little bit of orderly manner prevailed in the heart of a very large ram god, a cybernetic cat, and some mice.
Yeah, it's like this is like some off-brand Avengers movie, to be honest. How are they going to do it?
This is Rescue Tales Down Under. Woohoo.
All right. We're going to eat some snacks to start it off. Fair enough. Yum, yum. Yeah, what would make this especially brutal is if there's an Under Titan in that hand.
So I do exactly what song you're on about. I just remember the title of it. The name of that song is Dynasties and Dystopia.
Oh, I love that song. Yeah, that's on my playlist.
Anyway, back to watching Ornn be beaten to death with his own rod.
Yes. How will they choose to go about this? All right. So we have the pit, the mice going in, It's like a pretty free
Like-
conquer here.
I thought like, oh, they're gonna have solid hand, right? To fight. No, just dead.
So if you were the one playing this, would you try and stack a battlefield, or would you say, I'm going to put guys on both battlefield and you will not be able to double conquer?
They've currently got 8 runes available. Part of me feels like move Mr. Whiskers in
Mhm.
after empowering him, so he's a big old boy. Hope that my opponent doesn't have a hidden blade.
Mhm.
Walk in, take over the Rockfell path, equip the cloth, and then move Mr. Orange to the other areas. So you can take one this turn, but you don't be able to take both.
The one thing that is rough is Ornn would be on the Forbidding Way, right? And we did choose to move the pit crew back. So, like, maybe instead saying, I'm going to hold with my boy Ornn. Oh,
And sprites.
interesting. Okay. You full sending it onto the Rockfall, maybe?
I mean, even that's only 6 might holding it down.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you could put 10 might onto the battlefield with Ornn. Try and keep him going. 2 cards in hand. Could be disciplines. How would I know?
But that's a curious one for me. Oh, okay. I see what he's going
Back
for.
here.
Doing a little dance with the pit crew.
Mhm.
Saying we're gonna go back and forth and throws the cloth armor on there.
Oh, 7-8, everyone. 7-8. Not as fun.
Yep, that is the wrong number.
The wrong numbers.
Unfortunately,
Only one of
one's
those is wrong.
allowed to speak. This is true. It's half of the equation. So
Half of the fun. Some of the
Yep.
letters. Some of the numbers.
I'm very disappointed we have not seen our favorite Mr. Mittens get
Empowered.
boosted up yet. He has not donned his mecha suit yet. So Ornn could have opted to play the Empower cost and then move up the Mr. Mittens onto the waist instead of a sprite. Do you have any idea why he might have done it this way?
I feel like maybe when they moved back the pit crew, they went like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I could have moved something else in. Had to reassess themselves to go back in with the sprite. But also, Ornn is now an extra might bigger, so he's 8 rather than the 7.
Mm-hmm.
So currently we have 4 into 5 and a 3. So you can still take out the sprite, which isn't the best thing. Obviously, you want to be able to take out the smelly rat, but not going to help this turn.
Yeah, and this does give the pit crew access to the mask, though it also is now fending alone. So it will get the -2 from the forbidding. So net negative.
Yeah.
So
Now
it'll
we're
be
going
defending
3. There we go. Okay.
4.
No. That's it. 6 into 5. Although technically 6 into 6, right?
6 in the 4 because forbidding waste.
Yes. Up and then down. Down then up.
Still 5 runes up.
Oh.
All right. There's the discipline.
So that's 6 into 6 again. Out of draw. Oh. Stupefy. No!
Wow. Ornn just had,
2 Stupefys.
I think we've seen 2 stupefies and 2 disciplines this game. So all
Maybe.
of the cycles. And oh my
Now we have
gosh.
extra birds. So
We have
all those
Victor's
birds.
entire army in the base. And a bird.
This is how it goes now. Rexar, you were so close. And then a big ram and a suspicious looking rat turned up.
It would be pretty crazy to me if he does fail to take this one. I guess did not see an Undertitan, did not see a Void Rush. If he did choose to play it, I mean, there's the old set 1 standby, the stratagem, which is a little bit better than Undertitan in a lot of cases, but less versatile, of course.
Yeah, I think it's a better card overall, but as you said, you know, with Undertitan you get 2 effects. You get the I gain I gain the energy from being seen, but if it was off a Void Rush or off of the Legend trigger, then you also get to play it as well.
Yeah. I would like to see maybe a Portal Snack popped here. I mean, it's not really a lot that you can play for 3. And you are on 11 runes. So we'll have to see what he does with the Sprite. Probably shove that up on the Forbidding. Yeah. Okay, nice.
I mean, right now, do we just happen to have a Thermo Beam and destroy our own stuff? But don't worry about that. I mean, the Undertitan right now would be absolutely killer as well.
Only 7 might in the Rek'Sai base, though. And that is not a good that is not a card you want. You do not want your third seals here.
And a burb.
Okay. So saying I am taking this out, and interestingly enough, there is not access to any. He just shoved those up and forgot its Rockfall path.
Whoops.
Yep, and just leaves. Oh no.
Yep.
Okay, well that is one way to end the game. So it does look like Aggro Ornn is able to take it. Our hero Ornn is able to take it against the villain Rek'Sai.
Some of you thought he was just a ram. But he's truly the main man, not just the ram. He came, he saw, he beat your ass, he conquered.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crazy ending. I'm surprised Rek'Sai dead drew for so long there. It does seem kind of a bit unfortunate. A lot of good cards left in the deck, but was not able to find any of them to close it out. And Ornn did end up finding the victory. So I believe Plus is going to find us another match here. As
he said, I paid you guys $0.99 to be here for 2 rounds. And by God, I'm getting my free money's worth. So we're going to find you some more things to talk over. I think the issue that I have with Rek'Sai, and I think I've always had with Rek'Sai, is it is a Legion deck through and through. And we haven't really got many buffs to Legion. They go, that's really good. I could really see that card doing some things. And like every other thing we've seen out of Riftbound, you get one set and that's it.
Yep. Unless your name is Proving Grounds Yi, and then you get 4 sets and counting.
To be fair, it's just yellow and orange support. It's not necessarily Yi support. It just happens to be in those colors.
Look, we get another Mr. Mittens here on the board, and with it is in Nasus, and that is a scary hand. Couple Defies, and a Vile Maw, which is so cool in Nasus. Big fan.
He triggers the effects right. He's at 8 for 2. Get those 2 ruins back because he covers the 7 threshold quite nicely. I've just realised the other side is Mr. Kha'Zix, not a Z. I was like, there's a Z there. No. Lied to me, will you? So after this Mr. Marshall, there is 2 more after this. We've got top 4 and then the semi-finals, which is technically the finals. Because top 4 is technically semi-finals. Overall, though, it is a smaller event. I think we normally do a top 8 here, but we are doing the top 4 this time, just because it is the first week of the new set, and then next week there is another ongoing Vendetta week to push through. Everyone's favourite little Fae folk gonna do some terrible things. Don't do it. Don't do it, Fae folk.
I like this Nasus deck, though. I don't think it's very good. I admittedly could not have the perfect build yet, but I did spend a fair bit of time on it and was not super happy with how things did go.
Nasus is very weird because he doesn't really seem to benefit from the first 4 turns of the game. He can only really do things on turn 4 and onwards, which in a game where aggro is still fairly good, that's generally you losing.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have the best ramp available. Like, you have Find Your Center. You can opt to play some of the blue kill spells, but a lot of the better blue kill spells are going to be costing power, Singularity and such. So you're kind of stuck with playing, if you choose to play them, like Wages.
Only it costs 1 more, so I could benefit from spending those 7 runes.
True, that would actually be pretty nice. You can play unchecked, but
that's it. Because it's like, this is great. I just get to bring things back again and go, I can now spend 7 more.
Right, and here is the Fizz. Yes, our favorite combo in the game, the Starcross Fizz. And of course, you did
No.
know about the Defy, so this was known.
Not Fizz and Starcrossed in my aggro bug deck. No. The thematics have been stolen from me. just reminded, like, you gotta recycle that Starcrossed. My bad.
Yes, yes, yes.
I should have sabotaged again and shot the thing at your head. You only get to choose one of those things. You can either play the Sprite Queen or empower the cat. You can't do both, and that's the sad thing.
This
You
is
still get 2
true.
runes up.
This is quite
Wait.
sad. I will say my favorite unit in the Nasus deck is actually the Heron. I've
Yes.
been Heron pilled. That card is crazy.
I think everyone I spoke to recently is like, you playing a green deck? Think about it. Put the Heron in it. But it
Yes,
doesn't
sir.
synergize. Put the Heron in it. All right, I will. I'm sorry. Sorry I doubted you.
I honestly think that the best card in the new set is just the most impactful card is just this Heron card. I think this Heron card is crazy, and it has made, in my opinion, and I have zero testing to back this up, is
My opinion.
Ivern is like went from near unplayable to I think like pretty good with the Heron. Pretty decent.
How dare you say that about our beloved Master of the Forest, Mr. Grandfather of the Trees, that he was nearly unplayable with the amount of support in dogs, cats, birds, horrors. Although, to be fair, he got a lot of those in this new set, so I might have to agree with you.
Don't forget about our friend Mr. Whiskers.
So Whiskers, he's a cat too. Who was I
True.
talking? I might be talking to Bandit, and he was saying something like, "Do you know what I learned about this 4 set?" I was like, "What's that?" Then he goes, "Ivan just got like a load of buffs." It's like, why can't they buff Experience Yi? He doesn't need any love.
Yeah, they just decided that they want to help the one tribal deck, and they just did not want to help the deck that is already
Just drowning from
struggling to find cards that they want to play.
The bigger brother is currently doing really well, and he's just drowning. He's the pool. He's just the
What?
skeleton in the pool going, please, just one XP card. You could save me from anything.
What? Haven't you looked at the top cuts? There's so much Yi. Like, wow, what are you complaining about? Why does Yi need to get better? Oh, wrong Yi.
But I want to play the other one.
Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
Oh, he GG'd him and went, wait, I got a card for you. One second.
How is he going to deal with both battlefields here and then deal 2 units in base?
He's going to throw the crab at them with
Okay.
the bonk stick.
This is looking pretty rough. You could have a Bellows, maybe? A Bellows and 2 Bellows. Why not?
So technically, right here, right now, the Irresistible Faithfolk is -1, yeah?
Yeah.
Gets -2. So your 0 is bigger than -1.
Does it
So
work?
that crab can-
But you have to assign damage, right?
So I don't think it does well, unfortunately, but it'd be very funny if it did.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit you in the face for 0 damage because you're -1 and you die now. That's how it works. Try me. Oh, we go for 3. Right. Maybe.
What on
Nope.
earth? All right. The rune shuffle. We love to see it.
If I just turn them around, you'll never know what's going on.
It's true. See, I like to mess with my opponent sometimes and put my runes upside down. What are they going to do? They can't tell now. Is it blue? Is it green?
Oh, gone green.
Okay.
2 blue. 1 blue.
And nope. Nope.
2 blue.
Yep.
3,
Nope,
4,
yep.
5, 6. Bam!
Okay.
That's
Okay,
right.
that does it. No, it does not do it. That does not do it.
It does this one because it's 0.
Well,
does that
it's more that
it's-
this does lose to board, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Well, you have to take both, right? So currently, Fizz can go for 1 and kill 1, but Faithfolk can
maybe
be
it doesn't.
and pull the other one over, right?
no, it does lose the board because you have Kazakh's champion, right? And you can just go
Yeah, broke down.
yeah.
Ambush him
just
in, yeah.
lose the board.
you still got 2 up, right? So you can always just go, aha, no. Aha, yes.
There we go. Kha'Zix's doing a little ambushing. Does Nasus have a response? I don't know what would you have for 2 here?
2 end guards. Doesn't help, but it trades.
So to 5 to 7.
7 to 7 currently, yeah.
Yep. I just realized that's a Grand Plaza.
It is.
Why is it
I
a
think it's
Grand
Nasus we
Plaza?
saw earlier. He has a grand. I don't know. Does he gonna get 7+ cards on a battlefield?
I did play against at a skirmish a Lilia that was playing the Grand Plaza, and it was like their combo was like flip the Keeper of Masks and then
Yes.
use the Flurry of Birds, and then he's like, I almost got it, but you went in. I was like, yes, you did not. All right, and Kha'Zix does take it 2-0.
Mr. Man behind the curtain. Is there any more games for us to spectate before we go to a small break, sir? The man behind the curtain says, you're here for another 20 minutes. If it's a game, you're going to talk over it. And you better like it.
Yeah,
That's you guys, not us. You guys got to like it.
absolutely.
So for the chat, because we might as well talk to chat for a couple of seconds. Nasus is what you think he is one of those middle of the roads. His early game is very his late game is very good, but obviously you've got to get there. And at that point, a lot of your opponents are going to be built up and ready to go. So it is what it is. Shen, I think, is a bit weird because the 2 new Shens are kind of iffy at best. Whereas the best Shen is still currently the one from set 1.
Yeah, we are in another situation where the set 1 cards are good. And the newer cards are kind of whatever.
Who would have thought reaction speed put me in a battlefield is bad? No.
Yeah. Well, reaction speed, right?
Yeah. No!
Ooh.
God damn it. I mean, yes,
Oh.
I can't wait for this one.
No, Agito's favorite matchup. We are going to get to see some Starcross mirror match. Let's go.
Oh, God.
Fizz
it
mirror
hurts.
match.
Is this the one by some chance we said, we're really sorry, buddy? Not this time. We'll catch you next week. Mr. Man behind the curtain. God damn it.
Yeah, this card right here is pretty silly. The Empower to make your spells cost 1/1 less. I think this card could be pretty good, but it does have the issue of it's pretty expensive to do this, and it does feel like a lot of times when you do lose, it's because they go too fast for you, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't really help with that because you will have the energy in your hand. Sorry, you're not generally limited by the cost. You're limited by the number of cards in your hand a lot of times with these decks that are not as real and drawing infinite cards.
But to be fair, of all the colours to be, this is essentially the 2 colours that go, I'm still going to poop out a hell of a load of cards.
This is true. This is true.
So of all the colours to be, it's these 2. It's always these 2.
How are we out in this Baron? Is it just send everything? Say I will lose my board, but you lose your Baron.
I can't target you. I am playing blue, so maybe I just had some unchecked powers in my sideboard. And then we pray to whatever god we believe in on Runeterra. You can choose. It can be Anivia, it could be Volibear, it could be Ornn. Don't pray to Ornn, but it could be anyone.
I love how Twisted Fate is in this game, but Fizz is my favorite gambler. He's always the one playing with the cards.
It's not really gambling when you stack the deck, right?
This is true. This is true. It is just cheating.
It's
just cheating.
What I will say though, and I've upset myself because I will not play this, is I was like, when we finally get Chaos and Order, I'm playing Twisted Fate because I'm stunning everyone I walk in, and I ain't putting Twisted Fate in Kennen. No. It's a bad idea.
It is quite sad that card is just. Ooh, I was gonna say it's a little bit dead in the water right now. But that being said, it's not in Radiance, right? But they did confirm that we are getting Tricolor Legends at some point, right?
I think when someone asked them about it, I think they said it's not a no, but it's too early for that. And I agree. I think the way we're going, like, you don't want to be going set 6s, tricolors. Like, no, it's too early. Like, Magic went 20 years. Give us at least like a full year, yeah.
I'm most interested, to be honest, in monocolored legends or legends that have like special rules. Like, I don't know if you played Rune Terra at all, but like the Poro King that says you can play all Poros. I think stuff like that is cool.
His name's Brom. We're gonna get him at some point. He's gonna play all the Poros, and it's gonna be a terrible deck. But at least I get to play Brom, and I get to play Poros.
Okay, but what if his legend is like all Poros get +2? Like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's like he'll be a colorless legend, so like he doesn't have any colors available, so you have to just use plain Poros, so they can't cost anything. I think it's just it's like,
you are only allowed to play. What if he makes all your Poros reaction speed as well? That would be pretty. That'd be pretty fun. It's like,
what happened? I threw a Poro at you.
So maybe did they miss something?
I mean, I think with Rift Atlas, at least it tells you like what you've been doing on the following stuff in the chat log, right? So it's not so bad.
Mel does take whatever game this is. Yeah, you don't even need to steal the Ride the Wind. You can just say, "Hey, I'm moving over."
Well, I can see it's game 2. Yeah, I'd say like it's very clean. Rift Atlas. I've not really spent much time on Rift Atlas, but it's a very clean board state compared to TCG. But at the same time, you pick your poison, right? You pick whichever one you feel is nicer for you. Pick the one. But there we go. Did you get the person to win that you wanted to win, Mr. Man Behind the Curtain? Okay. Do we still open the game for next week, or have we paid the dues now? So, the magical man, called Plus, the man behind the mirror, the man behind the mask, the man behind the curtain, is going for a game 5 of this round 5.
Yes, we are flying through them. Looks like it's in a game 3 as well.
As you said, though, right? It's so weird that in a brand new set, games are going so fast.
Earth is this board state.
What? Let me see what's going on.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, this is you know what I was saying about what Sivir probably does not like with this version of Sivir? Yeah. Well, we have it, which is a very wide board.
So is this the Sivir from earlier? It is, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Infinite unit, and unfortunately, Sivir is playing a lot of single target spells, which is really all she has access to.
So, as you can see from the board state, it's a game each. Mr. Rengar is at 7. Mr. Noodle is at 2. I don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched, but I think Rengar's going to kick some teeth in. Just saying. I think it's taken him to 8 points.
Why is I guess the sprite got punch first? I don't see why a punch first in the discard, though. Or at least on the top of the discard.
There is a punch first underneath the fizz.
I see, okay.
So maybe they killed a fizz. Punch first, fizz died. Sprite's a manly man now.
I mean, he better find a punch first off of the stacked deck, or the game is going to end right about here.
That's it. We've got 1 rune open. We're all in on orange and purple here. Can you do the do for 1? Well, Ezreal's pretty big now, so maybe.
Well,
wait a minute.
Wait what? I'm confused why things just keep randomly getting might, and we don't see any punch first being played, right?
No, I've not seen the new put first being played. Things just seem to be coming in and out randomly as well. I'm also confused with this. Unless they're trying to push over the spirit with the Fae folk, and then they're going to walk in and kill the Israel, and then build a board on there and be like, "You can't come over here now." Maybe.
Why
maybe.
is the? I'm very confused what's happening right here, but assuming that this combat does go through, it should be a. Wait, he pushed up the. Why did he push up the little bunny?
I'm presuming the bunny's getting pushed up just so he can drag it over another card into the battlefield so they can take the paper tree. That's what I'm thinking, because that way they can hold to 8 on the following turn.
I mean, in my head, and I didn't do the math because I don't do the math. I just go, I'm a vibe player. We play based on vibes. But if I, vibe thought I had enough might to take the Star Spring, I'd take the Star Spring and then leave the little bunny in the base and then pull something over to the bunny and get a free take on the paper tree. But maybe he didn't have enough might. I wouldn't know.
Currently on the field. Oh, didn't Nearly just die for no reason?
Yeah, that is what I'm confused about. I am...
Yeah, because they put the Nearly in with the Kinku, with the Sentry, and then the Fae folk turned up. It's what confused me too. I'm just thinking now, it's a case of the Fae folks moved in. On the move, you can then drag over the spirits. That's why all the mights in the one battlefield. You only have the 3 might Israel, and then you can just push everything else and go, pick what you want to trade with. That's fine with me, but I'm holding here now. And there's no way for you to get from A to B. Take this on the following turn, and then you hold to 8.
Yeah,
that's my thinking.
Just like stopped. Is it just stopped for you too, or is this maybe on the issue?
Yeah,
like, I don't.
For me, it's still saying approved the stack deck. Yeah. Let's see if I can refresh it.
I don't. Oh, okay.
Woohoo!
All right, and that does seem to be the end of round 5. So going to be cutting to Top Cut after this, and yeah, I mean, it was a good set of games. We got to see infinite games in this last round, which was fun. But that will be it for me, and I believe W is going to be coming on for the finals. But thank you guys so much for coming and checking me out. That's going to be it for me and Agito, I believe. So if you want to give your shout outs.
Thank you, Runes Rift, for having me once again. The professional standards from me have been dropping every week, so by next week it will just be noises. Hopefully that's okay with Plus. We'll have you back next week. But thank you, NA, again for being here. I think when we cast together, we kind of forget we're casting, and it is more of just a good fun time, and less professional. But sometimes that's for the best. And I'm gonna get it swiftly. Thank you for being here. You may have heard dirty things about me. I said them. It was from the horse's mouth. I'm sorry. And you can catch me on my channel if Mr. Plus will put it up on the chat right now. And yeah, thank you for having us. And hopefully, like I said, I haven't upset everyone. And by that, I mean the guy behind the mirror. And he'll let me come back next week. So hopefully you'll see him next week. Mwah.
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun casting with you, Guido. Thank you for having me on as well, Plus. And like you said, hopefully he does not mind too much that we just kind of yap when we're casting.
He said,
like
"I'll never put you two together ever again."
Yeah.
Just said to areas.
Yeah, we do a little bit of yapping, but hopefully we made it a good experience for the chat there. And thank you guys so much for joining us. You can find my Twitter at _NA45_. I am probably going to be posting card alters for Vendetta. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, we'll find out. It's all vibes based.
Can I ask nicely for you, Mr. Vibes-based card alters? Can we get some cool Shadow Clone tokens?
Oh, I'll have to look at that. Yeah, that could be cool for sure. As long as they are not used against me. That would be the... Not allowed to be used against.
I'll have you sign it if I beat you, though.
Okay.
Double punishment.
All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in, and I think Plus will be kicking us off onto a relatively short break before Top Cut. So, signing out.
That's great. If you can't, well, that's also on you. Another tap as the Lilia ramps right
Out yet. We did see the rune being tapped. Is that going to be a Defy? Is he going to buffer with a Defy?
Please
Surely
defy
not.
it. No. It'd be
Nah,
funny.
It's
It'd
not,
be funny.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Welcome to Yasuo Top Deck, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Yasuo Top Deck. Let's see if you can do anything here. If you can, that's great. If you can't, well, that's also on you. Another tap as the Lilia ramps right back out to the battlefield. It's another token drop, and this is the turn for Chubby. Is there a card that you can have that will give you a fight back? Survey will say in a moment.
Definitely on the side of the top deck here. Are we going to see a miracle in the Miracle Yasuo deck? Or
Truly.
is Lilia just going to
No!
run in to draw one? You know that's not what, like, oh, you can have 5 might so I can draw one. And if he passes here, I think that's all she wrote in this matchup. But we will soon see what's happening.
That is it. That was a pass and a half. Points up to Vengeance. You have all the units available. And it is going to be that control and a half. In goes the Poro #1. Vengeance will claim their 7th. And with the chosen champion Lilia, unless another gust comes out or anything of the sort, a Sprite will bloom once more. And Vengeance will move to 8. We have a Lilia moving on after round number 2. Beautifully
It's
done
an aspirant's crime game. There's 9 points.
It is. That's true. I lied.
It's not over. The top deck is still a possibility, but you have to clear
I forgot about that. I was so excited. I was so excited for Lilia, man. I was so excited. I forgot. You forget Matt. I forget Battlefields. I don't know. I'm pretty sure mine's worse, actually.
The Yasuo really needs, like, I don't even know what you could possibly do here, but if there's anyone that can come back from a situation like this, is a Yasuo with 12 runes, 3 cards, and a dream. I'm trying to hype this up as much as possible.
Do it, my friend.
I think it might be over. And even if you can conquer both, how do you possibly hold from the might that is Heart of Dark Eyes, Brutalizer, and a Lilia? We're seeing 2 runes, Treasure Hunter. What a card that is right now. That's exactly what you want to see. Strap it with the shovel to go to 3 might. The possibility of conquering, playing something out. But what do you play out?
Do you ever ride the wind?
Question.
Another one? I don't know. You move in, you go ahead, take out the Poro, which is good. I called it way too early. I do apologize, everyone. Looking at a follow through here. 7 and more. What are you turning? Oh! It's a Chakram Dancer. No,
okay.
It's so rude. It's so rude.
Wait, what do you have? I'm just trying to think, like, can you get 4 might over with 2 cards? You absolutely can.
Yeah.
But does Yasuo have exactly those cards? And then, no, he's just drawing cards now. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the sign that the game's over.
Yeah. All right. We'll cut out that last turn and just say whatever I said earlier is good. Yeah, we're golden. Oh my god, another Chakram Dancer, by the way. That is rude.
Oh, he had 2 Ride the Winds in hand. That was his 2 hands.
No. Wow. That's pain. Well, that's going to be it. GG's to Vengeance. I called it a turn early, but either way, well played by the Lilia.
Diana, I think we're going to flick over and have a quick look at this one, Orbital. This is a very, very horrible matchup to play sometimes.
I like how you had to very gently lay that one down, by the way. That was a very gentle lay down by that.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
I mean, look, it looks like it's the more of the unit-focused Ezreal, just judging by the Vex on the board and no Pack of Wonders and stuff like that, but it is still very, very early on. Diana with the Hwei, and that is a very, very powerful card in my opinion. Orbital, who wins the absolute busted OP card award? Is it Vex or is it Hwei?
Oh, Hui all day long. I don't know why you even asked me that question. That is, the Hui has 3 different options. I don't, dude. If I didn't say Hui right there, I'm pretty sure someone would be like, "Get this man off the mic and never let him talk again." I like how I feel like that was an entry level question into this. I feel tested.
It's like one of those videos where it's like, what does this Magic the Gathering player think of this card? I was like, no, that's busted as hell. Like, you know, it's one of those videos, but that's busted as hell. The Eclipse coming down, giving Hue a -4. A one night Hue is a lot easier to deal with, but we all know Diana's tricks with 3 runes up. That could be absolutely anything to save this unit card at the moment. Few more things being tapped and a Fizz coming out. Are you just gonna? Oh, wages! What a great target for the Fizz. Obviously, we didn't see that go into the trash a little bit earlier, but the retreat is gonna save the way. What a great
Everything utilized.
Yeah, this is what I love. Like blue purple versus blue purple is like one of those matchups that can be either really boring or really, really interesting to play. And it looks like the Ezreal isn't quite ready to give up that retreat yet, but it does go back into the hand.
I also appreciate really good blue purples, right? If you get the really good blue purple players, they know how to play their decks, and it is just fast, constant. Hey, we're gonna do this kind of deal. I respect it all day long, and I really do hope we continue to see even more of it as we get to see the Fizz coming down. Easy play. We know this current position. It is going to be a quick gold also made, if I'm not mistaken. My brain does not want to work right now. But it is a quick, yeah. Well, I keep saying quick, but I shouldn't say quick into this deck. It's a Bellows Breath, just to be annoying on the back end.
Yeah, that doesn't kill, right? Because it only does 2 damage. But I'm guessing there's a Stupefy behind it.
Yeah, usual play here. Go ahead and give yourself some happiness factor there, and quick little touch for itself.
Another repeated Bellows? Really? For
no,
Diana?
Listen, if there's nothing else on the board, I kind of get it. Might as well. I love the question mark at the other end too. Like, are you sure? I'm okay with this one. Yeah, I'm sure.
That seems like I know, obviously, like wiping the tempo as Ezreal was like the game plan, but that seemed like a big investment. For the sake of killing of Diana. Hue coming down. Do we have a ride the wind to get it active straight away? We'll soon find out. Tapping 4 runes and just developing its own Vex Apathetic.
I can respect it.
Oh, of course, no, Vex was out of the battlefield, so Hue couldn't be activated that turn. I forget the card that I moan and bitch about all the time.
Don't worry, you got the numbskull on this side, which I'm really happy about, because you got me that just like adds to that, right? I forget every single battlefield and every single trigger, and I forget how many points they're playing towards.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I'm really good at like watching my own games and going, oh, I could have done this, I could have done that. But when you're trying to track 2 decks that you don't really play, sometimes the obvious plays are not too obvious, and it falls through, but it's all good. And we do see the Ezreal taking a point lead against the Diana, which is very uncommon in my opinion.
I mean, at this point, it's also when you kneecapped him that hard, when you took out the Diana very quickly, you can see where this Ezreal player's momentum is currently placed at. As we get to see the Pack of Wonders, very simple placement. We know this setup. It's a constant. It's very, very useful. Being able to return pretty much anything on the board to your hand. Just repeat on repeat.
Yeah, exactly. When you got Pack of Wonders Fizz as well, it just means you can delve into that trash. But don't forget, anything Fizz plays should be recycled, not put back into the trash. You can't have an infinite loop of spells, unfortunately, because that would be absolutely broken. But Pack of Wonders suggests this is probably like the Bradykin build of Ezreal, which we've seen have great success at the regionals. But obviously, the pilot skill in these sort of decks is so high. You just need to be so good at the game to make these decks work effectively.
Yep. Takes a little bit extra time there, so we'll see how it works. And if they're able to play it, there's a Stupefy being laid down here.
Hey everybody, welcome back to this amazing Vendetta tournament hosted by Runes and Rift. I'm here, Dubby King, joined by Pandy, new on the show. Pandy, how is it going, my man?
Oh man, I'm super excited to be here on the first time. Thank you so much for letting me in. Actually, guys, Dubby is the reason that I'm sitting here, so I'm of course super excited to be with you here together. Also being able to already cast like the top 4 and the finals. And so far, I'm super enjoying the tournament. So how you doing? How do you feel about the tournament?
I'm good. It's been fun. It's been fun watching all these legends playing. You know, we haven't seen all the Vendetta legends. For those who have been on the show tonight, they've been pretty cool. They've been doing good showing, and I can't say in the top 4 we do have at least 2 of them, I believe. So Kennen and both Nasus made it to top 4, but we won't be focusing on the Nasus this matchup. We'll be Nasus against Orin on the other side. We'll be able to catch that on the flip side. But our first game here is gonna be Rengar versus Kennen.
Yeah, that's true, and I'm super likely love to see, of course, like Ornn in the top 4, because if you don't know, actually Ornn is like one of my legends that I love to play. So I'm super excited to see that he is going to make it, but also like Nasus did it at some point. It's like super crazy. So let's see who will take it like to define a match if we're going to be able. But on the game that we're going to focus now will be Rengar against Kennen. Kennen, I'm not sure if it's like a super big surprise that we're going to see in the top list. I'm not sure right now which of those many deck lists that you're being able to play with Kennen made it to the top 4. Do you know that? Which one of those is it?
We do. Like I mean, I might have to take a look, but I like having a bit of. I like having a bit of a surprise. So why don't we get to this game?
What do you think it is? I mean, I can ask you. What do you think it is for a list?
I mean, when I've been playing, I've been seeing a lot of the control variant, and that one seems popular, but I always seem to beat it. So I don't know. I'm a Kennen hater. Kennen isn't good. Kennen is a bait deck. That's just what I'm saying. So let's have a look and see how this Kennen performs here.
If the hate is going to be real for you, we're going to starting off. Rengar is going to be the first player starting off with a Free Folk, and of course the Kennen can start with a Lightning Rush, one of the best signature spells I would say for set 4. It's going to be printed. I mean, it's super helpful for Kennen. So let's see which card he's going to be able to take that we're going closer to see. What do you feel like in general about the game, about the matches? What do you think has like a slightly favor into this matchup?
So Rengar, I would say at the start of the game, Rengar can play faster, right? He develops units like the Irresistible Faefolk that just allows him to put pressure on the opponent, right? There's no unit that Kennen can play here because it will just get killed. And by seeing the Sigil of the Storm battlefield, this does heavily lean towards the Kennen control variant. So Rengar needs to pick up these points early game and then try to just survive out towards the end while this Kennen just establishes as much economy as they can.
And I'm pretty sure it's going to be the control, because we already can see in the Fresh that 2 Seals of Unity actually going to be put at array because of the Lightning Rush. So we can see a little bit of Ruination action and so going on. So I'm super excited to see how our Kennen can actually handle it. I mean, Rengar is going to be able also to point it out super fast. So let's see if like Kennen can catch it up, right? And we see that Rengar is going to take down the first point. And also, I would say, going to take the Sand Soldier out of the Emperor's Dice. Maybe.
Yeah, makes sense. You want to be able to just get like something safe there. I mean, you have different options there, right? If you want to bounce it back to your hand, then you can replay the Tasty, and at that point, you can try and challenge unit again. True. But developing this in base right here, getting to buff the Faefolk, works just as well. At that point, you have your units developed. You're able to give any kind of plus might you want, and one thing I want to see, I want to hope if this Rengar can recognize from the play style that this is going to be a control Kennen, because you don't want to get in the trap of playing your wide units so that you have all your units on board when that Ruination will inevitably come out. So I'd like to see this Rengar play a bit slow at the start and just develop the bare minimum.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. And we're going to see one of the other engines going to prop up with the Bewitching Spirit, just like to make sure to cut off some hand cards for the Rengar. So if you're being able to clear the board, that the Rengar is going to be hardly back in. And we're going to see the pack of Rondas, and I would say the engine is activated, right? Let's see how the Rengar can survive that. Let's see how he's being able to do that.
But this is how the deck works, right? You kind of either you're forced to play out your units because you know, hey, they're just going to use this Bewitching Spirit to just play, remove all my cards. But then if you go into the trap of playing out all your units, which we're seeing here right
Yeah,
now.
we're seeing it.
Once that
yeah.
Ruination comes out, you're in a big problem. So it almost feels worth it to just play nothing on some of your turns, because you need cards in hand to be able to discard with that Bewitching Spirit, but you also don't want to overload the board. So there's a lot of different options here that you have to try and recognize.
I mean, it's super interesting to see like also that champion like Kaiser is going to be played out. I mean, mainly because of the reason that he wants to get like some draws in the upcoming turns, because those kind of accelerate plays are going to help you a lot in the upcoming turns if the cannon is going to be able to just like constantly clear your board out, right? So let's see how it's going to be turned on. I mean, it's the next card that's going to be win, and we can see that KTS is a little bit thinking of right now which of those both cards is going to be a Ray, and it's the Nidalee, another combo or engine that's going to be able to run additional card. And Cannon now could be able to just like get completely off of this hand.
Exactly that. They have the Pack of Wonders there. They can bounce the Spirit back to hand and play it, which makes me think that like this whatever card the Wenger has left in hand, it's something that you want to be able to play. It would be great if it was a Thrill of the Hunt to be able to bounce a unit to a battlefield to score right now. Would put them on 4 points and hold to 6, would be a fantastic tempo play.
Yes.
But you got to have it to be able to play at that point. So we'll see what Cannon does. There is a world where they decide to develop something of their own with these 4 open runes, but they're going to bounce the Spirit back to hand.
Yeah, they're going to bounce it, and I think it's like going to be like a safe option for the Cannon right now. Make sure that like every options like now is going to be a way, or just like to keep the Bewitching Spirit just like back into the hand. So there's like no chance at all for the Ranker to just like erase the Bewitching Spirit back into the trash. Going in with the Kaiser, so being able to draw an additional card that may be going to be happen. And I mean, it's still like 3 points, and then Ranker could secure the game if he wants to. And the first mate. Okay.
See, this I don't like. I don't like this.
Yeah.
I feel like you need to bounce the card back. You need to bounce it back to your hand using the Emperor's Dias here, right? You're presuming Cannon. They play the Lightning Rush at the start. They've drawn cards they want to have. They are very likely to run multiple copies of the Ruination, and a 9 runes, I'm not mistaken, that is the power. That's the energy cost you need to play it out. And if the Ruination comes out right now,
that would be so hard. It would be hard.
It's gonna be so crazy. We don't know if they have it, but if they do, it's gonna hurt.
It's just like praise.
Yep.
Pray and be safe, but let's see if the Ruination is going to be out. I'm just like super surprised right now what will be the last hand card, but maybe we will see it now in the upcoming turn of Cannon. Just like being able to play out the Bewitching Spirit, or already maybe it's like also a kind of bait to say like, okay, play the Ruination now, I still got something in hand, you know? So but we will see the start of Sea of Unity, or maybe, I think the Ruination, it comes, so it's going to...
The power being tapped of Ruination.
Ruination is there. Let's go.
And this is exactly the problem they have right here, because there's nothing you can do. You can react to this. You could play a Thrill of the Hunt to bounce the unit to a battlefield. Great. It's still going to die when the Ruination resolves. So right now, you are a Rengar with 1 card in hand. You will draw a card next turn. But what does this do? Like, if you don't have units, yes, you have your champion legend still there. You know, you have your champion unit, you can play something out, but you're in a bad spot right now, and here we can see it. All those cards are going to trash.
I mean, I kind of can like understand the decision, because right now you already triggered like the first Ruination coming directly out with like moving back the Kaiser to base. Because on the other side, if you would just like return it to hand, Bewitching Spirit could just like kill the hand, and then you would do it like again. So I believe maybe that the Kaiser that we're seeing right now could be like the last hand card that he had, like right here. So he's being able to conquer, can just like pull it back if he wants to. Maybe now is the chance for do so, because Bewitching Spirit can only discard 2 cards at this moment with the upcoming mana for the cannon. But it seems like that also, Clitius can just like decide to stay with the Kaiser here on the board. And going to play the Twilight Revealer. Okay. So let's see if the decision of the first match is going to be now on the next turn, upcoming turn. Let's see what the cannon can do.
I mean, having this accelerated unit there is exactly what you want as Rengar, to just be able to score a point to get yourself to 6. And now if they can hold and then score, the game's over. So now we have to see, where are these other control cards that Cannon uses? Where are the Call the Weeks? Where are... I mean, we know we might have to take a look at their trash. Do they have any fizzes to be able to replay any spells that'll bring themselves some value? Like, we see Starcross in the trash, but with nothing to self-target, this you got to start taking over the board here as Cannon, because if you don't do something this turn, game 1 is over.
It's true. So let's see which decision the Cannon is going to take. I mean, we know for now surely that the Bewitching Spirit is on hand, so at least you can get rid of. I hope you can see the pings of spectating players. Because I picked the card now. If not, tell me otherwise, so I will directly stop it. But we see like the third Lightning Rush. It's also like kind of crazy. I just like realized that he got like the start of 2 Lightning Rushes already in the first turn. So I'm pretty much sure that Cannon got like a good array of bunch answers right now for the game. So let's see, it's going to be. So the Fizz and the Pack of Fronders is going to be in the trash. So it must be a really good card right now that he got out of it. So maybe he will show it us. Yeah.
I do believe that Lightning Rush from the runes that are tapped looks like it was played from Flow, because we do see 1 banished card, so there is a bit more.
It's from
showing
banished.
the strength.
So sorry, chat, sorry.
It just shows the strength that this Cannon thing has.
In Germany, we would say Schere. We would say Schere heben, I'm sorry. But we're going to see, the Fizz is going to be played out. And yeah, I would assume that the Starcross is going to be played, and maybe the Trident Revealer, we're going back to hand. Oh no, it's the Kaiser. Okay, that's interesting. It's kind of interesting.
I see it because, I mean, the options here, I believe they can bounce the Fizz back.
Yes.
Well, they're still choosing. Okay, I guess Municipal being designated. Depending what's in trash, you can still bounce the Fizz back. You still have enough to play him again. It makes more sense to choose the unit in base, right? Because
that's true.
Bouncing Kaiser back, you just accelerate next turn, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Now they do have to still play 1 more unit this turn. You've got to have something in base.
Something needs to be there. Maybe a third Kaiser. We don't know. So the Cannon has 1 more chance to play something out. And then it's just like the decision of an Isolate play or not an Incinerate play that you're going to have. Just like a first mate could be also enough if you're putting the Kaiser back to base. So let's see what the Cannon is going to do.
I think it's just a matter of thinking right now, because they have 3 open, and the Fizz is a card they could play out again. And I mean, if they have anything of value, they already have the Starcross they use in trash. So at this point, the only spell they can use is replaying your Lightning Rush or giving your Fizz temporary to draw 2. So that feels like a bad card to draw. I like the Bewitching Spirit though. Limit the cards as much as you can. Force your Rengar to top deck something good.
Yeah, it's just like getting you maybe also like full information out if like, okay, so the Triad Revealia is going to be in the trash, so it's still surprising what would be the last hand card right now for the Rengar. And I mean, it's just like any Incinerate play, or just like a first mate. Okay.
Questionable about bouncing it back to your hand, though.
Okay. And it's the first mate.
It's the first mate. Okay, there we go. Nothing.
I've called it. Don't need to say thank you, guys. Super amazing. So the first game is going to be on Claudia's side with Rengar. That's cool. So we're going to this again. So what do you think like you can sideboard? Yeah. What do you think like is a good sideboarding right now that you want to see as Rengar as well as a Cannon in those matchups? Do you have like any idea?
I mean, honestly, when it comes the sideboarding, I'm not too sure. The big thing here is you're just the way you approach these games, right? Right there, we saw Rengar fall into the Ruination Trap.
Yeah.
So this game, I could 100% expect them to just not do that instead, and just rather discard their cards instead. I mean, when you think about it, would you rather discard it through Bewitching Spirit or have it killed through Ruination? Like, at that point, maybe you just play them out for the sake of it. But for sideboarding, I don't see Rengar having
too much.
You might want challenges, but then again, you're not really getting actions to be able to play them out, right? Because you need a reaction card. So Thrill of the Hunts, they're going to stay in. Counter spells aren't exactly available. So not too much for the Rengar to adjust, but for the Cannon, Andy, any ideas from your side?
I mean, like for the Rengar, the only thing that I can maybe think of, if the Rengar is going to have it with like reports, that you maybe can challenge out like those Starcross to counter if like your units on the battlefield, right?
Yeah.
So that you can maybe save out there some options. It's like maybe because you're going to be the second player that you want to make like 100% sure that you're going to be able conquering as early as you can with your units before the urination engine is going to be hitting. And for the cannon, maybe just like swap out some small spells that maybe revive some of your units like earlier, so that you can also have like the kind of control over the board, right? If it's going to be like that. Yeah, but I think like from the base set here, it's just like if the cannon is being able to stop the Rengar early enough, then the deck is already like strong enough as this is right now, right? So maybe it's just like the single decisions that we don't see right now from the player. Maybe afterwards we can make a decision at the cannon already starting off with the treasure trove. What is not like a bad start for a cannon in the early game to have this kind of in the field.
No, not at all. And their battlefield there with the Forgotten Monument is just great because it denies Rengar any kind of 2 and 1 drop to double score. So instead, just the Grim Apothecary does a good enough job to get a unit out.
Yeah. So we're going to see already the seal is going to be played as well. The Card of Reek directly. But this is like a super good thing because now you're stopping like super early with the points, right? And with the treasure trove, you didn't miss like any of the runes that you've spent it for the seal. So it's just like that the cannon also staying on curve with that. And this is like super favorite right now for the cannon to just have like a small lead and kind of like the control of this game.
Yeah, and that was the one thing where I felt like we lacked last game were these Call the Weeks. But here we go. Brittle Steel, one of those new cards coming out. A great little card to just kill Pack of Wonders right away because you can just remove it. It has flow, and the Pack of Wonders is such an essential card for these control decks.
Yeah, and it's like super cool with the flow because right now the cannon needs to be aware of like, okay, I could play like another one, but then still the Pretzel is like just like in the fresh, and with the flow, and you just like have, for example, another Noxus Hopeful in the hand, you can almost do like the same play, and you're stopping so much for the cannon in this kind of scenario right now. So let's see, we're going to see 2 stack decks in a row. So Cannon has like a more kind of decisions how he wants to see the deck and can maybe pull out some cards that he don't need right now for the matchup, but surely he will see it later if he's finished to go through the deck. And the next card it's going to be, it's the Vanguard Captain. Oh, that's cool.
All right, a bit of a change up from last game. You know, we're getting some units out early. And this is what the 10 card sideboard is really giving these decks advantages. Is you could almost change out entire deck's profile between games if you want to. You know, we'll have to see as this one plays out if Cannon has done that to the extreme. But with this card already right now, we are seeing more units being prioritized, and this is going to put pressure on the Rengar because that's some units in base. It's enough to take over this Noxzilla. They send everything, so
yeah.
It might be a problem.
I mean, it's like super good for the cannon because as we saw like in the first game, even if the cannon is being able to just like remove everything from the board, still if the Rengar is going to be like advantage from the point lead, then it's like of course still a mess for the Rengar, but he's still being able to say, okay, there's like 2 or 3 situations, or maybe like just like one that I need on my hand, and then the game is finished for me. And with this kind of saying like, okay, I can put a lead against it, or just like using the recruits for like any Starcross or something else, just like for the early game, so that you don't actually for yourself remove something from the board and just like to keep on track with the points. This is just like super good for the cannon in general. And we're going to see the champion unit being played out. What do you think about the yellow cannon, the new one? I like it.
It caught me off in my pre-rip yesterday because I was like, oh, it's a hidden card, and now I'm stunned and it's 4 might. What has just happened? But it works great in this situation because you could either play it out or you could hide it out directly. But more importantly, it's empowered your legend, giving you an opportunity to get Assault 2. So if they move in with the Vanguard Captain and they give it Assault 2 like we're seeing right now, goes up to 5. But I do find this quite risky because any card from Rengar here can give that Hopeful another +1. And that right there would give it enough for a hole. So let's see what tricks Rengar might have.
So the Rengar is still thinking. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty useful for the Rengar to just like keep with the battlefield, right? So that like the additional point is going to be, and then you can point out to the next one. So it would be super helpful if the Noxus hopeful would just like stay alive in this kind of situation right now. And we're going to see. Oh, the Nidalee. Oh, that's good. That's such a good card.
Yeah, because you buff them both up to 5, and yes, the Legion is with Assault, but we're getting more runes tapped. We're seeing a Starcrossed.
And it's going to be the cannon. Yeah, so you're being able to hide the cannon. Just like from hand if you want to. That's amazing.
Yeah, being able to hide that is great as well, because then when you replay it from hidden, you won't be able to stun somebody because you don't have the 2 energy open, but that will allow you to re-empower your legend.
True, but it's just like generally good to keep it in hand. So at any time you're being able to conquer another battlefield and you have like enough open up to just like also, just like to organize the battlefield and just like to put down the units that you want, then the cannon is like a super game changer. I mean, right now the Garen, I'm super sorry, the Rengar again. I don't know why Garen is in my mind. Maybe I miss him or something. But the Rengar right now is being able to getting like the Dumble Conqueror if he wants to onto the battlefields. But now again, we need to see it like in the kind of thing that now those both units again are going to be like openly for the cannon, just like to getting cleared out again. So let's see how it's going to be. But securing both battlefields at this point is still just like a super big win for Rengar. Again, with the first mates and with every Kaiser that you were going to draw as well, every other accelerate unit that the Rengar is going to play, it's just like a matter of like, okay, I can continually just like during it, and you need to stop me early enough, right? And as it seems right now, or as we saw it like in the first game, maybe there's something that Cannon kind of struggling right now.
Yeah, and that's why these cards like Lightning Rush is great, because it's an opportunity to look for whatever you need in the situation. And I think a line here that's important is that it's given you a card in your trash that now has flow. So you have the option to be able to play out that Lightning Rush, to be able to get your Legend empowered, and then tag this recruit with Assault and try and do something. So we'll have to see how desperate they're feeling. You know, Cannon can also happily play from behind. They're only behind by 1 point as well, since it's 3-2. So with these 8 runes, I wouldn't be surprised if they just try to develop. It all comes down to what they have in the hand and really how aggressive they feel, because if they see a line where they can try and challenge to kill this Kai'Sa, that'll put them in a great spot.
So we're going to see in Nether Lightning Rush, this is going to be the one that he played out from the trash. Yeah. It's going to be played out from the trash. So in addition to time to just like search for the right cards right now that he's going to be need in this scenario and in this matchup, that's going to help him develop the board, because you're right. So the biggest strength of Cannon is like that you can develop it like at any point the board if you're being able to do so. But also like of the downgrade, of course, during the development, if the opponent is being able to develop his board as well and going to stay with it, then it's like super hard to crush into it. I feel also like with this kind of control deck right now that Cannon is going to be playing here, as we can see. I feel like the other versions maybe could be in a kind of favor against Rengar. I'm not sure, but it feels like for me personally right now. So we're going to see the recruit to put in, but still Rengar got like 2 mana open, so he's going to be able to play like he's still like a Warncast unit in here, like the Inferno, to maybe stop it from it. But okay, it's like going to be the Assault. So let's see. Okay, it's going to
which I think might have been an oversight there with the Forbidden Waste. Wouldn't that pit rookie you have been at 2-0 might anyways? So the recruit should have just been able to walk that over. But with them committing that Assault on the Cannon, I think honestly, if you're Rengar, you're happy to take that trade.
Yeah,
as true. Now we're seeing the treasure trove back of Wonders dance going back again. But Pandy, there's a little special card in this Rengar's draft ready to come out. It's waiting.
It's waiting. He was like, when? I don't care what you play. It's the time of where you play it.
Yep.
And I believe it's going to be it's going to be a super chance to just like play it out. I mean, the Rengar also just like being able to getting secure the Forbidden Race. I'm pretty sure it's going to be work like that. I'm sure we're going to see the first mate again to ready up the Kai'Sa to move in.
Yep.
So getting like the additional +1.
Just in case.
Yeah,
but
just
nicely with the readying of the first minute.
Yes.
Now, you get the double conquer there, you get the extra draw, and you have enough runes open to either pass turn and then play your Rengar from the champion zone, or again, the axe is in the trash, it's ready to come out to kill this pack of wonders. You will leave yourself with only one open at that point.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't feel like that's the worst place to be in right now. Yes, you're Kennen who goes to 12 next turn, but you're just denying as much tempo as possible. You may want to save it for something later. You already killed the tempo in the start of the game, so there is that, hey, they've ramped up. At this point, it doesn't matter. So playing out the Kinku Initiate there to get some card draw is also a really nice play.
And it's just like in the case that if the Rengar is going to be able to hold this right now, he's going to be like on the 6 points. So even if like anything else in the upcoming turn is going to be able to clear everything out, the Rengar still being able to, just like with a small amount of cards, to just like double conquer instantly if he wants to. So I'm super excited to see now what it can. But I mean, of course, it's the card, so I don't need you to call it out.
Exactly that.
It makes super sense in this scenario. Yeah, it makes super sense. And what else we're going to see? We see the cannon going to be played on the base. Okay.
But I don't. Okay. There's not a really good world where Kennen can successfully conquer here, because when they attack, Rengar... No, well, gosh, okay, I need to think this through, but I'll allow my brain to process that as we see another accelerated Kaisa, just bread and butter for this deck going in. Now, Kennen, when they attack, they can still stun, and it will go up to 4, so that would then kill the Kaisa, and due to it being stunned would be an even trade, but I'm sure if you're Rengar here, you're just not going to let that happen for free, so... With the 5 they've left open, they've got to have something in mind.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the best case scenario is you're going to play like... You're going to attack with the cannon, being able to secure the point, put it back to your hand, or just like the falling star is coming. Okay, never mind, guys. I wanted to tell you like the whole plan that's going to save the cannon in the upcoming turns with the other 2 billion ruinations that the cannon is going to be able to play. But sadly, it's destroyed with the falling star. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm not telling you right now.
You know what, Pandy? You know what I'm telling you? I'm telling you what I've said before. Kennen's a bait deck. This deck's a bait deck. No, this deck, I've said it online. If you've been following me, you've seen it. It's bait.
You don't say what you didn't say which deck list is a bait. There's so
I
many.
Just said Kennen. I just said Kennen.
Yeah, that's no. I don't count that. You know, I just like need to start to create a Twitter account just like to cap out this Twitter user that wrote that. Because you can say, okay, Kennen is not getting top 8. I'm going with you. But it's like Kennen have like 2 billion decklists that you can play. I would say maybe it could be less, like 1 or 2 less. Okay, I'm going with that. But overall, you can't say that I don't believe that. And I will see that Kennen, he will come back. He will get the comeback. I will call it out now. He will get the comeback.
I mean, if he gets it in this game, then, you know, I can eat my own hat afterwards, because we're seeing this other combos that are going strong in this deck, where they play out the Spectral Matron, to play out the Fizz from Trash, to play out the Cold a Week again. Like, you do have to kill one of your units, and the Spectral Matron will be sacrificed. But this is just a great kind of, like, revive combo, because there's so many cards in this Trash that's just great targets. Like, even if you don't need to play out a spell, being able to revive the Vanguard Captain to get extra units as well is just such a great kind of different combination. But we're seeing some ramp. They've, you know what, they had to pay a power, and they like being at the big 12 number, so why not do some ramp and, you know, let Rengar have it. I think Rengar is in a spot where they need to try and develop instead, but it's scary to develop versus a Kennen, because if they play out that Ruination, they're okay. I can play a lot of cards from my Trash. You can't.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. But now also in this kind of spots is like that if the Rengar wants to, there's a small chance that he can just like close it out right now. Oh, I mean, the Kennen got like 4 mana left, so any Starcross could be potential. Stop the Wave of Go. I was like calling off, I'm super sorry, I forgot the card name of the new Vendetta. I'm super sorry that ready a unit when you attack. How is it like named? Dubby, help me out,
red
please.
Card. The
red
one
card.
for
the red
3.
one that say when I attack.
If I remember the name, I tell you. Twilight,
Yeah,
maybe?
try. I'm super sorry. I've tried to. Oh, Raffler, yeah. So there's like a chance you can play like the Raffler, and then you can play like the first mate, ready him, ready the first mate, and then you're being able to just like double conquer, you know? So this is like the kind of potential that Cannon always needs to remind. If he's going to pass the turn, you know, that he can just like double conquer if he wants to rift the 6 points. But we saw like before that Cannon tries to keep open the mana so that he can potentially just like answer with that. So this is like not directly happening, right? So, but I see like if the Ranger right now is being able to deliver the board, then it's like super hard again to react as a Cannon. I feel like it's like super hard for the control Cannon to actually have like a bunch of reactions. But I feel like the Calder Rig will be played out again because there's another one in the trash. But I'm not sure. But you could if you want to. But I'm not sure.
And now we're seeing this Cannon develop out what seems to be their third Fizz, if I'm seeing this correctly.
It should be the third one.
I mean, this Fizz card, you know what? I can see why some people were calling bans for it. I still like it because it's giving these decks some crazy kind of lines that we're seeing here, right? Replaying all these things, you can already see how many cards are banished. These cards are being recycled, and Cannon's the first deck since these original set of bans that we've seen that can really go through your entire deck, and likely we see them being played again. Starcross has been targeted. This would be a time for a good combo, and we're seeing it.
That's crazy. But you can play just like an additional Starcross with the other Fizz, or just like choosing the same Fizz again? Okay.
Yep. Choose the same Fizz again, and you can essentially bounce both back to hand.
Yeah.
I like the Rengar there, leaving the runes open just for that situation, but stacking Starcross and just having them backwards on the chain like that, resolve after each, a great set of plays right there to be able to really just buy some more time. Yeah. They are just one accelerated unit away from loss.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So maybe if you're being able to get out the FIFA, then you could be safe. I mean, the FIFA could, if he wants to just like move out to the Forbidden Race and Science the Fizz, we're going to get like the Surprise Defender. You could be able to get at least one out, but we know that like the Spectrometron is still like being a case in the deck. So it's like super safe to just like kill out the FIFA, just like to be safe in this kind of moment.
Exactly. You've gotten some great value from this Fizz, so why not just do it? And Witching Spirit just to put some more pressure.
I don't know if a Ranger has pressure with 5 hand cuts, but you can re-authorize. But oh yeah, there's the card. Triarch Revealer. Here's it.
Yeah.
What I said. The combo. It was on hand. The combo was on his hand.
If they have the first mate,
I'm telling you, it was on the hand.
Because I mean, that's a sick one. I did not think of that.
You can call it out in the chat after the game. Tell me if it was in your hand. If I'm correct, it's super cool. I'm not getting out something out. It would be super cool. It could be my first
6 energy double accelerate is great. Like that's a really good.
I mean, you can simply do the same combo again if you have like additional one in the hand. So. But this is like the kind of play that would like instant save you in this kind of scenario to get to the 8th point because Cannon is like out of mana. So you could be able now to close out the game, and this could be. So the Ranger is thinking.
What the Ranger really needs is the Thrill of the Hunt spells. We haven't seen that.
It could be also like that.
Game. We haven't seen them in game 1 or so far. So that's one thing I'm looking out for.
Yeah, that's true. Because I was like talking about like one situation that he could finish it out, but there's like a plenty of more that he can do if he wants to, right? But he just like starts developing the board again, so I don't think that like the options that he could have are being in the hand right now.
And we're looking at the trash from this Fizz. They don't have any more Call the Weeks. They have 1 Starcross in there. So with the Pack of Wonders, you can look to conquer a battlefield and then return Fizz back to the hand. I feel like from the perspective of this Rengar, not killing out the second Pack of Wonders before could have been a potential oversight because, you know, it's these situations where it's easy to say now, killing it earlier would have been great, but at the moment it felt like the right thing to leave it alive because you thought you could get lethal, and now it feels like it's too late at this point. What's the point of getting rid of this package? But it's just showing how strong this single card is in these control decks.
Well, what I like right now in the game and the most is like that even if Cannon is going slowly to take like over the control, right? There's still like a small mistake that could happen, and the Rengar just like finish out the game if he wants to, right? So it's just like still, even if it's like maybe it don't look like that in the first game, first right, it's like super close the game. So the Rengar just like need one accelerate play, or let's just like one way to conquer both battlefields, or just like one, will be sadly not enough, right? Because there is like a highly chance that Cannon just like interrupt you in his upcoming turn then to just like remove the unit. I mean, the extra draw that you could potentially get off that would be super cool for you, because you could get like the key engine to just like close out the game at this point. So it was like super important right now for the Rengar to just like get to the 6 points, because he got like plenty of options right now, a little bit of more options than before, to just like close out the game. And now Cannon needs to, I feel like, fully react on this kind of gameplay right now. To say like, okay, I need to interrupt you in any way to do that. So I need to interrupt your board that you're developing, but I also need to kind of interrupt your hand actually, so that you don't have just like the answer in your hand and being able to just like close it out. So we see a Fizz again with the stack deck. I feel like they're searching for another card a week in some kind of scenario, some like Starcross. I think one is like still being able, it's only one that's being played and one recycled, right? There was not like 2 recycled, if I remember correctly.
There's been enough recycled where you do want to cycle through your deck with these spells that you may see it again. Yeah, so you see it again, but I feel like there was like one Starcross, or the Calderik, the Calderik it's going to be. So that you're going to be able to just like, going to point it out. I mean, for the Cannon, still like a hard decision, because either the Bewitching Spirit could be like a super key combo right now to just like interrupt the Rengar, but on the other hand, if the Rengar going to have like the answer on the hand, then it doesn't matter if you're going to discard 3 cards and you want to keep the Fizz. Yeah, you want to cut another card a week. Okay. Yeah, they can now they can flow it from they can
now
play
it can double.
From
yeah,
trash.
That's good.
Like, you're seeing this pain that the Rengar is experiencing, where they're trying to do anything they can. I just want to win this game, man. What do you mean you just keep killing all my units? Is exactly how this Rengar is feeling, as they tried to play it slow and patient to just develop it, but didn't work out for them exactly. And 4 cards in hand, they need some kind of, you know what? 2 Kaisas right now would go great, but I'm pretty sure there's at least 2 in the trash already. So, yep, there they are. 2 Kaisas in the trash. You don't have that. It's just a matter of, if anything, you don't want to, develop units, but you want to somehow play patient enough to develop that game-winning turn where hey, I can just conquer 2 battlefields. Because that's, like you said, they're at 6 points. They need 2 conquers in 1 turn to win. How can I develop that? And it's got to be some kind of combination through a ready unit, whether that be that first mate or accelerate, and Threat of the Hunt. Bounce it over to the other battlefield. Kind of it's tapped out. If you have the line, you've got to get it soon.
Yeah, that's true. So let's see how it's going to be. So we're still going to be out with the points. I'm just like wondering how can it's like, what can Rengar do right now? I mean, it's like the kind of case where Cannon is like out of mana is like super amazing for you, because now okay, there is like not any way for the Cannon right now to just like react to anything that I'm doing, right? Yeah. But it's like still a super hard decision, because now you can be sure that you don't just can like develop your board in that kind of way, and you can getting away with it, because there's like the scenario that like the Calderix and the Starcross that are already like in the deck back can just like some kind of way looped, I would say, because you can just like keep putting them back to deck and play it out double. So, and there's still like plenty of room to just like play out the Ruination, getting the Cannon back, getting the Fizz back after conquering, and just like play it out like that. So it's like super hard right now for the Rengar to make a decision here.
The one advantage, I mean, the one thing they have that they can use is time, right? You're on 6 points. The Cannon only has 4, and this deck doesn't really play much acceleration, and I doubt they play much mobility when it comes to cards like Ride the Wind. We're seeing runes being tapped. They are going to drop a Bryn here. I mean, I don't think... Okay, hear me out. This might not be a Bryn here for the sake of stopping your unit. But if you have Thrill of the Hunt right here, and you react to anything to bounce it to a battlefield, there is not much reaction speed left for Fizz to deal with that.
Oh yeah, it's true. I didn't thought of that.
Yeah, you bounce it to a battlefield, you'll conquer to save.
True. It's true.
if they have the Thrill of the Hunt, we have not seen it yet, but they are 18 cards deep in their deck. 18 cards deep. You have to consider they would probably run 3. Surely they have 1. And now, if I'm this cannon, I am scared. I am terrified to give this guy anything to react to. It's just a pressure. And also, this could just be a mind game. They could have nothing, and they just played this Bryn here to make you nervous.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It has that effect.
I mean, let's see how it is. You can feel the pressure. I mean, I feel the pressure.
I know, right?
But I mean, at the end, it's like he got the Thrill of the Hunt, or he didn't get it. So it's like, yeah. I mean, it's like at some point you need to play and see if it's working. And we're going to see.
They just gonna hard cast Ruination. I love this. Yes,
oh, that's good.
Exactly.
It's
I will not let you do anything here. I will sacrifice my Fizz. I will not react to this if you want, but your card is going to the trash. What a confident move here. You do kill your Fizz, but it does buy you another turn. I love this play.
Okay, so the Fizz is going to banish. Still 1 mana open. Getting the treasure trove back. So I feel like there is the third one is in hand. Just like to save it out, but I kind of feel like the third one is in hand, so it's just like another good
there are all 3 Fizzes in trash right now, buddy. They are all dead. You need to start reviving them through the Spectral Matrons, I believe. But we're seeing a different kind of good card, Ferris Foreigner, being developed. It's being played slow. What do they have here? I mean, honestly, this game is going so wild. It's being dragged out longer than I would have managed.
Okay. I mean, the Rumana is actually pretty good.
Yep.
I mean, it's like super cool because if the Ruination is going to be there, then you have like 2 additional units that the kind of needs to take care of afterwards. But Rift and Formula, we're going to Spectral Matron. Oh, is it just like a
Spectral Matron is Starcross loop. Like, I am just not letting you interact with this game, my buddy. Like, and they could even Pack of Wonders the Spectral Matron, play it out again, pay its power cost to revive another Fizz if they want. Like, these are the games where like you were so close to victory, Rengar. What do you have? No. Okay, wait. The only thing they have here, Thrill of the Hunt, it would dodge the Starcross, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, because it's going to be banished in this kind of way. Yeah.
Thrill of the Hunt banishes it, will play it to a battlefield, so it dodges that. They will conquer.
Just like additional. Oh no, there is no way for additional. Yes, it is. There should be one Starcross, if I'm not wrong, but it's going to be approved. So, is there something else? Maybe there's something else, and he said like, okay, that's going to work out in that kind of way.
That Starcross does need to be recycled, doesn't it? There should not be in the trash anymore.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's got fully played. It's got fully played because of the Fizz.
Yeah. That's going to be important there, because if it's still, obviously, if it goes back to the trash and it stays there, it's a no-brainer to just replay the Fizz from the hand and just cast it again. Yep, okay, cool. We do see it being recycled. That's good.
Yeah.
Now, what do you have left, my friend, here on the cannon? You've got to get something. There's a 7 might and 4 runes over. And even stronger here, you hold control of that battlefield. If there's any kind of individual targeted bounce to the Ferris Foreigner, you can ambush a unit for the hold.
So, let's see. I mean, I don't remember all the cards that going to be like... like, but I mean, with the stack deck... Oh yeah, I feel like with the stack deck... Right.
The stack deck should go deep enough.
Like a calculator or like a paper on my hand where we see kind of play, so I can count down which cards are actually going to play. Thank you for the tip. Because they can surely know which card is going to be. It's going to be there.
And they probably found the stack deck with that stack deck. They will 100% have gone back to those recycled cards. There's no way down.
If I'm not wrong.
No,
there should be a Kaldreek or Starcross. One of those should be right now there. Oh, it's Stewarded Ghost. Yeah, it's also okay. It's almost Starcross.
Do they have an ambush unit though? Do they have anything they could snap into this battlefield?
Crazy. That would be so crazy. No. And the game continues. The game continues. I just want to say the fact that every time that there is a slight reset on the board for the Rengar, it's also just like an increased timer for what the game is going on. But I feel like right now the cannon should start off to have like an answer for that, to also just like conquering the battlefields. But we need to remind that there was only one 30 hunt that actually the Rengar played out so far. So the Rengar still got a chance to react at least a little bit to the kind of plays. So let's see. It's super interesting. How many save times the cannon got? It's crazy. It's crazy.
I can only imagine how this Rengar is feeling. I know if I'm in this situation, I would just be there. And yes, let's get rid of that pack of wonders. It's been.
But there's an additional one. There should be an additional one in hand, if I'm not wrong. So, what we're going to see is it.
I see them playing out the Ferris Forerunner again. I don't hate that. Especially because Wind and Ghost only targets on a
battlefield. Yes.
So it is, in a sense, safe there. Though, what isn't safe... Oh, they have 2 units. That's great. You have a situation for a double conquer. But now that Fizz can't necessarily be returned to hand is going to be good, because there's no way they can replay those stacked decks. Because with 12 cards left in hand...
Yeah.
You are in a situation where these Starcross that have been recycled with the Fizz should be drawn pretty soon. And Lightning Rush is exactly the card that can draw these Starcross.
I mean, with the Lightning Rush, because he did like one time with the Fizz, right? So we know that the deck was fully cycled at least once right now. So now we can be pretty sure that the deck going to be cycled at least once. It's kind of scenario.
There it is! There it is!
Oh,
back again! And now the Fizz is back in hand, and then they've also, with the with the Lightning Rush, they had Call the Weeks that they put into their trash. They can play Fizz out now and Call the Week to kill off this little guy. And if they go for that, they will sacrifice, which I'm presuming they're nope, they're gonna go for a Starcross.
Why not the Starcross? I mean, it's okay.
No, why not? Why not?
Keep
Honestly,
Keep it for the big guys. Keep it for the big guys. I mean, the small guy, maybe he just like took the wrong road, and you say like, hey, it's the wrong road, guy. Turn back. Just like go back. It's okay. We'll let you get through this. But like Rift is right now. It's going to be the 6 point, the 7 point. But we not just like need to see that. Okay, with the treasure trove, it's going to be back in that case. But now, maybe, is there a Rengar Kaiser? And this is going to be an end.
Rengar is being played out.
That's an end from Sakura. Oh, it's going to be said in the chat. It's true, right? The Rengar got Starcross. I totally forgot it by how many cards.
I guess so. Rengar, that was so long ago, it got bounced back, and with that, it conquers this battlefield. Does bring them up to the non-8 point, so...
Oh.
Just trying to confirm what's happening here, but if that Rengar can be played out...
Yeah, I mean...
We're seeing some things being undid here, so we'll bear with everybody. Okay. It seems, the Spectral Matron was bounced back with the Starcross before, so that's why there's not there. The player just forgot to pull it back. That's the issue we saw right there. Otherwise, it was way too easy of a play to play out that Rengar. Instead, we're seeing the Ferris Forerunner being able a third time. I have
Maybe he
once,
resisted
I think it was a really old game where Brady was
Yeah.
playing. I saw a Ferris Forerunner being bounced 4 times in a row. So let's see
Oh.
if Kennen here can do that one more time. Like, same turn. And with that, I like that though. Okay, let's just highlight this amazing play from the Kennen here, where they've known that this Rengar has been in hand this whole time, and that's why they haven't been leaving these units here in this situation, or they've been waiting to tap out. But this moment right here, Ferris
Yes.
Forerunner, Determined Sentry, 5 runes open. Lacerate is something we haven't seen yet either. But you
That's
cannot
amazing.
attack one of these battlefields without being at risk of the Rengar coming out. So
Yeah, that's true.
it's a slow burner here, Pandy.
I mean,
And
you
a
could
stack
just
deck.
like go for the safe stack deck. So
It's gonna be another Starcross.
and you have like another Starcross. I mean,
It's
let's
gonna
be
be another
honest, we
Starcross.
know which card is going to be there. we know it.
It's gonna be another Starcross.
I mean, the Forerunner is already ready to take his backpack and going back home. You know, it was like it was a short journey, short holiday. The
You know
flight
what?
got cancelled,
Interestingly,
so he can return back.
you mentioned sideboard cards. The Spirit Forged Red Rengar that has reaction speed is what you might want here, so you can react with units to your base with plays like these. That would be something that could potentially be good here, so that you can like wait till your opponent plays something and cheat it out. That's what I can imagine here. Treasure Trove gets killed to get another drawn card, so this is just slowly digging for something. I'm gonna have to look in their chest because, yeah, there are no Starcross in this trash anymore, so they are either in the deck or in the hand.
Should be the case. So, okay. Oh, surprise! Another Starcross is going to be played out here, but this is going to be the thing of first forward. I mean, you could just like choose another further hand. I'm not even sure. Maybe that he keep it. In this
You wouldn't
kind
even
of
further the
scenario?
hunt here because if you do it, they can just. Okay, actually no, they don't have enough purple runes to be able to play the Fizz and the Starcross.
Yeah.
So further the hunt would actually. Maybe
It could be a
lethal.
savior. Maybe the Rengar is gambling for it, just like waiting for the moment to throw it out. We don't know.
This is okay. I see why people call this a control deck now because this is yeah, that makes sense. Now.
You
This
see,
is-
like,
this
right,
is-
could
it's
be
been
it.
controlling my
That's like-
mind
it's-
about it, pure
yeah.
insanity of watching this.
Controlling the
Now-
time mainly.
Buddy,
This deck, yeah.
do we see a world where Kennen loses because they deck themselves out? I don't like.
No.
No,
I'm
this game's been going on for a while. There are 7 points in the Rengar. If they manage-
No, will not happen. Will not happen. Maybe if the cannon is going to fall asleep, and like the little brother, sister, or anyone else in the house is going to take over the PC and doing some stuff. Maybe there would be a scenario, but in this kind of situation, you just like know that you're like endlessly repeating like the fizz mechanic that you're going to use. And if you're not going to be able to stop it, basically you have always like the same card in hand. I mean, if there would be like a super small secret chance that the Rengar is being able to let Cannon draw cards, if there's something, I don't know every set 4 cards, so I'm not sure if there was something cooked out for orange or red. But in this case, it's already like known that like the Cannon just like also want to get rid of like maybe the last cards in the deck, so that you only have like in either scenario like the Starcross, in a super scenario also the card Reeks just like split how he needs it, and then he just like endlessly playing it. So it's like going to see how it's going to be an end, but I feel like more and more that the Cannon maybe should start to have it. It could be like a case where like the third ruination could be run out, but it's also like here again that the double Starcross could be played if wants to, or just like the Calderik with the Fizz. So yeah.
Okay. 2 units have been developed. We've seen this pattern over and over again. Play as many units as you can while leaving enough runes open to be able to play the Rengar from hand, because they don't want to let this Fizz have a Conqueror. And in this, okay, one thing I consider, no, that wouldn't even be that was enough. So you don't go for a Conquer here if you're the Kennen. So instead, Spectral Matron will probably play Fizz again. Fizz, play Starcrossed again. Starcrossed will play Fizz and a Pit Rookie. And then guess what? We're gonna play Fizz. Okay, we don't actually have enough purple runes to be able to play a thing. Cold Weeks though, that works.
You can play Come the Rig. It's okay. You don't need to play the Starcrossed again. You know, it's like you can also just like chill. So we're going to see.
They do opt in to kill their Fizz, which is okay. I think you know what, this deck, this has been a great game. I hope we can have this uploaded for a rewatch value, because this is showing what this control cannon does at its finest. It just buys you time, it causes you emotional pain, and and
it's also showing you how cannon can reach top 8 in Barcelona. It could be. It could be the case, but I'm not sure. But it's like if you're going to like right for the trash talk, if you're going to be able to activate like the mechanic or like the core, right? And there is like at some point that you like there's like not that much chance to stop off the cannon, especially just like with a Ranker, right?
Yep.
I mean, there would be like other decks that have like a little bit more favorable into like this kind of scenario. The Ranker still could have like answers, just like also in these cases that we're going to see right now, with like that the cannon only has like 1 mana up, and we just like need to remind that there's like 2 first baits ready, so there is like a chance of going to take it in this kind of scenario. I feel like that the Ranker, but you can call it otherwise, that the Ranker is just like searching again for this kind of scenario to just like pull it off, and maybe to catch off the cannon off guards right now, to say like, okay, if there would be a next time you only have like 1 mana up in my upcoming turn, I can do it if I want to. It's just like 2 first mates, and then for example like a Kaiser, and then you have it basically with that 1 mana open. So maybe he's just like raiding. So this is like one of the times that you can do.
It's also just a matter of, when you watch this game right here, the mistake that the Rengar made was 10 turns ago, where they tried to do something. They didn't save the cards they need to win from 6 to 8. You just have to respect that you're going to get to 6 points, and then you wait till you have a 1-win kill, and then you play the game out. Because what we're seeing here is just the time being purchased, the same cards being bounced over and over and over again. And I'm telling you, if Rengar survives enough turn, there are only 5 more cards left. And yes, Fizz can constantly keep recycling these cards. It's going to be the same 4 or 5 cards in this trash. But there is a world where you just run out of cards. And Rengar is slowly ticking up more and more cards. We know 2 of them, right? We know that one is the Ferris Forerunner that's been bounced infinite times. We know there's the one Rengar. 3 cards is what they need to sign, is so they can find some kind of combination. And if not, just keep playing out this Ferris Forerunner to force the cannon to just deny it, and then just slowly, by forcing, exactly, Ferris Forerunner comes out here, forces the cannon player to now try and deny this Ferris Forerunner, but then that uses all their runes, and then every turn you're just buying a bit more time. So
I mean, I feel like we're in a kind of loop right now, because the Fizz is not being able to enter the battlefield because Rengar is scoring in. You need to stay with him on base. Then, okay. The Shadows of the Past. You can start to develop your board if you want to with that, and this could be helpful for the cannon.
And by develop your board, you mean return Fizzes? Okay, it looks like 1 Fizz, 1 Spectral Matron has been returned back. This is something that's good, but it doesn't help the issue that we're seeing of only 3 cards left in deck. So if we see this pattern keep repeating, we're in like a chess-style stalemate at this point, where you're just doing the same move over and over and over again. And right now, Fizz being played. What do they have here? Do they have the Chaos Ring to play at? Or did they tap 2 before I paid attention? Okay, they must have tapped 2 so quick I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Again, this is happening over and over again. The only win condition I see for Fizz, for Cannon, is either them not having enough runes to be able to repeat this combo, or Rengar just inevitably drawing the cards they need to win. I mean, because they can just play out the Ferris
right now again.
Yep.
It's just like
play out the
Kaiser.
Forerunner.
Just like Kaiser. And
it's a Kaiser Thrill of the Hunt. That's what you need.
Kaiser for Hunt is also working.
Yep.
But it can also be just like Kaiser first mate. This would be working. But I feel like they're going to be tap 6 again for... Okay, the Grim.
I mean, you could just, if you have the Kinku here, you could use that. First mate, they're playing cards out. This could be kill.
Yes.
This has got to be it. This has got to be it.
Is it going to be?
I mean, there's no way you do this if you don't have it. They've got to have this in the front of the
thumbs up. Is it like, oh, are we going to see an end of this loop? Are we going to see
This might be it. This might be it. They go in, they score,
Okay.
they draw. Have they done the maths? I mean, they draw a Kaisa, they win. They draw a Thrill of the Hunt, they win. If they have it in their hand already, they win. This could be it. This could be the moment. They just bust her, they don't have it! They threaten the hold. They threaten the hold. They threaten the hold.
No, we see the loop again.
The loop again.
So 10 additional
3 cards left.
turns.
3
I mean,
cards
it was
left in there.
1 point. 1 point. Okay. We see
And
a
a stack
stack
deck.
deck.
They will draw their, well, not draw, they will look at their top 3. It's very important to keep that in mind, because they will not deck themselves out.
I mean, you just like also need to see it on Cannon side. It's just like 40 cards in deck of the Rengar, so around if the Rengar is not going to conquer, 15 turns left, and you're getting your next point of it. Just like need to see it that way. It's like the Cannon just like need to wait. I mean, it's untimed, so
Yep.
it's going to be
Starcross? Wow, who would have expected another Starcross coming out? 2 bounce to not let them win. But one thing important is that there's... Oh, they're playing something. They re-racked with the Rengar in the battlefield.
True, that's working.
This is great. That can hold it.
I mean,
You
it's
need
kind of
what?
weak.
You need double call the week. You need double call the week to win this game right now.
All 3 on the trash, so
That's
it's
GG's.
GG. Yeah, it's
It's
GG.
GG's.
Yes. It's
Fuck
over.
It's over. Telling you, I mean, that was such a ridiculously long game, and shout out to both players for just powering through it. But wow, what an insanity right there. Because
It's going to be Rengar
was
versus
just-
Ornn. Did you hear it?
say again?
It was an amazing game.
Ah, so
Yeah.
thank you. Randy, announce the game. What did we just hear?
I mean, I'm super excited. First of all, thank you so much for the both players to show us this amazing game, especially for the Cannon to show off this kind of interaction. I mean, it's still super interesting to see that the kind of deck like this is working, right? Because you need to play it perfect. But the final match, and I'm so happy to announce it, is going to be Rengar versus Ornn, and Ornn, like my favorite legend of all. It's like a hate-love between us because I don't actually like to play on, but I love to play on at the same time. Maybe because I'm not good enough with on, but I'm still keep playing him. So I'm going to being super surprised to see how it's going to well, but it's like a tempo on. So what I can suggest is that we're going to be like super fast games. I'm pretty sure this will be like a super fast decision.
No, it's going to be a fast-paced game. Both these decks have a lot of tricks, a lot of speed. The one thing that I'm going to be interested in is just how Rengar uses all these ambush units, and they got to get their mindset out of this last game they just played, because you just went from playing a control-heavy deck to now I'm going to actually have to fight my way through this, any kind of sped-up sprites, through this big Ornn and everything. So this is going to be a completely different game from what we last saw, and it could give us a pretty interesting matchup here, Vandy.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
But before we get to that, we will throw to a short break so that we can get a breather, you guys can get a breather, because that was and especially the players can get a breather, because that was a lengthy one.
True.
So we'll see you guys again in a few minutes.
I haven't seen in IRL, but I have seen in different testing grounds. It's gonna be Darius and Diana, man. I mean, have you seen this kind of matchup before?
I might have we might have called this once on an RQ. I might be misremembering, but Diana and Darius, two very opposite decks. You have Darius, this aggressive monster, Diana, this more of mid-range deck. And who do you have a favorite here as we start going into our first turn once?
Yes, man. Like, personally, I would like to see Darius make it. I'm kind of biased, but Diana's kind of that kind of how do you say this? That's kind of very, very tricky setup, right? Sometimes you, especially with that reactive tap to get an extra energy to play with. But man, I want to see how this is gonna work when you're gonna be playing Darius, and then he is gonna be summoning a a unit that's not going to be having some more legions, right? No, you usually have some sentries right there, but he's going to be summoning it vanilla, which is actually not going to be good for him, right? That means like, okay, I don't have any other cards to play right now, so I'm going to be paying this power and just using one of my cards. Vanguard Captain is one of the cards that I kind of have a problem with playing as Rek'Sai, so I just removed it out. But Darius
You removed
saying,
that of
okay,
Rek'Sai?
yeah, I removed it from Rek'Sai, man. I don't need it. Faithful Manufacturer is my card. And now, okay, we are now gonna be seeing the Emperor dies being activated, and you have a Sand Soldier, EK.
Right, and this is just a very good start from the side of Diana. This is a standard start. We get to keep our tie turner later for the game. Very unfortunate that we had to play our Vanguard Captain, and we have the Shadows Call it. This kind of tells me that the card quality that we have is not the best. So we're going in here just for an easy trade. We can actually, my apologies, we can bounce it back with the Emperor's Die if we have the answer to it. Stupefy comes out. 2 for 2.
Yep, 2 for 2. And
going for a
all
trade,
right.
not what you want to see.
Yeah, man. Man, I don't want to see this kind of floating space right here in terms of place from Darius. And as you can see, look at this, man. Diana is already on board. That means if showdown's gonna happen, predicts can happen. We're now floating into 4. Oh, okay, that's kind of a telegraph. He's counting how many runes he can play with. It's the Vex, man. I mean, if it's vanilla or without power, oh man, that's Vex. He's
no, hold on, 5.
Oh, 5?
Wait,
okay, he's going for the way. No way.
No way.
Anyway, man, okay. So, Ike, I have a question for you. Right?
Yes.
You have a way, and you're floating into like potentially 2 energy, man. Like, do you push your Diana now or not? Oh, he does not. Okay, the question has been answered.
To be fair, it is kind of an interesting play because a Stupefy, and any kind of 2-mana spells can't just say no to this Hopeful. We know he doesn't have something like the Cleave because he would have done it last turn. So because you have to use a spell from your hand before your opponent, I would say it's not the best. But then again, you're not on your even point tempo, so I think there's different ways of seeing it, but I do like the play of keeping even pace.
Yeah. Man, I mean, yeah, of course I agree with you, man. Like, I would want to have maximum value with this kind of Diana and having like 6 cards in hand. Pretty sure there's going to be having value. And the vanilla Xin Zhao, not accelerated, is going to be there. And a Noxus Hopeful.
Double Noxus Hopeful.
Whoa.
Okay. The game's kind of changed a teensy bit. They're using the Noxus Hopeful to play for 2, and then we use our Darius Legend to play the second one for one rune. So very good push from the side of very good development from the side of Darius. Now Diana's kind of put in a
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of this first Vendetta tournament. And Pandy, do we have a matchup for the viewers? We have Rengar, first seed, versus Orin on the 3rd seed. We're going to get to this game very, very soon. And as we get there, Pandy, what are you expecting for it?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to be biased, but I hope that the Orn is going to take the game, because it would be like a dream of mine to see Orn winning a tournament. Where I'm in off, right?
Yeah,
it would
genuinely be a first for me too when I've seen it.
Yes. No, but like actually, I'm super excited to see it, because I feel like it's still like being even if we would see like maybe a faster game now than like Cannon versus Rengar, right? It's still like a super interesting game. Because there are like so many other breakpoints that both decks can going to start be onto it, both for the Orn and for the Rengar, right? So I feel like we could see like a little bit more of like actual clashes and fights between both of them. I don't know who is going to be favorable. I mean, if I going turn off my bias thing to the Orn, I think like it's like Orn have like a super great start off with that, right? So he's going to be able like to super out tempo like the Rengar. Rengar on the other hand has like super reactions with like the Rengar as the champion zone and other ambush units to just like take it off. So I'm super excited to see, and I think it's all about to go who is going to be like destroy kind of the core mechanic of the deck with the supportive cards in his deck. So it's like a super interesting match to see, even if it's going to be like super fast. So I hope we can keep track on going.
For sure. And with that, let's get into this game, everybody, so we can watch these finals together. I'm so excited to finally get there, because this matchup, it's gonna be a unique one. You said it yourself. We're seeing the kind of like the control spells and the speed of these sprites on the Orn versus the ambush units of the Rengar. Two different styles that want to do the same thing. What will take it all?
Yeah, I'm not joking. I have goosebumps right now to see Rengar in the final. it's like I need to focus on talking, because I just like want to watch it. So we're going to see the Poros next is a nice startup for the Orn. Like in general, Orn got like so many cool options to replay out as a kind of like deck where you have like the possibility not to just like getting a discount on like the gears in general, but also like for like the upcoming equipments that you're going to play. So this is like a super favorite, because what like kind of aggro or tempo decks kind of could start to struggling is like the fact that those decks always like super rune hungry. So you always need like to recycle for this or for that, where we like to see. But if I seeing this right now from the Rengar, that's going to be hard. But Orn has like a sweet spot that he can, if he going to have like the chance to switch off from the temple to the mid range at some point, then he's going to have like the chance. And with the cat, the steel paws, also like a favorite card of mine, because I like this card at all, is like super fitting in Orn, because Orn could potentially just like activate this card in his third turn, because it's like super rare to see that your Orn are spending any runes for his upcoming plays, or just like recycle any runes. So he's going to be able to have like on his third turn a 7 power cost unit with deflect, and I mean it's super amazing.
Exactly that. And the deflect is going to be something I don't imagine being incredibly useful, because outside of falling stars and, well, I guess challenges exist, but you're not going to challenge a 7 might unit, so it does buy you time. And here we go. Here we're seeing the Sprite Fountains, the little teaser of this aggro going in strong right there, conquering the Emperor's Dais to make it 1 each. I want to see what they have here to try and hold this battlefield, because, okay, I guess sprites are great to just conquer. You don't have to play to hold. You can play to develop. We're seeing Patchwork Horrobot. So this is the thing I want to touch on right here, Pandy. It's nice seeing older legends using these newer cards to develop their deck, right? So far, Rengar, same old, same old. We're not seeing anything wildly new, but the Patchwork Horrobot and the Steel Paws, this Orn, he's spicing things up a bit.
He spiced something up, and I always was like in the kind of mood, like, because like the kind of like tempo or Akron, whoever you want to call it, the deck was also like a thing already in set 2. But on every set you were like, okay, there's like 1 card missing. There's like 1 card missing, and I feel like every set is like going to put it up. So set 3 is like, here you have Sprite Burst and Sprite Fountain, have fun with it. On set 4 it's like, here you have a small little patch pro robot and the cat. I mean, I don't know if any on set like the cat is going to be in the deck, but it's going to be that very soon. But it's also nice to see that the deck like Rengar is being able to just like keep with the core cards and to be able to play in the upcoming set. It's always nice for players to don't switch up too many cards in their decks, so they can just like keep it up, right? And as we can see, the Rengar is going to have like a huge draw with the King Cube being played, and also having like the double conquer, where it's like it could be going to be hard for the On right now to conquer it, but I mean, like any Mask of Foresight, any like Brutalizer maybe in the deck could help out right now to just like finishing off the battlefields again.
But this is good. I like this because this almost with the 4 might on the one battlefield and the 1 might on the other, it's a bare minimum hold to force your opponent to play something, to sacrifice something, right? If you want to get over the one battlefield to go through the Determined Sentry, sure, you can use your Patchwork Powerbot, you can use your Sprite, but then you don't have enough left on the other one with your units left to take over. So this is, like you said, forcing you to play some kind of card, whether that's a Discipline, whether that's a Mask of Foresight, just something. Waste your runes, and then I can conquer for stronger on the next turn, because they go to 8. Rengar from the Champion Zone is an easy play at that point. Discipline coming out. There we go.
Good.
All they need to do, force them to play the cards.
Yeah, you're being directly able to just like conquering out the first battlefield. It's either like the Emperor dies or just like the Orn's Forge. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. You go in with the Sprite there, and then with the Powerbot, just like to the another one, being able to play out Sheep Gear again, where actually the Powerbot is a kind of option to just like play out again.
Yeah.
I'm just like, maybe there's like we see something. I'm not sure. Maybe you can help me out. Is there a way that you play like the blue rare card that's cost 1 less for each gear you control? I'm not sure if you're playing it like in a kind of tempo on. But with the picture, we're going to see like double conquer, like pretty surely, if like the battlefield's going to stay empty, even after the clear of the Rengar, it's going to be super hard, because the pit crew with the Brutalizer, with the mask, so you don't realize it, but you have so many ways to put up those might, just like to being able to clear it out. And we see a 3rd Kingu. That's crazy. So I feel like the Rengar has plenty of options in the hand.
Well, I like what you said there. The Plaza Guardian, that new card, right? It costs 1 less for each gear you control.
Yes.
It's 8 might. It's still pretty expensive, but it could be a decent closing unit altogether. And especially with a deck like Orin, where you will have a lot of gears, you have that.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. I feel like that's something you're not going to have many of in the deck. And with this Kinku being played out, they get the draw. They can now buff 1 up to 4. And so far, I'm liking this from the Rengar. They're doing the strategy. I remember when I played against a Rengar once, and I was like, hey, what's the strategy for the deck? They're like, hey, you just want to play units to your base so that you can always give your cards and 1 more might than the opponent. And now you force them to do something. Cloth Armor was ping. And I think Garrigo will be connected. Does buff that Sprite up to 5, but...
Yes.
It's not going to do much, buddy, because there's all sorts of cards you can play out.
Let's go. So the Rengar going to be able to conquering the battlefield. Now it's like the decision from the on which card he's going to want to put away. I mean, you could have like both cards are like not cool that they're like going to be back in the hand. I mean, with the Kingo, you're just like giving an additional draw. With the Inferno on the other side, it could be just like bounce back with the Emperor's Dias. So you're being able actually to just like for the next conquer, if you want to just like play it out. In this kind of scenario, I mean, there is still like 1 mana up because the Glove Armor got reduced by the Orn's Forge. So there is like a small chance that, maybe you could play something off for 1 again. Maybe a Glove Armor again could be in hand. You're being able to play it. Push up the Patch Powerbot to 4. So the Inferno could be like a good threat to just like put back in hand and to clear it out if it's like need to be possible or needs to be played out in this time. But the King Ninja is going to 5, so even the Glove Armor, it's not working anymore.
No, not at all. I mean, that will just be a very much a sacrificed little robot there. This does allow the Rengar to conquer up to a comfortable 5. Pit Rookie being developed as well. I like this. You match both with 3 might. Again, you're forcing the Ornn. They have to equip something or buff the pit crew in some way. And then with this Steel Paws, if you want to empower it, well, that's 7 of your 8 runes gone. So you are... it's the simple things when you watch these things that, like, it doesn't look like it's the craziest tech ever. But just these little plays, these little calculations are what it takes to just win you the game, because you're just forcing your opponent to waste their runes to just barely be able to conquer, and then you can easily conquer back. It's so nice to see.
It's nice to see, and now it's just like for the question: is there a way to get back the control over this game? I mean, at the time, Radio Ranker is being able to develop a board, right? And you can't you have like the chance of stuff like you could play like a Singularity, right?
Yeah.
If it's going to be in the deck, just like to clear out the backline or like a bunch of cards, and then you're being able not Rifty Cat sadly right now, because the Emperor is like too hungry, but like with other spells. So it's just like a case scenario right now. If you're going to have the opportunity to raid an additional turn, if you have not the opportunity and you need to go straight up in, I mean, you still have the chance to just like put out the pit crew, conquer a battlefield, and then play gear so it's going to be ready and you have it back in the base, so you can save it like in this kind of way. But on the other hand, it's just like need to be anything that's going to be cost run, so it's a super hard decision right now for the on. I mean, the best scenario would be like maybe a Sprite burst actually. So you have like double Sprite tokens just like going to be out. But it's like a super hard decision, because it seems like now that the Ranker got like a good hand of control right now during this first game that we're going to see.
And even the Sprite burst, it will get you the Conquerors, but both Sprites are going to die, and then you got to think about, what can I even do to hold these battlefields? So you're just in a spot where it's just... There is even a world I see where they just empower the steel poles and pass. Like I don't imagine it. You may just have to kill off a Power Snacks to try and draw something, because when you see these players just wait, they develop and they do something, Sprite Fountain will come out. So that is something to give them some kind of tempo. And Sprites are, if there's any unit, Pandy, that you want to send out to just die, may as well be a Sprite, because they're going to die in at the start of your turn anyways. So with that, we will see some sacrifices being made.
Yeah. It's going to be that, so you're being able to play the next... Oh, no, it's a trade. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry. Again, in Germany, Schere. We just say Schere, guys. Say Schere and everything is safe. In this kind of scenario. Einfach Schere. Okay, so we're going to see the trade picture is going to be there. So it's being able to conquer, so you can still play the next game you're going to play. Just like for one less, and then you're being able to put it back. But as you can see, the Clav armor is going to be put here. So I kind of feel like that the pit crew will stay there, and we're going to see the on actually going to be played in the base. And it's a super strong on right now. I mean, he's not getting the full plus form because the Sprite Fountain will sadly be vanished in the upcoming turn. But it's still like a 4, 5, 6, a 7 might. 7 right on with deflect 2. And maybe there's a small chance that also the Swellsonger could be a potential card that you could play, just like as an option, because what you're struggling the most, like as a tempo deck, you want to kind of develop the play either to finish fast enough. If you know it's not working with my deck, you want to finish up a line where you have like a kind of good mid to end game option. And with the Swellsonger plus Orn, there is like the option here. So let's see what we're doing. But Ranker has like the best options to just like develop his base right now, and just like to go full in on the next upcoming turns. And so one needs to react sadly with it to put units in the battlefields, and it's just like to hope it's working at some point for the upcoming turn.
Exactly that. There's no reason, as with the Rengar here, to just not, they move the Sand Soldier back. They don't need to threaten to conquer, even if it's the freest conquer of their life. The hidden card there, you know what, probably is Zonya's Hourglass. There's a lot of options, but you just don't need to play into the hand right now, right? You have 6 points, your opponent can then hold to 5 and conquer to 6, and then you just kill them on the next turn. You have 10 runes, you go to 12 next turn. They are going to go challenge the battlefield instead. Infern are coming out, so you know what? I take it back. One thing I've noticed from this Rengar's playstyle, in both this game and last game, they love playing on odd tempo. I don't think I've ever seen them go outside of that.
Let's go. Backup is going to be pulled out. So I guess, I mean, it's still like not a super safe option, because if you have like anything else as ambush to just like buff out your units, you're still being able to conquer it. So it's just like a matter of like the on saying like, okay, if you have something like that in hand, it's your chance now to play it out.
But it's still falling into the trap of now as the Rengar, like you said, you're forced to play something else now to try and conquer. You just did not need to do that. And like they may even have to play their either they're gonna have to play their Rengar from champion or like a punch first, another ambush unit or something, or they just let a unit die and retreat. Both of those just don't feel like a best option here. Looks like they will ambush the Nidalee. Does go up to 5. Will force them to likely kill the Nidalee just to deny the draw.
Yeah, it should be the case.
I'm not the biggest fan of this overall because again, you get to 7. You're not going to hold this battlefield. There's no way you're holding this battlefield, and it's not even hard to overtake it because this Orin has enough might to just walk over it. So it's a bit of an interesting spot to be in. Let's see how they play it out.
That is true. I mean, what is like super good is like that you kind of force the on right now to conquer at least both battlefields, or just like to clear out your own forge. So you're just going to say like, okay, so I will stop your developing like in a huge case right now. So you need to stop me here in this kind of scenario. So even if you're going to sacrifice like the Nidalee, like every unit that the on is playing like now in any of the battlefields has like the potential threat of just like a Rengar jumping in, getting punched first, and then just like cleared out, right? Yeah. So as we can see, he's doing it run by run, just like with the sprite token. I could believe like a kind of thing that like the on maybe is going to the on's forge. Afterwards, the cat is maybe going to the Emperor's Dais, and yeah, you just like bounce it back, or you just like give like a full control of like saying, okay, I will empower this. It's like a super hard decision now for the on, for sure. It's like super hard right now to close out this game.
Especially with the Rengar champion being able to be played out in any of these defenses, and it will be able to buff itself up to 7. So here we're seeing 7 runes being tapped. That Steel Paws will be empowered up to 7. So what do you do here if you're Rengar? Do you play out the champion unit now, try and take it down? Do you go in for that trap? There's only one open. I don't know about you, Patty. I can't think of any cards that you can play on attack here to benefit out that, but maybe you'd rather just play it out to deny the Ornn.
Yeah.
It's being thought about. When do you drop this Rengar? You've left 5 runes open for a reason. Surely you want to make use of them now.
Yeah. I'm totally agreeing on that point. So, it's like, I feel like it's like the last breath that you're going to show right now. Mm-hmm. And then it's just like a matter of like 2 cards that are going to stop you in this kind of... I mean, what is like a good thing for the on right now is like if he's going to be able to conquer the Ornn's Forge, there's like an additional gear that he could potentially play, but we just like straight up see the Rengar is going to be played out. So it's going to be saved by that. Going to the trash, so the Ornn's Forge will stay there. We'll try to put in the Ornn, and now anything that just like killing the Ornn is like going to be enough to take over the first game for the Rengar.
Exactly as you said, Ornn conquers up to 5. Rengar only needs to get both battlefields next turn to win it. What can they do? They equip that cloth armor right there. This Ornn will be 9 while defending. Runes are being tapped. It will be 5. Kaisa accelerated. You can just send this into the Emperor's Dais there to draw a lot of cards, but I feel like they want to go for the win here. Never mind, they go for the draws. I don't know if they can trust holding here, because if Ornn has that really annoying Shurelya's signature gear that gives it ganking, it will be good enough, but never mind, they're going into the battlefield. They must have drawn something good. Threat of the Hunt will bounce the Kaisa into the battlefield.
I mean, is this a Defy?
Defy! That is so good right now.
Can we see another one? Oh, we're seeing Punch first. Okay.
Is that okay?
I mean, if the Ornn is playing another cloth armor, because the Kaiser is like not there, it's like going to be 7, 10.
Yeah, Kaiser's staying at the Emperor's Dais.
It's 9,
here,
10.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
it's the
there
next
we go.
game.
That is game. Rengar manages to take that game 1.
Yeah.
Just for that, I believe it was a 10-10 trade on that battlefield.
Yes.
But with the Kaisa on the battlefield, if Orin knew they got nothing to get over there, you can pass it on to the next game. And with that, Pandy, Rengar takes game 1. Will Orin be able to get back 2 and 3?
I mean, I hope so. So we can see a full match of those amazing games. No, but I feel like right now Dion is being able to going first, right? So there's like a good chance that Dion can take over with that. It's just like an early Sprite Fountain or something else to just like deliver the point gets earlier. I mean, what the Rengar right now has like as a biggest thing is like that he's being to able to deliver his board if he wants to. And On don't have like so many big options that we saw currently. So I think maybe if they're not secretly hiding in the deck on the sideboard, then they were not being showed off. So the Rengar can just like build up. And I feel like this is like the most win for Rengar, right? So Rengar don't have like this kind of big much like supportive spells like other decks, I would say, like in general. I mean, of course, there are like plenty of those. But I mean, you can like super goodly react to that if you're being able to do so. So you can like kind of stop it. But if the Rengar is just like don't need them and just like can play like his units in the base, just like giving them +1, just like straight up delivering, then it's going to be good. And I also feel like because the Arena Creators is not available anymore for all of our tempo runs, then yeah, I'm super interested now to see how Orin, when he's going to be like directly first, can handle it up. We see like the Treasure Hoard for the Orin and the Forbidding Race for the Rengar going to be out. It's like good. It's a good cut. Oh, I'm correct with the Battlefield order, right? The Treasure Hoard is for Orin and the Forbidding Race is for Rengar, right? I'm correct with that? Oh, I'm wrong.
It's the way around, yeah, because Forbidding Waste is what you want to use. And what's
again,
nice
guys,
about Treasure Hoard
I say share, and everything is fine. Nah, just kidding. Okay, so we're going to see the Crab and the Sprite Fountain. It's an early 2-point lead, right? It's going to be super good. And with the Scatter Crab, at least the Orin has the potential chance to just like see the hand, to see like at least how he can react to all those kind of plays, right? And to the upcoming turns.
So here we see all sorts of options because the Twilight Revealer. What I want to see here, Pandy, is what I'm thinking of is you can play out any unit you like. There we go, Kaisa.
Yeah.
Give the +1. Okay, never mind. I take it back. I mean, okay, you can get works out. Give the +1 to Kaisa. That works out too. Ready it. I was gonna go the other way around because I'm feeling cool. This still works out completely fine. You just give off the information. You know what? Actually, why not do it this way? Then you give off the information you draw with Kaisa later.
Yeah.
Fair enough. This is why these guys are in the final, and I'm just out here casting it because they do the smart move.
And we're going.
That's true. What do you mean?
Oh. Okay.
But you're just like, yeah, that's true, Dubby. That's why you're here. That's why we're here. Wow.
I mean, can I deny it? I'm not sure.
Fair enough. I'm gonna try and not take that too personally.
I mean, I've heard like the line, the best casters sometimes were the worst players, so I mean it's also speak like for me that I'm sitting here and not playing right now, you see? So I'm also saying the sentence about myself. No, but we're going to see the Kaiser is going to be here. We see the Stupefy, just like for a potential draw. To get it out here in this kind of thing. Yeah. So, but it's just like with the hand that we saw with the Kinker again, being able to just like have another draw engine. What is like super cool for Rengar. You don't have only just like a body that you can play, but it's also being able to support it through the effect. Just like with the draw, that's like it's always like amazing for a deck that you can just like draw, right? Yep. One of the best effects that you can get, I would say. Prove me wrong. But it's like going to be like you have this Sprite Fountain. I mean, right now you could be potentially able to just like reconquering again, playing out the discipline, so being able to pull out the Kaiser, getting the gold token and play the pit crew, maybe to Forbidding Race, but it could be also like super hard for the Orin to just like using his units too much in this kind of case. So I feel like the pit crew maybe could also stay in base if he wants to. I mean,
we
it could
didn't
be
see too much
safer.
from the pit crew last game, but it's a great card, especially with the battlefield like the Treasure Hoard, because if you go in there and conquer it and you pay the gold, you then boom, you're basically able to ready the pit crew and move him back out. So that option's always there. It's a nice way. And it's just something that you want to have developed earlier, because conquering with these sprites is great, but you can't really develop anything long-term for it.
Yes.
And last game, that's what we saw, right? Every unit the
Yeah.
Rengar was playing was something that was lasting for a few turns, was playing the long-term value. Whereas the Ornn, they only had these sprites out. They developed that Robo Poro once. It died too quickly. And by the time Ornn came on the board, it was just too late.
Yeah. That's true. So right now, it's like going to be like the decision to get like the additional gold token from the treasure or not.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not wrong, yeah. So it's
I
going
like
to
it.
be, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if like okay, so maybe there is like a good chance that you're just like playing out the pit crew, because we don't know what like as it's going to be in Ornn's hand right now, right? So there's like also like a good potential that you just like bait out a card in the Forbidden Race, so that you can get like a little bit threatened off like the units that's going to be here. We see another card hidden. Okay,
Yeah,
so this
it makes
could
sense.
be, it could be. Could be
Well,
a
from the
back off.
revealed cards we saw before, if memory serves me right, I believe a cleave was there, and that does mean that it's easy to determine Sentry Cleave on one side and then Rengar from the Champion Zone on the other to conquer both. So hiding something there is what you want to do. Last time I thought it was the Zhonya's, it was the back off instead. So that right there is just a great kind of card to just, stun the attacking unit, buy yourself some time, and go from there.
True. It seems like the rune is got put back to maybe use the gold gear token instead for the hiding. I'm not sure.
Potentially, but I like the idea of keeping these golds because it's gears to buff up your Ornn if you play it out.
Yeah, that's true.
It came out too late last game, and next turn you have enough runes to play it out. So as long as you're okay to let yourself go behind by 2 points by developing the Ornn, I think it's a good decision. But we'll let these players figure it out before we go any further. I don't know, Panley. How are you feeling about the Ornn this game? It's ahead by 2 points. Actions being happening.
I will not answer this. I will not answer this.
No? Okay.
I'm allowed to keep silent about this.
I was just trying to gauge some conversation here. I'm just trying to see, they're winning. They're ahead by points right now.
I know what you want to hear. No. No, actually, it's like going to be rare. I feel like what I said like at the beginning, that like both decks are like in their unique way are like super strong, right? And I feel like if the Ornn is being able to hold up like the tempo like directly, then it's like a super good chance. But if the Rengar is just like keep happening to develop his board, to stay with the board actually, right? Because Ornn, like as I said, don't have so many options to just like clear it outside of the battlefields. Even if we're not sure if he's playing something out of that. So this is like kind of hard for Ornn right now. Because like actually, if you don't getting like a little bit more of like the plays that you want to see, then you're basically, and this is like one of the biggest downsides for Ornn, you're just like watching your opponent. Just like how he's playing the game, and you're just like sitting there and being like, yup. That's amazing. keep going. But maybe your Ornn can get a turn back. But I feel like the Rengar is again in a pretty good spot right now. It's like a super clean game right now from the Rengar here.
Exactly that. And now Pit Rookie's gonna go in here. This is okay. You're in a good curve right now if you're Ornn as well, because you can play out one, get the gold out, ready the pit crew. Bring it back. Now I want to see them play out the Ornn. They're not. They're going to play the Porobot.
The Porobot.
Which is a gear and a unit at the same time. So should ready the Porobot. Draws a card because of all the gold gears. And now they're getting into a nice spot where they're keeping up the pressure and the points. They go up to 6 here. If they can ready this pit crew and bring it back one more time, this is going to put the Rengar on a lot of pressure.
Yeah. And I feel like it could be the case with that many handcards that there needs to be another gear in the best case.
Surely.
And it could be anything. Anything where it'll be like, even there's like a small chance that you just like, if you don't have like a patch Porobot or anything else, and there's just like a Sprite Fountain or something else in your hand, there's sometimes like the chance that you're saying, okay, I will start to play it out, so that my opponent needs to react on this pride that I have on the battlefield, so that I quickly potentially clear out something, either from his hand, from the supportive cards that you're going to play, or just like from the units that you have already in play. So it's like kind of the decision that the Orn needs to make like now. It depends on which card he has. So he played Zonias. Okay, it's just like a simple way and a good way.
No,
Zonias pretty
I think
strong.
That's great. That's great.
Science
here.
Set Ron, a pretty good rare that you see often enough. That's cool. That like still Set Ron cards just like being played regularly. I mean,
Andy, this card is so great in this situation because the Fey Folk, if it pulls one in, it will not die. It will die, but then it will stay alive with it. And now Orn has 2 cards in base, 2 units in base.
Yes.
To go in for it. And Rengar doesn't really have much defensive might on the board. With only these 3 units, they do not defend well. They are all about attacking, and there are no units to kill, no units to really get this attacker value out of. I like this setup that Orn has, and I do see a world, especially now, even more so. Rengar is at 3 points, hello. You have a turn now where if you don't see lethal next turn of your Orn, just play out the big Orn Forge God. That guy will have all the pluses you need with the gears you have in base, with the deflect. It's going to be expensive to challenge. You're in a good point to develop, and that has got to be what the Rengar's considering here, because being 3 points behind on this Orn, it is a scary spot to be in.
I'm going to see the Brutal Steel, but if the Orn could just like defy it if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a chance to just like defy it, and he's deciding to not do so. So maybe he don't have it in hand. It could be the most common sense. He don't have it in hand, or he just like holding up it for something else.
Yep.
And Rengar's going for the safe one with the Pit Crew, so he's being sure that the Pit Crew is going to die in this battlefield. And the Pit Crew get a -2 because it's going to getting like the surprise defender because of the Fear Frog moving in. So let's see. Or is it like a not so?
Could it be
not
so fast?
Oh!
It is, okay.
I totally forgot about this card during set 3.
Yeah, Not So Fast has dropped off pretty significantly.
I'm sorry.
So. Yeah, it was incredibly popular in set 2 to deal with rebukes and switcheroos.
Yes.
Set 3 it fell off a bit, and here we're seeing it used in an excellent situation. No, I will not move my card into that battlefield. Thank you very much. I will leave it in base. Now Rengar is going to be able to double conquer here. Goes up to 5, but with 2 cards in hand, they have enough here. They can play out Rengar, they can play out Punch First. That is the 2 whammy combo. If I'm the Orn here, I'm going to think about. And with 6 runes open as the Orn player, there is no... Listen, Patty, think about how good this play is right here if they do it, right? You play out the Orn, you pass turn. You have wasted Rengar's turn. They have played... What have they? They've played a Brutal Steel, and that's it. You've stolen so much tempo back if you do that. It's gotta be the play here, sure.
It could be. But
no, it's not. Okay, I'm just wrong. I'm just wrong. I'm just always wrong.
Yeah. Okay. But it's going to be just like playing out the Rengar in this kind of case. So the battlefield is going to be stayed there. I mean, on the one hand, you still could just like take your own back to base, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with the Pit Crew being able to clear out, I mean, you can play the back off. Okay. And then kill the Inferno and the Feefolk. And then no, actually not. Oh,
so Rengar's stunned. You discipline up there. You get +1. The rookie still only has enough to kill 2. Won't be able to conquer. I mean, I see this working out because you've killed some cards off. Happy days.
Yeah.
But you haven't really done anything to help you survive for much longer. Oh, okay. This is a line I would have never thought of, ladies and gentlemen. This is why these guys are playing it. I am not. The cloth armor being played to ready the Pit Crew. The trick to bait him out to play the Rengar defending alone.
Yeah.
Ay. Wow.
I need to
I
make
love it.
some notes as a certified on main. I need to make some notes here right now. That was an amazing play. That was a super amazing play. That's crazy.
It was a great play. If I'm this Orin, I am thinking this exact thing. I'm thinking, what is this guy doing? Why is he not playing on his Orin? This is why,
cutting
ladies
another
and gentlemen.
card. So just like a back off and then GG. Just like hunting an additional back off, then GG. Or I'm wrong. Could I be wrong?
I mean, that could just be to equip it as well. I guess they don't want to use their legend for any reason. Okay, there we go. Rune's coming back. They remember they can tap their legend. Perfect. That was a nice play. You know what? Shout out to these players for proof. I love being proved wrong because it just shows all the different lines you can do here, all this different creativity you can give to players to reward them. And this here is a fantastic showing of that.
To our Nexus night, I wanted to bring out Cannon because during the pre-rift I got like everything for Cannon, like the signature spell and so going on. But seeing they're on right now, the hate love is coming back, you know? I don't want to play him, but at the same time, maybe I'm preparing my deck right now during the cast. No one will know. Except you guys, because you see me in the background. And we're going to the next game. GG. Game 3. Oh, that's cool.
Andy, we have a game 3. Orin versus Rengar. I would have not expected this for our first Vendetta final. And to everybody in the chat that's asking about these deck lists, they will be shared in the Discord towards the end. So keep your eyes out for that, because we like to share out. Plus, the hero of the show here does share the top 8 lists there. So wait for that. You will see these lists because I want to see them too. I want to see what these guys have been cooking up for us here.
I want to have the on. Like the on. Please give it to me. Thank you so much.
Give me the Orin list.
Please.
I mean, this is such a blessing of a final to watch. I love it when they go to 3 games as well, because the sideboarding is all about adjusting these decks. And I even could imagine, maybe more towards the Rengar side, that you adjust these decks a bit more if you know you're going first or second. But before that, Pandy, look at these battlefields, more particularly the one on the left, Rockful Path. That is going to be scary if you're this Rengar.
It's actually super good right now for the on draft is going to be in play, because now you don't need to be scared for one. For one less potential threat here. And we're going to see the Cat and the Brutalizer finally. I was waiting for this card the whole time. I was like, when the Brutalizer were going to be show up. And here it is. I'm so happy to see it through that.
I wonder if we're going to see the El Clasico Star Spring First Mate double score combo here, because it's just, it's a bread and butter kind of play. And with the Brutalizer being played out there, it puts so much pressure because that +3 is just such an easy equip. It doesn't cost anything for Orin to equip it, thanks to the legend ability. So, to no surprise, for the first time in a while, we are not seeing Rengar go in for that turn 2 conquer, and we're seeing a decree of strength.
Sideboard cards. Okay. I was
Bandy, talk me through this card. What does it do for the new players here?
So for the new players, it's like super interesting that they print out those cards that are going especially to the case that they're like directly hitting like colors. And for this card, it's like if you choose like the opponent, in that case on, they reveal the hand, and then you can choose a mine card from it and recycle that card. And it's not just like this trick on a spell, unit gear, it's just like a mine card. So if you want to, you can just like put out anything that you want to be there. And this is like super amazing because I was unsure about those cards, but I was like, with the increase of 10 sideboard cards, there are ways that you can say like, maybe they're fitting in there, because it's like a 1-cost card. So you're getting like the information of the hand. You're getting it like always. It's not restricted to like it needs to be a blue hand or something like that. You understand me, guys. It's not restricted to that. So either you're getting like the hand information, what sometimes can be like super good, but also on the other side, in this case, you could put something out. Can we see which card he recycled?
It had to be one of the Stupefies because there was only 2.
Stupefy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, guys. I didn't start it, but the Stupefy, it's like super good because Stupefy. It's a super good card for on. It's just like you're decreasing like the might of a body from like your opponent and being able to get like more utility through like drawing a card. And we see the Sprite Fountain again with the Brutalizer equipped, you being able to get something out of that. But with the Rune Forerunner, I feel like the Forerunner is like actually pretty good card in this matchup.
Yeah.
Because you don't just like clear the board for the Rengar right now. It's just like he keep going to have like units in base. And this is like a super good thing against Ornn if you're being able to develop the board. So let's see if the Forerunner,
No, it works out here. The only issue I have with that potentially is that it's a 6-body unit. It only has 6 might, and they have ways to get over it. And as we're seeing that here, if they tap enough runes, they're actually okay. Never mind. This they're doing. You know what? Shout out this Ornn. They never do what I expect them to do. Every time I think they're gonna do something, they do something else. They're keeping me on my toes, and they decide to play out the Ornn. I was like, I'm gonna empower Steel Paws and go in. Nope, they do something else. This guy is making me feel so bad about my predictions, and I need to. You know what, Pandy? You started saying what's the Ornn gonna do next? Because you're the connoisseur here. You must know better.
I think my doorbell is ringing. I need to go. I think my doorbell is ringing. Sorry, guys. You need to take over, Davi. No, I mean, like, what you can like expect to playing like on that early is like you play it like that early. It's like a potential like 5 might unit right now with the deflect 2. So there are like not that many things that like the Rengar can directly do to just like clear it out. So you can just like develop your own like that early. It's like super good for the on right now. That you can develop the champion unit and that early like just up through your base, because there are like potentials that you just like want to clear out the Forerunner and maybe have like something potential to keep like the on onto the battlefield, so that like the 2 max going to be created out in that kind of way and don't interrupt you like too much in this kind of scenario. So you want to take it like a little bit slower, or maybe the on is also waiting to finish it out just like on the Star Spring at some point with him. So it's just like a little bit kind of more slow play. And with only 3 cards left in the hand, it's also just like the way if you only have like gears or spells, then it's always like a safe spot to play your own, because in the worst case, Rengar wants to kill your own, needs to pay deflect 2, and it's always a nice thing. But I'm not sure if like the deflect 2 is hurting that much with 7 runes up on the road here for the Rengar.
Yep.
And the Stupefy.
Stupefy gets the card draw.
Yeah.
She'll be the Conqueror. And that's going to be a Sacrificial Grim. And Ornn, we're going to have to see how many gears they can play out to pump this guy up. Because currently he's only had 5, and 5 is a very easy number for Rengar to get over. So
maybe I'm misreading. Yeah, maybe I also misreading now. The whole playfield here. But
no, I do like it still.
Yeah,
it still works out because you want to develop this unit early. You want to get it out, and that's what we've been seeing lacking in the last game. Game 1 didn't come out soon enough. Game 2, they had the tempo and the amazing tricks to win it, so they didn't need it. Now, this game's been a bit slower. They've been able to play it out earlier. This is a great opportunity, if they have the gears in hand, to start pumping it up.
It's like super tough right now for the on here to make like a good decision, because still, even if Ornn is being able to develop here, it's just like the same case that we saw like game 1, that you have like the on and the cat just like being out on play, but you're not being able like to. It's like now this is the next decision that you need to take is like, can I give like the Rengar an additional turn where I just like develop the base and just like keep it on that, because when I'm pretty sure I want to move my cat into something, then I need to have something on hand to just like protect it, because if it's like a dead unit, then it's like super hard for the coming back. It depends on the cards, of course, that you all still have. So it's going to be deciding to go in. So I believe there needs to be like a Sprite Burst or like a Sprite Fountain maybe in the hand, so he knows for the upcoming turn that he can save it, or the back off. I mean, it could be just like simply a back off in this kind of scenario.
But I'm
also unsure if the Ornn is even playing like Sprite Burst. I'm always saying it, but we didn't see it like once. I'm pretty sure we should see it like one at a time. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Andy,
maybe it's also an old card
for you. It's gonna be the Hidden Temporal Breach, my guy. The Hidden Temporal Breach on Rockfall Path. Have you seen that yet?
Okay.
No,
I'm
so
writing.
temporal breach, but you know where I'm going with this combo?
I'm seeing it.
Yeah. So if it's a hidden temporal breach, you could target the opposing unit and demand that they play it on Rockfall Path. And as far as I'm understood, that's just a not able to be done play, and the card just goes to the trash instead. So it's a weird kind of pseudo removal.
Yes.
So
It
if
could
we
be the
see
case.
that, it could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if they're running this card, but we could see it.
Maybe you opened something new for the deck. maybe you spread a new combo with the Rockfall Path. Crazy. And we're going to see the Mask of Frostbite. Okay. So 2 cards are going to be hidden now. I mean, in the best scenario, those could be maybe like
Zonya's back offs.
Sonya's back off could be. It depends on how many back offs like the Ornn is actually playing. Like
these numbers here are really, really good because with how it works is like you're at 7, you're at 6. No unit on its own is able to get over that or at least draw. And you have to, let's say, commit a unit to die here. And even if you get it over the might, you have to play units to the battlefield, to a base and such. There's a lot of different ways here to kind of now force the Rengar to play out cards. And this Mask of Foresight, if you fail one of these attacks here, Pandy, that means that unit, when you attack again, it's going to get another +1. It's going to make the next one even harder. So whichever attack you go in for, you got to be confident enough that it's going to go through. And here we see it. The Ferris Forerunner going in with the Pit Rookie. Gets the Ornn up to 7. Zonya's being revealed goes up to 8.
Ooh.
I like this.
So you're being able to either kill the Pit Rookie or right now the Ferris Forerunner. So let's see what the Ornn is going to be to decide right now.
Focus surely is on the Rengar right now, because if I'm this Ornn, I'm happy for this trade because I get my Ornn back, and I mean, yeah, you know what? It's still a Ferris Forerunner. They got the 2 mechs. But yeah, I'd still deny the Conqueror for an easy play, so I wouldn't be surprised if Rengar plays something out. Though at that point, you just, if he's forced to play the Champion Zone Rengar here, then that will just be killed because you buff it up to 7, and I'm not killing your Ferris Forerunner if I can avoid it. I'll just kill your Rengar instead. So lots of different options here.
Yeah. So let's see which decision he's going to take right now.
This is a big game. We're in the finals here. If anyone's tuned in late, this is the finals of Runes and Rift's first Vendetta tournament, and we're in game 3. Winner takes all right now, and it's gonna be a big stake because the bragging rights you can get for saying, hey guys, that Vendetta tournament, the first one, yeah, I won it, is all on this game right here.
I mean, it's just like with the decision, it's like, is there a way that you just like want to kill like the Forerunner so that you're
can't do that, buddy. Okay. That's been undone. Can't do that.
Okay.
They forgot about Rockfall Path. Can't play you.
So going back to there, is there like a way that you said like you just like kill out the Forerunner so that he's just like being away from the board, or is there like a potential way that you can just like say
on Rockfall Path?
Oh yeah,
that's the only way I can think of it. But there
you just want to see the card. Be honest, you just like want to see the play. You just like want to see it. Yeah.
But with that, Nidalee will be ambushed in, or we'll be able to kill it and retreat with that Zonya. Well, not retreat, but not die with the Zonya. So Rengar gets the conquer. Ferris Forerunner will stay strong on that battlefield. And now is the question if Rengar has enough to be able to challenge this little guy, this Steel Paws on the battlefield. Units taps, or runes are being tapped. First mate's coming in. We'll bounce back the Ferris Forerunner. Okay, I tell you.
Okay.
If this is,
are we going to see your play?
I will. I will go crazy.
I mean, if we're going to see the play, I will put it straight up into my deck. I'm not sure. I would just like put it into my deck.
There's no way. There's no way it happens. It would be the most insane
anti-Ferris Foreigner play for like non-removal decks, it's gonna be like a back off. Bro. It's just I'm on the edge of my seat right now. This is audience. Oh no. I was ready for such peak epicness. However, this does mean that importantly, Steel Paws will live to fight a combat next turn, and they can dish out some nice damage numbers there being at 8.
Okay.
Okay. Moment there. Everybody, there is a potential little ruling issue. We're gonna. I think we're gonna quickly. I'll let. We did so.
Oh, that's true.
So just to explain everybody who's not following Twitch chat and YouTube chat right there, we did see 2 units being bounced back to base using Star Spring. Both of us missed that, so thanks to everybody who called that out. So gonna give the quick break here in the game while that's being sorted out, and we'll be fed information. So we're gonna go back to the booth. Yep. So we're going to go for a quick break from this game. You're going to go back to the booth so you can see us talk about this as we let this situation be resolved out, ladies and gentlemen. So while we take a break from this game, Pandy, let's take a breather, calm down. You know what? I'm curious. Let's talk about Set 4 a bit. Let's talk about pre-rifts. Have you been playing any pre-rifts event yourself? Or, are there anything you talked about, Oren? Is there any of these legends from the pre-rifts that you're excited to see, or just in general? What are your thoughts of it so far?
So far, I've played like my second run today, then we played another one before during the week, and then I will play an additional run next Monday. So total of 3. I'm always liking in general the previous. I feel like when it comes like to the legends of Set 4, I'm super excited about Ambassador because I feel like with Ambassador as a legend, I mean, I hope I explained it correctly. So it's like, I feel like if you're playing Ambassador, feels like you're playing like the core idea of Riftbound at some point. Just like the simple developing units, conquering, holding, putting them back, deciding when or go. So I like it the most. And of course, Cannon, because I want to try him out. I was like a super enjoyer of the Miracle deck. I'm sorry, I enjoyed Miracle so far. I was super sad that they banned it. But I feel like overall for Set 4, I want to take a close look to Ambassador and Cannon, and if everything falls off and I don't understand how those legends are working, then I would just like go simply back to Ornn or Aurelia or anything else I can troll off. So how is going to be with you? So how many pre-rifts did you visit, and which deck you're going to play in Set 4? That's like my most interesting question about it.
I don't think I'm not gonna go with any. I did want to play Zed initially. I was like, Zed seems really cool, but then I was I don't know. He just kind of does, like, Draven just does what his legend does, but a bit easier. So then I kind of was like, okay, let's just play. I played a lot of Annie before, so I might go back to that. And then and now I'm hearing that Draven's anti-meta, so I lean towards that. So I'm still undecided. But one thing I'm thinking about right now is Diana. Diana seems pretty good. I played against it a lot, and I never enjoyed playing against Diana. I was like, oh, this deck is so
I can
clean.
feel you. I
Exactly. So now, if you can't, if you can't, beat him, join him. So I'm considering maybe jumping on the Diana bandwagon and seeing how that deck plays out. But I'm still unsure. We'll see how I get. With the release coming out next week, I got some cards coming. I got some boxes to rip, and depending on what cards I pull, we'll see. But nah, none of this Miracle Cannon stuff. No, we ain't doing that. And I was asking about Akali. I did have Akali in my pre-rift today, and I like the mobility, but that's where I'm like, ooh, I kind of like Draven, because every time an Akali bounces in and out with Draven, you're just like, hey, cool, card draw, thank you. Oh, you go in and out again. Yep, another card draw, thank you. So that's the one reason I'm thinking Draven is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's true. I like Akali. I was also unsure of Akali. The first time I saw like this legend, I was like, okay, this is super strong. Okay.
Finish your point, Pat.
Yeah, so I was like, first off, I was like, okay, Akali seems like super strong, but after played a couple of times against her, I feel like there are like some key missing cards that working with this move in the action. Today on the pre-rift, we have like someone that played her with like purple, like with this ghost that say like every time you move, you burn and you draw, you get like +1. And I was like, oh man, this card in Akali would be actually super fun to play. Maybe Akali should be start to be purple, but hey, maybe we'll see like upcoming cards in the future for her. I would be super excited to see like a new combination of colors being represented more. Always cool to see like, because it's like being like a new type of way to play the decks. So yeah, I was like super unsure about Akali right now. I don't know if even Akali plays here in the tournament, if I remember correctly. Yes.
But with that aside, we're now back into this game. And for everybody watching who's not following the chat, we did talk to the players and we've decided to just play on from there, right? This isn't exactly what this isn't like a high OPL level, and mistakes happen. And the big thing when it comes to Riftbound is before you start throwing out these accusations of cheating this and cheating that, most of the time it's usually just a misplay. So credit where credit is due. Shout out both these players for being honest here. And you know what? They've accepted the mistake and they said, hey, I didn't notice it. I don't think he did it in a bad intention. So let's just play it out. And especially in the place where we're at now, Ornn is still not in a bad spot, all things considered, because they have point tempo. They have both these units alive. And Pandy, Rengar has one card in hand. So that right there is not a good spot to be in.
Punch first. Punch first. Punch first. It's a punch first. Sure. No cap. And if it's not a punch first, I would just say share, and I'm fine. You see, W. I'm always
a loophole.
Yeah, you know. For me as a German, I have like a safe word that I can use during casts, so I'm always fine if I'm misreading
I
the
did
play.
get my German passport earlier this year, so just saying I'm also
so
Deutsch now.
also allowed,
So.
yeah, you're also allowed to say it, yeah. Yeah, you can say it. No, but going back into the game, we're going to see that the Steel Pass being able to kill out the Fierce Forerunner, so 2 mechs are going to be represented. I'm not sure if like this is like going to help like the Rengar a lot to have like this kind of more units right now onto the play.
I think this really
hurts. Yes, working out. Yeah,
because this massive cat unit is being held on Rockfall Path right now. It is going to be defending for 10 might. Okay, Rengar currently has 8 might in a battlefield, so you're going to have to somehow get that 8 to be more than 10. With whatever card you draw on this next turn included. Now, even if you do that, Pandy, even if you kill both, even if you conquer both, Ornn has a Ornn Forge God in the base with a pit crew next to it to stand strong, and they are at 6 points here to double combo. We could see an Ornn win an event, ladies and gentlemen. And Pandy, you shared your excitement if this happens, and we might see it here on this turn.
Yeah. I mean, it could be one way out right now for the Ornn, right? So if we have like not having that in hand, then I feel like it's almost like it's done. I mean, okay, you have like the chance to just like go full in with the Pit Rookie and the Max to just like clear out at least the battlefield. But no, you can't, because it's going to 8 to 9 to 10. Oh yeah. So he needs to play out a unit there before to maybe being able to clear it out in that case. So you could play out the Rengar to the Starspring, maybe being able to kill out the Patch Probot, but even after that, it's just like a matter of course what the Ornn is going to be drawing out, but it's like a super good spot for the Ornn here right now. But there's still like a kind of scenario that you all top deck something that you don't want to see, and the Rengar can just like sneak out the game maybe with it. So let's see how it's going to be. And so it's going to the 6 point with the Starspring. Okay.
One thing that Rengar can do really easily this turn is they have a free play because Ornn's got no cards. He's got nothing in hand. But what he does is a very nicely developed base. And how do you do this? You buffed up the mech with the Rengar being played. You've gone from 8 to 9. You still need at least one more to get over, to just be able to kill it all. And then you need 2 to try and stay and conquer. Because remember, everybody, this cat is at 7. It has shield 2 with the cloth armor. And with this Mask of Foresight, well, that goes up to 10 might. you're not in a position where you can play to hold. They will tap the runes, and they're gonna Falling Star, paying the deflect. That was pricey.
Double it. Oh, just like split it up. Okay. It's just like a one-timer. But this is actually good because it's going to be able to clear out the battlefield with that. Going to be able to getting the point in that case. And now it's actually relying on the top card of the on here in this case. To just like get it out. That's crazy. I mean, it's a super close game, but it's super cool that the game ends like that. If it's like this kind of scenario. So it just
could
like
be all...
up to...
Part of me was like, is there a world where it made sense to equip the Brutalizer just to give it +1, and that +1 would have made the difference there? Rengar has conquered both. They go to 7. Ornn, 1 unit in base. Rengar tapping the runes. They're going to play out the last of their cards, it says, and says, show me what you're going to draw. First mate played to the battlefield to maximize holding there. What do they draw? Will they get the win here, Pandy?
I'm not sure. Show it.
On the edge of the seat, it's for Spellmonger. It's not enough.
No. I don't need to play on.
With that, everybody, in an incredibly close series, Rengar will take the win, winning this tournament here. But no easy feat at all. They fought their way through, and Ornn in this finals as well showed us a big fight. I mean, what an intense situation to be in.
I mean, it was a super close game.
Yep.
It was a super close game. I mean, the next 2 cards, okay. The Sprite Fountain. Okay, it's just like showing up some cards right now. But it was a super amazing game to watch. I'm super close to be out, and I'm super happy that we see this kind of game in the final. That like both players always had the chance to have like a comeback or to take over the game. So it was super exciting to see. I mean, more exciting than the Canon Infinite Loop at some point, I'm being honest. Need to shout it out in that way. But I'm super happy that the Ornn is going to take the 2nd place. And I'm super happy for Cladius to take again another win in a big tournament. Super cool.
Exactly that. And I'm sure I'll be corrected in a minute, but it's, I believe, top 2 automatically get a place plus. If I'm being, I'll be whispered in my ear in a moment if that's the correct standing. For this weekly, okay.
This is top 1.
Top 1. So top 1 managed to get the weekly right here. So congrats again to A Star for getting that in the... Sorry, not A Star. Cladius for getting that with the Rengar. And it was a good showing, but that will also be it for us tonight. Pandy, it has been so much fun watching these players with you. I have loved giving all my shout outs and calls of what I think is correct, and it's been wrong every single time. But that's half the fun of casting, because we're out here to learn and see what these players do. And Pandy, since you're new on the show today, where can people find you? Do you have any socials you want to shout out?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have like an active social media account yet. So if you want to see me and you're speaking like German, I'm also casting like a German tournament series. So if you want to do so, you can check it out there, but you need to speak the language or you like my voice, so you can do it there. Otherwise, maybe I'm going to start some content on my own channel that I've also wrote in right now here in the chat with a hi. So check it out. You can check out one of my older videos to like that. But my special shout out today is going to be on my community in Dresden. Because I know some of them watching this during the late time, because I asked them if they want to be able to watch it. And I can tell you it's the best community in the world. Sorry, guys. I need to say it. It's the best community in the world that you can ever imagine. And they're like one of the many reasons, they're like one of the main reasons that I keep sticking to the game. And so they're also one of the reasons that I'm actually sitting here casting besides you, making it able for me. So thank you so much to shout out to me and that we're sitting here together. It was super amazing with you, Dubby. I hope we will be able to cast again as a duo. I hope I wasn't good enough. I was okay. I'm finished with talking. Thank you so much, guys. It was super amazing evening. Thank you.
If you see Pandy on the show again, then you know he passed the test, right? It was an absolute pleasure to be here tonight. It's been great to have these top 4 and finals. I've been WCast. You can find me on X on Twitter. It's where I post most of my stuff there. I mean, I say I'm WCast, but that's what I go. I'm W King, or just W if you want to be on the first name basis. So thanks everyone for having. Shout out to the players in the final for showing us the epic game. I mean, it was very, very fun to watch. And also shout out Plus and Runes and Rift for hosting us on here. It's a great opportunity for everybody. So get in the Discord if you're not already there. Sign up to these other tournaments. There are weekly tournaments all the time. So many different opportunities to practice on their rank ladder again. So get in here, guys, if you're not in here already.
Yes.
But that'll be it from us tonight. So have a good rest of your day or good night, depending on where you live. And we'll see you guys on the stream again.
Yeah, bye.